To know and love American Dad is to know that Roger is often characters that the family doesn't even know is Roger, as well as sometimes characters that Roger doesn't even know is Roger. And so I am deeply convinced that there are canon characters over the episodes that are Roger that we as viewers don't even know. This is my list who I think is most likely. Really think about this more critically than others is Danuta. There's never been where Danuta and Roger in the same scene together. Danuta plays this really weird role, and she's this really weird character. And I know every character is often like over the top, but not every Roger character is over the top. And Danuta just feels.
What is up, Super Fam and Bro Vengers alike? I am Sensei Finito, aka Vane Sensei, and of course, today is actually my birthday. A big shout out to my guy with the 20 jewels. Thank you so much, Thatcher. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for tuning in. I hope everybody's having a fantastic day today. I'm having a good day. I had lunch with the wife earlier today and just been, we just been chilling. We just been vibing. Had a good weekend. It's been good vibes. It's been good vibes across the board. And I hope all of you guys have been having a good time too. Shout out to Mar. What's up with it, Mar? How you doing? Thank you for the birthday wishes. I appreciate you. Thatcher, thank you for the birthday wishes as well, bro. I appreciate you, my guy. Like I said, happy birthday, brother. Have the Mando head on my mantle right now. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, bro. Wait, is that another? Oh, another 10 from the guy. Hey, I appreciate you, G. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, bro. I forgot that YouTube even had the jewels and stuff, bro. I appreciate you, Thatcher, coming through with the love, brother. And I hope you having a good day. Yo, today we are gonna be building the Mandalorian Lego helmet. I have never built anything Lego in my life ever, and Remy, my beautiful wife, she got this for me as one of my birthday presents, and we're gonna be putting it together today. Again, this is going to be my first thing that I have ever put together that's Lego. Okay, that's interesting. I'm not sure how to. I don't know why my recording stuff is tweaking. I don't know. My recording stuff for my vertical side of things is tweaking, and that's unfortunate. Maybe we can just go live to shorts from my YouTube thing, and then we can just go from there. Let's see. Because I would like to record this vertically. I know you guys don't care about all the stuff that I'm talking about, but I'm kind of talking out loud here. You know what I'm saying? It's my birthday. We building Lego. We building Lego. Okay, boom. And I have no idea. Sure, why not? I guess we can use the same thing for both. Yeah. Save that and let's go live to YouTube Shorts. Oh, okay. Well, it's tweaking, so who cares? I guess we'll just have to figure that out another day. No worries there. Man, again, I didn't know I had them. I gotta use them. Hey, I feel that, bro. I feel that. It'd be like that sometimes. I'm hoping that we can get this. Like, again, I don't know how long it's supposed to take to put Lego stuff together because, well, I've never put anything Lego together. So, no idea how long it's going to take. Hopefully, we can do this in one go. I think we should be able to. I don't know why we wouldn't be able to. You know what I mean? I have no idea why we wouldn't be able to put this together all at once. Let me see something here. Can I reset this somehow? Yeah, I don't know what in the world. An unspecified error. Nah, I don't know. Something's going awry with the recording stuff here. Who knows what it is, but who cares? We're gonna keep on rocking and clocking, ladies and gents. I hope everybody's having a good day. I hope I said that. Just making sure everybody is good. Like I said, I've had a solid day today. Went and had lunch at Tres Hermanos out here. Should I say Hermanos out here in Merced? It was delicious. I'm not gonna lie. It was amazing. We had what did I have? Remy got nachos and I got the quesadilla tacos. They were, or quesadilla tacos, excuse me. And they were fire. They were fire, yo. Fire, 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 fire. So I'm ready to vibe with y'all and just see what's going on. I'm not sure why my select folder. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. My vertical stuff is kind of tweaking here, so I'm not sure why. 1 second. Okay, we back. Let's see. Let's get back into the streamy deemy leamy. I was thinking about putting on like putting something on while and we could like watch it or something, but I'm not entirely sure what to even check out. I guess we could watch the Mandalorian while I put the Mandalorian thing together. I've watched the Mando though. I don't know. We'll just vibe. We'll just vibe and yap for a little while, and if you guys want me to check anything out, then we can check it out. Okay. Did I want to try anything else on here? Yeah, I don't know why I'm getting that recording error. General. Okay, that's all good. Oh, maybe it's because there's a new version. I don't think I'll be able to update this. While we're streaming. Should I try? Is that diabolical? I think it'll actually reset the stream if I try to. So we won't do that right now. But I do think that's why this is having an issue because I just updated my OBS, but I didn't update the other thing that I use for vertical, which was a dumb move on my part. Because I definitely need that vertical canvas, y'all. Oh, and then if you guys haven't seen, we got a oh my gosh. We got a desk cam now. That's way too big. Why is that giant? Okay. Shenanigans are ensuing. It's okay. Boom. We got that big desk cam, so you know we'll be able to have it right here and put it together and stuff while we're nerding out and talking about different Star Wars stuff. Oh, you know what we could actually do? Because I saw. Okay. Yeah, it's not gonna download while we're streaming. Aha. Okay, now we back on the tube as well. All right, yeah, that was my bad. Don't know what happened just now. Mistakes was made. But we back like we never left, ladies and gents. We back like we never left, ladies and gentlemen.
With AI, you can now generate YouTube videos.
Everything is AI this, AI that. Brother in Christ. Literally every single ad is just gambling and AI, y'all. It's insufferable. It is insufferable, man. Literally, non-stop. Just, hey, do you want to gamble? Or do you want to use AI? Or do you want to use AI to gamble? It's like, brother, actually, I would love to do none of that stuff, and it would be cool if you just left me alone. Like, actually. Okay. Here we go. Let's get that up there. Boom. Yo, okay. Actually, because Star Wars Explained, I believe that's what this channel's name is. Yeah, Star Wars Explained just did a complete canon timeline for Star Wars. They did a whole video on it. So, I figure since we're here, we're nerding out, we are doing the Lego build that we could possibly, check this video out. Is it possible to move both of these at the same time? It is possible. I don't know which one of these scenes would be best for you guys. To be able to, like, actively tune in with what's going on. Where's Cam 2? Let's add Cam 2 to this scene. I thought we already did that. Okay, there's that. Let's keep on going back. Okay. This is also my first time ever doing something like this, so I have no idea. I don't like this is my first time building a Lego thing. This is also my first time streaming a Lego thing that I'm building. So let's hope it all works out the way that we want it to work out, okay? Let me see. So we got this scene. We got this scene. And we got this scene. So if anything, we'll just kind of cycle through them, and we'll see what happens. Like which one ends up being the best. I think this scene actually is probably going to fit the best for what we're doing here. You know? What do you guys think? 1, 2, or 3? Let me know in the chat. Which scene do you guys like the most? One and 2 and 3. I think we're just gonna vibe out with 3 for a while, and then if you guys say anything different, then we shall go with that. But I think this is the one. Let's see. Bring that down like that. Bring it down here. And then we want Cam 2. put that down here. Boom. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's time to get into it. I'm pretty excited to be doing this, man. I've already said it, but I've never really done anything like this. So I'm hyped. Yo, what's up with it, Dr. Dehydration? What's up with it, man? I hope you're having a good day, brother. Thanks for tuning in. Definitely appreciate the love. Let me see. Happy birthday, sir. Just got my tickets to Mandalorian and Grogu. Yes, sir, bro. That movie's I think that's definitely a make it or break it movie. You know what I mean? Like, Mandalorian and Grogu is definitely a make it or break it movie for Star Wars where it is right now. You know, I mean, for some of us, we're always going to be into Star Wars because we just enjoy the universe and we want to know, you know, we love the stories. But for some people, it's not that's not the case. You know what I mean? And I know a lot of people are barely hanging on when it comes to Star Wars, especially after, you know, the sequel trilogy. But nonetheless, I am really hyped for Mandalorian and Grogu. I want to know what that's going to be like. I want to know how that movie's going to be. Like, I want to know the vibes of it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm kind of just waiting to see what we're going to be doing in that movie, for lack of better words, man. Because I have no idea what's going to be happening. But we're going to, I'm excited for the movie. I love Mando. I think the show is awesome. Like for real, I really enjoy the Mandalorian and the Mandalorian show. Like, all the seasons have been pretty cool to me. The only thing I really had a problem with was like Book of Boba Fett and the Kenobi show. You know, that was a little iffy for me. But the Mandalorian, I think they've done a solid job, especially since it's like its own thing, its own like mythos of stuff and so on and so forth. I think it locks in where it needs to. So I'm hoping we get to expand on that. And I'm just nervous that this movie is actually the Grogu movie and not the Mandalorian and Grogu. You know what I mean? I'm down for more Grogu. I'm just a little nervous on if he has main character energy, for lack of better words. But only time will tell. I think that movie releases like next week or the week after as well. Crazy. But Dr. D in the chat, I appreciate you, man. Thanks for tuning in, bro. We vibing. We're about to check out this complete Star Wars timeline.
Hundreds of thousands of years before the destruction of the first Death Star in the Battle of Yavin, or BBY, the galaxy forms. An energy field known as the Force manifests on a mysterious planet near the galaxy's center called the Wellspring of Life. Three immensely powerful beings known as the Father, the Son, and the Daughter are all born as well. The Daughter embodies the light side of the Force, the Son embodies the dark, and the Father keeps their powers in balance in the ethereal realm of Mortis. Over time, sentient species evolve on several planets. On the core world Coruscant, cities begin construction. It is believed to be the homeworld of humankind. Interstellar travel is developed, allowing for expansion and trade between planets. On the edge of wild space, Batuu is colonized and becomes a central hub at the crossroads of several trading routes. Explorers encounter massive creatures in deep space called Purgil, who are able to travel across the galaxy at the speed of light. By studying their abilities, hyperdrive technology is created, allowing for further expansion of the known galaxy. A number of supernovas send debris and destruction across a large area of space. Entire systems are demolished, sparking more supernovas, making hyperspace prospecting nearly impossible in an area that earns the name the Unknown Regions. The literal or figurative Prime Jedi creates the Jedi Order on the planet Ahch-To. The Jedi are able to feel and control the Force. They devote themselves to the light side, constructing a temple and village on their world. Over time, the Jedi become known for the pursuit of peace, justice, and the preservation of life across the galaxy. Through the use of Force-assisted hyperspace navigation, a Jedi Scout discovers the planet Ilum on the edge of the Unknown Regions. It is rich in a Force-sensitive mineral known as Kyber crystals, which the Jedi use to construct a new weapon called a lightsaber.
Oh, is that how that happened? Bro, legit. Like, there's so much lore to Star Wars, it's insane. You know what I mean? Like, it's honestly crazy. Get me out of here, bro. What is even happening?
22
Like I was
prominent
saying,
planets,
everything is
including
AI,
Coruscant,
dog.
Alderaan, Chandrila, and Corellia, form an alliance to help one another thrive. A new sect of Jedi called the Ordo Aspectu seeks immortality through a combination of the Force and artificial intelligence. Their leader, Rur, uploads his knowledge into a crystal, which becomes self-aware and aggressive, killing its creators. The true Rur sacrifices his life to deactivate the machine, and the Ordo Aspectu Citadel is hidden in deep space. The Planetary Alliance expands for thousands of years, welcoming more and more worlds to their organization. The Jedi also spread their influence to planets strong in the Force like Ossus, which replaces Ahch-To as their cultural center. The Temple of the Kyber is constructed on Jedha, which becomes an important world to several Force-related religions beyond just the Jedi. A Force-sensitive species called the Ptolemites discover the planet Sophros. It is an immensely strong realm of the Force that maintains balance within the entire galaxy thanks to the help of Force-eating beings called the Shrieker or Nameless. The Ptolemites take some from their home, causing the creatures to starve and feed on their captors, and a blight begins to spread across the galaxy. The Ptolemites create 3 rods using echo stones from Sophros that can control the Nameless, and they lead the creatures home.
How is that
the blight
one?
recedes, the control rods are hidden, and the Ptolemite culture fades away. A rogue Jedi seeks more power by using the dark side of the Force. He splits from the Order, taking several followers with him, founding the Sith Order. They battle the Jedi in a conflict known as the 100-Year Darkness. The Sith are defeated and exiled, retreating to the planet Moraband. There they rebuild and plot their revenge against the Jedi. Around the same time, the Jedi encounter a warrior people known as the Mandalorians. Fearing the Jedi Order's abilities through the Force, the Mandalorians develop weapons and technology to fight them on equal ground, sparking the Mandalorian Wars. The final battle takes place on the planet Mandalore, the capital of the Mandalorian Empire. The surface of the world is devastated and scorched into a lifeless desert, forcing the surviving Mandalorians to live in domed cities. In the chaos of the unknown regions, a species called the Chiss carve out an area of space they call the Chiss Ascendancy. A rival species launches an attack that drives the Chiss back to their homeworld Chilla. There they unleash a secret weapon known as the Starflash, which obliterates the enemy fleet thanks to the sacrifice of 20 Chiss members of the Myth family. The Myth are honored by becoming one of the 9 ruling families of the Chiss Ascendancy, but the activation of the Starflash dims Chilla's sun, requiring the remaining Chiss people to move underground to survive. Back in the known galaxy, human refugees fleeing civil war discover the planet Naboo. The native Gungans wage war on the outsiders, but a tenuous peace is reached. The Gungans isolate themselves by building cities in Naboo's lakes and swamps. The Sith begin creating massive superweapons using giant kyber crystals. On the planet Malachor, the Jedi discover one constructed by Darth Tanis. They attack the weapon, and every Jedi and Sith participant in the battle is petrified in what comes to be known as the Great Scourge of Malachor. A Jedi Master named Radaki leaves the Order, believing he should be allowed to retain his family ties and wealth. He falls to the dark side, becoming the Sith Lord Darth Krall. A group of warriors called the Amaxine encounter the Dringir, sentient carnivorous plants that have a strong connection to the dark side. The Amaxine construct a space station as a base to defeat the creatures, but are overtaken. The station is infested with the Dringir until it's discovered by Darth Krall and his followers. They are able to put the monsters in stasis through the creation of 4 Force-imbued statues. The Jedi Order work more and more closely with the group of allied planets, cooperating against the Sith Order, who at one point conquer Coruscant and build a shrine on the planet. A dark side cult called the Ascendant joins the fight against the Sith. They create technology to replicate powers in the Force, including a malevolent artificial intelligence called the Spark Eternal. Their efforts are discovered by the Sith, who slaughter the Ascendant, and the Spark is locked away in a tomb. A disturbed, Force-sensitive artist named Momin is discovered by the Sith Lady Shah. She trains him in the dark side of the Force until he betrays and murders her. He builds a superweapon that he believes will be the ultimate expression of his horrific artistry and unleashes it on the planet Mustafar. The Jedi stop his destruction, and the interrupted ritual traps Momin's spirit in his own mask, which is taken by the Jedi for safekeeping. Perhaps during Momin's attack, the husband of
I have no
Mustafar's
idea.
leader, Lady Korvax, perishes. She is Force-sensitive and attempts to
I
resurrect
am
the Lord
supposed to put this
Korvax using a
together in
sacred
order,
Mustafarian
right? Like
artifact
1,
called the Bright Star.
2, 3,
This
4,
ritual also
5.
fails, and the energy
That's
released
what I
by the
would
relic
assume.
transforms the once green planet into a lava-covered hellscape.
Just saw this
A
scrolling,
droid
wanted to stop
intelligence
by and
that
say
was
happy
originally
birthday, man. Hope
created
it's
as a
been good
weapon
day. Hey,
attempts
yeah,
to
it's been a
spread
good
its
day. Keep
influence
out.
to
I
other
appreciate
droids
you
and
for tuning
organic
in, bro.
beings. It fails,
Yeah,
and the Sith
we've
imprison
been
it in a
vibing,
device
and now we
invented by
nerding
Darth
out,
Momin
you know
called
what
the
I
Fermata
mean?
Cage, which suspends objects
Listening
and
to
people
Star
in time.
Wars complete timeline
The
while
Jedi
we
accept
put
the first
together this
Mandalorian into their order
Mandalorian,
named Tar Vizsla. He
this
creates a unique
Mandalorian
black-bladed lightsaber
helmet.
called the Darksaber.
I
After
have
4,000 years
I've
of
never
nearly
put anything
constant
together
conflict,
Lego
the Sith Wars
before,
come
so
to an end.
I
The
am
final
a bit
battle takes place
confused
on
right
Coruscant,
now.
where
I
the
ain't
Sith are
gonna
defeated
lie
once
to you.
again.
You know what I
Although
mean?
the Jedi believe them to
I
be
am a
extinct,
bit
Darth Bane
confuzzled.
escapes as the sole
But
survivor.
nonetheless, you know,
Realizing
we
that the
ball.
Sith Order failed due to thousands of individual members, each fighting for power and control amongst themselves, he establishes the rule of two. He
Ooh,
takes
okay,
a
hold on,
singular
hold on. The Mandalorian joins the Lego Star Wars Helmets collection. Throughout the Star Wars saga, helmets play pivotal parts as symbols of power and honor, defeat and vulnerability. In the Mandalorian, this helmet plays a leading role. A whole new range of motives, reactions, and emotions are conveyed in its enigmatic character as he begins to question the system he's fighting for. That's the kind of epic Star Wars storytelling we love. That's pretty dope. Okay, let me see. Oh, so it's telling me what... Literally, I have no idea what this is. Oh, is this like a little tool? Oh, it is a tool. Where was this at? Is this in a bag? Oh, it's right here. It's right here. I see it. Oh, okay. I can use this tool to press things in and pop things off. That's cool. Good to know. I had no idea. Is this your first Lego set? Yeah, bro. This is my first Lego set. I've never done anything Lego before. This is the first time, bro. Okay, so one is supposed to look like this when it's done. This is the first bag. It's supposed to look like this once we get done with it. All right, so let me get I need something to hold this up. I want to just be able to blam. Something like that, you know? It's not going to work out, though. Okay. Let's see. Where's that piece in here? Yeah, it's that one. Yeah.
apprentice and continues the Sith Order in the
Okay.
shadows, planning to grow their influence in the Force and galactic
God.
politics over the course
We'll
of
just leave it
generations.
down like
In the
that.
wake of the Sith Wars, the planetary
Guess
alliance
to take
is
bricks off,
reformed
but nobody
into an
really
official
uses
government
it.
called the
LOL.
Galactic
You can
Republic,
start with
setting
bag
its
one.
capital
That's
on
where the
Coruscant.
instructions start at.
Four
and just
Jedi
keep
Masters
going in order
construct a
of
great
bags.
Jedi temple
It
on
tells
top of
you
the
how
Sith
to
shrine,
open the
hoping
hex.
to
Okay, good
eliminate
know.
its dark
Thank you, bro.
influence.
Thank you,
The
bro.
new temple
I
replaces
appreciate you,
Ossus
Keith.
as the headquarters of the Jedi Order and
All right,
strengthens the
let's bust
relationship
that
between the
open.
Force
Pause.
users and the
And then we'll
Republic.
grab this.
After Tar Vizsla's
And we
death,
need to
his
grab
Darksaber is
two.
kept by the Jedi until other members of the Mandalorian clan Vizsla infiltrate
Oh.
the Jedi Temple and reclaim
we'll
it.
put that little
The blade
bag over
becomes an
there for
heirloom
right
and
now.
symbol of power for
Keep
their
our
family.
trash over here.
The Republic grows for centuries, welcoming new
are
member
these
worlds,
pieces
including
sorted?
Naboo.
Oh, okay. Hold on, I gotta get a little nerdy real quick,
Video
man.
creators, I just found a software that color grades for you. So I came across Imagine AI, which
I'm telling you. everything
Republic
there.
Pathfinder teams of Jedi and hyperspace prospectors map
Okay,
new
let's get
hyperspace
these
lanes,
together.
improving travel, communication, and safety across the Outer Rim. The Jedi established several outposts across the galaxy. This period becomes known as the High Republic. A Pathfinder team, including 2 Jedi named Porter Ingle and Barash Sylvain, broker a difficult
Those.
ceasefire on the war-torn planet Ganzavor. The experience leads Barash to doubt her interpretations of the will
Nah,
of the Force, and she takes about a step away from the Jedi Order until she finds her confidence once again.
Bro, you know what I mean?
On Takodana, a young Jedi Padawan named Sav Malagon runs away from her Jedi temple seeking adventure with the pirate queen Maz Kanata as she and her crew fight against a rival gang. A treasure hunter and hyperspace prospector named Radikaz Dobbs discovers Sophros during his explorations in the Outer Rim. There he finds and takes a Shrieker egg. He strands the rest of his Pathfinder team on the planet Gloam and seeks a buyer for his strange new relic. He finds one on the planet Dalna in the form of the Mother, the leader of a cult called the Path of the Open Hand, whose members believe the Force should not be used by groups like the Jedi. She recruits Dobbs to her cause and takes the egg, which hatches into a horrifically hungry Nameless. When two Jedi come to investigate the path, the creature feeds off of their life energy, transforming them into husks. A Jedi named Aslan Rel begins to investigate their disappearance. The neighboring planets of Irem and Arano experience generations of war. Although they are not members of the Republic, Jedi and politicians lead peace talks which conclude with a political marriage between the next generation of rulers. The signing of a treaty is proudly announced to be held on Jeddah during the world's Festival of Balance. Two members of the Path, cousins named Marta and Yana Ro, take up leadership positions in the cult. Marta becomes a spiritual guide, and Yana gains control over the Nameless, which comes to be known as the Leveler. The Mother, the Rose, and several other members of the Path head to Jeddah under the guise of joining the Convocation of the Force, a group of various Force religions who gather to share and discuss their philosophies. The Herald of the Path demands the Convocation disband, and when he is denied, he incites a riot and sets the Leveler loose in the Holy City, which spreads fear, panic, and death throughout the crowd. The Mother also sabotages the peace talks of Irem and Arano, sparking further conflict between the two worlds. During the riot, the Herald and Yana find and steal one of the ancient Ptolemite rods that will allow them to better control the Leveler. Marta Ro and several members of the Path of the Open Hand follow the hyperspace trail of Radikaz Dobbs and travel to Sophros. They collect more Nameless eggs and barely escape with their lives. Several Jedi and the two newly married rulers of Irem and Arano travel to Dalna to investigate the Path of the Open Hand and their intentions. They are attacked by cult members now calling themselves the Path of the Closed Fist after Marta takes control of the group from the Mother. The Leveler and several newly hatched creatures like it feed on more Jedi. The Battle of Dalna is bloody and both sides are met with heavy losses. The armies of Irem and Arano join forces to provide reinforcements and defeat the Path. Marta kills the Mother and drowns most of the Shrieker. She escapes Dalna along with the Leveler and a handful of surviving members of the Path.
Are you like damn near speed running? You like, hold on, bro.
Agree to keep the mysterious creature's existence a secret until they can learn more about them. They do so with the blessing of the Grand Master of the Order, Yoda. After witnessing the horror of the Shrieker during the battle, Aslan Rel begins to lose his mind and leaves the Jedi Order to investigate the Nameless on his own. A Pathfinder team investigates the mysterious death of a Jedi Master as they explore the Outer Rim.
Boom, look at that.
Although the Republic is largely at peace, local and planetary disputes continue to erupt in the ever-expanding frontier.
Oh my goodness,
the Jedi
bro.
Council
You the
receives a
Lego
distress
guy
call from the
then.
planet Turok,
All
where
right,
raiders are attacking a small village. Yoda travels there and
okay.
lives among its native people until he helps the two civilizations find peace. Irem and Arano maintain their tense relationship until a criminal syndicate kidnaps royals from each planet. Both worlds request assistance from the Jedi Order. When the situation is resolved, Irem and Arano finally settle their differences and begin working more closely with the Republic. A droid named Ajax Sigma breaks free of his programming, becoming a droid revolutionary. He kills thousands of organics in a quest to emancipate more droids until the Jedi defeat him and remove his neural core. Over time, Marta Ro's Path of the Closed Fist evolves into a group of marauders calling themselves the Nile. They are led by her descendant, Asgar Ro, who kidnaps a Force-sensitive woman named Mari Santeca. She is able to use her powers to find secret hyperspace paths through the galaxy that the Nile utilize through special hyperdrives they call path engines. On the planet Alaris Prime, two Jedi Padawans named Ty Yorick and Cleus Teradine sneak into a dark side shrine. Inside, Cleus is possessed and attacks Ty, who accidentally kills him in self-defense. She flees the Jedi Order in fear of retribution. A planet in the mid-rim called Quinn is ecologically damaged by heavy mining for precious minerals. The Jedi lead what comes to be known as the Great Renewal, purifying the seas and skies, revitalizing the dying world. Chancellor Lina So begins a series of projects to improve the Republic that she calls the Great Works. One of them is the preservation of the planet At-Aten, home of a Republic mint. It is hidden behind a protective barrier, and its location is a closely guarded secret. Another great work is the construction of a space station called Starlight Beacon, meant to improve communications and outreach in the galactic frontier, inviting systems into the constantly growing Republic. Their expansion is resisted by the Nile, who are now led by Asgaro's son, Markion. The Nile are able to weaponize hyperspace thanks to Mari Santeca's paths. Using her abilities, they cause the destruction of a Republic transport ship as it travels through hyperspace. Its debris emerges into real space across the galaxy at terrible speeds, threatening the lives of countless Outer Rim citizens. The Jedi heroically save as many people as they can, and the Jedi Master Avar Kriss becomes a symbol of hope. The debris is eventually contained, but the event comes to be known as the Great Disaster. In the midst of the chaos in the Outer Rim, Markion takes several hostages, including a Jedi Master named Loden Greatstorm. On the planet Kobo, a Jedi Knight named Dagan Gera learns to navigate through a nearby nebula called the Kobo Abyss. On the other side, he finds a paradise world he names Tanalor. But after the Nile attack, the Jedi Council abandons the planet, infuriating Gera. He is injured when he attacks his fellow Jedi, who leave him in a back-to-tank on Kobo while they are forced to flee. A group of Padawans under the tutelage of Yoda stop a Nile invasion on the planet Trimant 4, home to the few surviving members of the Path of the Open Hand. There they discover and take in a young Force-sensitive girl named Zine, who has been keeping her abilities a secret. Her supposed betrayal leads her best friend Crix to join the attacking Nile. Markion also abducts an Elder of the Path named Tromac, who leads Rode to his ancestors' long-lost weapon, the Leveler. Armed with one of the control rods, he plans to use the creature against the Jedi. Suspecting the Nameless from Dalna have returned, Yoda begins investigating their origins on his own. The Nile bomb a Republic transport, stranding the young Jedi Knight Vernestra Rwoh, her Padawan Emery, and a young crystal researcher named Avon Staros on a nearby planet until they can be rescued. Hyperlanes are temporarily closed for safety, which strands Padawan Reath Silas and a few other Jedi in the ancient Amaxine space station. Believing the Sith statues to be a threat, the Jedi remove them.
Once you get
inadvertently
one, it
awakening
needs
the
friends.
Drindir.
What can I
The
say?
Nile
Hey,
ally
I
themselves
feel
with the
that. I
creatures,
feel
spreading their spores across
that.
the Outer Rim to keep the Jedi occupied and distracted. Their attempts to stop the Dringir lead them into a tenuous partnership with the Hutt cartel, who are also under attack from the carnivorous
It's mostly
plants.
Star Wars,
A
and
Hutt
yeah, with
named
every
Jabba
bag
attempts
open,
to
the
sabotage
little
the
and the
Alliance for
big
his
at the
own
same
gain, but
time,
his
because
plot
you'll
is
need both
discovered
at the
and
same
stopped
time.
by the
Okay,
Padawan
good to
students
know,
of
good to
Yoda.
know.
With the help
Good
of the
to know,
Hutts, the
brother.
Jedi are able to track down the
'Cause I
Dringir
definitely
homeworld,
didn't
and their
know.
great progenitor is captured and placed in stasis on board Starlight Beacon, putting all the other Dringir across the galaxy back into a deep slumber. Ty
I
Yorick
was
works
thinking
as
like,
a
oh, bro,
monster
we
hunting
probably don't
saber
need
for
to
hire.
have
On a
these
job, she
at
begrudgingly
once. You know
takes
what
on a
I'm
partner,
saying?
a Force-sensitive named Druin. Chancellor So holds a Republic
Yeah,
fair
I
on the
should have
planet
had
Ballo,
this
inviting
here
citizens
before,
across the Outer
this
Rim to
barrier.
share their cultures with one another. The Nile mount a devastating
'Cause I was
strike on the
just
fair.
losing stuff.
Countless lives are lost,
big
and a
hands.
state-of-the-art science vessel called the Innovator is scuttled and sinks to the bottom of Lake Lanisa on the planet. Stellan Geos becomes a new
Okay.
symbol for the Jedi as he valiantly
Next step.
defends Lena So. A Padawan
These
named
go
Ram Jomaran
away.
uses his mechanical expertise to re-establish jammed communications, turning the tide of the battle. The Jedi regroup and track the Nile back to their base, launching a counter-assault where Loden Greatstorm is
Okay.
being held. He is
And then
rescued, but
this
Markion
goes
unleashes
on
the
one of
Leveler, which
these.
turns the Jedi Master to dust.
the
Markion and the
end
rest
of
of the
it.
Nile retreat in the confusion. He sacrifices the lives of many of his soldiers to rediscover Sophros, where he is able to capture more Shriekeray.
And then I
A
need
Jedi
2 of
investigator named
these,
Imrit Kafdor joins forces with a private eye named Sean Holt to learn more about Loden's
and
death.
the black
Vernestra,
flat
Emery, and
one.
Reath team up to investigate reports of a
with
new
the
Nile weapon called the
bumps.
Gravity's Heart that can
Or is
disrupt
that
the use of
green?
hyperspace.
Oh, that's-
They
that
discover
one
a
looks
space
right.
station where Vernestra meets Mari
This one.
Santeca, who
These
gives the
two.
Jedi one final hyperspace path before dying. The Jedi and the Republic then destroy the Gravity's Heart. Zine
I'm
grows
putting
close with Lula
this-
Talisola, one of the Padawans that saved
putting
her
the
from
little
Trimant 4.
grays
On Takodana, they fight the Nile alongside Maz Kanata and Sav
on the
Malagon, who is
black.
now a Jedi Master. One of Markion
Also,
Rowe's
another
top
thing is
lieutenants,
at the end
Lorna
of
D,
every
is
bag, there's
captured
gonna
by
be
the
a couple
Republic.
extra
They
parts, so you don't
mistakenly come
stress
to
when there's
believe that
extra.
she is the leader of the Nile
Oh,
and
okay,
pursue
okay,
her
cool,
across
cool,
the
cool.
galaxy when she
Good
escapes
to know, 'cause
custody.
I definitely
Avar
was
Kriss
stressing,
becomes
brother.
obsessed with her capture. She sends the newly promoted Jedi Knight Keeve Trinnis
Okay,
undercover within
and
Nile ranks to
now
find
this
Lorna, but
goes
she is
on
exposed to the
here.
Leveler, which nearly kills her. Avon Staros is kidnapped by the Nile and brought to Dalna. She is forced to use her knowledge of crystals to engineer a natural disaster to distract the Jedi from a larger attack. She attempts to sabotage
Okay.
their efforts until she is saved by Vernestra, but the
What's
planet still
next?
suffers catastrophic damage. The Republic uses a new luxury starliner called the Halcyon to tow Starlight Beacon through hyperspace to Dalna to offer relief.
Okay,
Lula is
now-
given command of a mission to the planet Dalhar Hyde, where she, Zine, and the other Padawans successfully capture Crix. Lula is offered knighthood, but her developing relationship with Zine prevents her from accepting. After a long hunt for Lorna D, Avar Kriss nearly
I wonder how
kills
many
the Nile
people stopped
lieutenant,
being
but is
Jedis
pulled
'cause they
back
couldn't
from the
have,
brink of
you know,
darkness
like a
by Keeve.
girlfriend.
They capture Lorna
I
and
was
take
like, hey,
her back
bro,
to Starlight
I
Beacon
believe
for
in all of
questioning.
this.
A Nile
but-
scientist named Dr. Uttersond attempts to sell
It's
one
a
of the
sausage
nameless
fest, bro.
creatures
Well,
on the
it's
black
not.
market,
I
but
guess
he
it's
is
not a
caught by
sausage fest,
Emmerich
'cause there
and
are
Sean.
females, but you
He
know what I'm saying?
explains
Like,
that
I can't-
Shrieker Ray
I just gotta be
translates
lonely
to
my whole
Eaters of the
life.
Force.
And they're
With
like, you
this
won't
new
be lonely.
information,
You'll
they
have the
also
Force.
head to
Like
Starlight
Big Dog.
Beacon.
You know
The
that's not
space
what I
station
meant.
travels from system to system in the
Okay,
Outer
we
Rim,
have one of
offering aid to
these,
struggling worlds.
two
A team of Nile
oranges,
are able to sneak
and
aboard
one
with the countless
flat.
refugees, where they
We're gonna
release
put the
several
flat
Shrieker
on
Ray.
this
As the
end.
Jedi fall victim to their attacks, the Nile also sabotage Starlight Beacon so that it
Oh,
begins
4
falling
oranges,
toward the planet
excuse me.
below, Irem. Avar,
put
Keeve,
the
Emmerich,
flat
and
on
Shion all
here.
dock with the station, rescuing as
And then
many
this
people
goes
as
in
they
the
can, as
middle.
well as recovering samples
Oh.
from one of the Nameless. Many Jedi are killed in the disaster, but Stellan
This
Geo
goes in the
sacrifices
middle.
his life to ensure Starlight Beacon
then
does
we're gonna
not
do a
crash into any of
L-shaped
Irem's
thing
cities.
here.
Lorna D takes the chance to escape once again.
And then
On
another
Corellia, Reith and
L-shaped
Ram
thing
thwart Nile
here.
agents who attempt to steal Corellian-built ships so they can attack any reinforcements sent to offer aid on Irem. After the
Boom.
fall of Starlight Beacon, Avar
We're doing
reunites
pretty
with her
good
old
right
friend
now.
and romantic interest, the Jedi Master Elzar Mann, who is racked
Okay, we're
with
gonna need
feelings of
2
guilt over
gray
Stellan's death.
flats.
Instead of staying with him, Avar heads off to continue fighting the Nile. Yoda returns from his
2 gray
investigation with
flats,
Aslan
and
Rel,
then
who has
2 of
lived
the
long
black
past his
dots.
natural lifespan after falling to the dark side. The Jedi Order is recalled from the Outer Rim back to
Technically, you can
Coruscant to
crack, you
assess the
just
growing
can't be
danger of the Nile
attached.
and the Shrieker Ray.
I guess
In
it's a
their
good point,
absence,
'cause that's what
Marchion sets
Obi-Wan
up a
did,
network of
right?
devices
Obi-Wan
called storm seeds,
definitely
created
cracked.
from the research done on the gravity's heart. These new inventions destroy any ship attempting to enter Nile territory. Marchion announces his intent to take control of whatever piece of the galaxy he pleases, having proven that
Obi-Wan
neither the Republic
definitely
nor the Jedi
cracked.
can stop him. Avar Kriss and
Did I do
several
that
other
right?
Jedi who defied the recall to Coruscant are stuck behind the storm wall in enemy territory.
Oh,
It becomes
oh.
known as the Occlusion Zone, where dangerous scav droids are
Wait.
set loose to attack and destroy any ship without Nile clearance. The Jedi Council activates the Guardian
What?
protocols in response to Marchion Ro's aggression. These rules accelerate combat training for younglings, promote Padawans at an earlier age, and generally prioritize fighting the Nile above all other Jedi duties. The Republic works closely with the Jedi to find a way to break through the storm wall. On Eriadu, near the border of the Occlusion Zone, Lula decides to leave
Wait,
the
how the
Jedi
hell
Order
did
to
I
be
do
with
this?
Zine, but continues to fight alongside her friends. Ram Jomaram is trapped on Valo behind the storm wall. There he takes 3 Jedi younglings under his wing. Together they travel to the bottom of Lake Lanisa, retrieving the Innovator and its bounty of medical supplies before it can fall into Nile hands.
Oh, is that
Marchion
what I-
Ro begins bad faith negotiations with the Republic to be recognized as a sovereign territory of space. When they are rejected, the Nile
I
expand
see.
the
I
storm
messed up.
wall,
I messed
greatly
up.
increasing the size of the Occlusion Zone. From behind enemy lines, Avar Kriss steals a Nile ship and is able to pilot back into Republic territory. Eriadu becomes trapped behind the storm wall, confining Zine, Lula, and their friends in Nile space. Ram calls upon them as reinforcements, and they successfully liberate Valo, but their enemies set their sights on Eriadu. A nefarious scientist named Baron Bulin begins experimenting on the Nameless and captures Force-sensitive
Oh,
beings to
wait.
convert them into children of the
No,
storm
yeah, I
by
did
injecting
that.
them with the blood of the Shrieker Ray. Vernestra Ro and some allies kidnap a Nile dignitary who actually aids them in crossing into the Occlusion Zone. There they discover a terrible blight that appears to petrify entire worlds. Dissenters within the Nile help Vernestra and her friends, and they are able to begin smuggling
Did I
people
mess up
back into
already?
Republic territory. Ty
No,
York
'cause
thwarts
that's
Baron
there.
Bulin's attempted kidnapping of a young Force-sensitive girl named Aline Castana, and Druin rescues
Double.
Chancellor Lina So's son from assassination.
Yellows.
They are delivered back to Coruscant, and Aline is taken into the Jedi Order. Keeve Trinnis is
Yeah,
promoted
those
to the
are
rank of Master
there.
and fights the Nile on the edge of the Occlusion Zone until she learns
Okay.
that her master, Skier, is stuck behind the storm wall. She steals a Nile ship and heads into enemy territory to rescue him. With the surprising help of Lorna D, they not only successfully
speaking?
rescue Skier and a handful of other Jedi, but they also capture Baron Bulin.
Gotta
Meanwhile,
be
a friend of the
tweaking.
Jedi named Crash infiltrates a Republic prison planning to assassinate Crix. Instead, she breaks him
Oh.
out when she learns that he hopes to betray and
There
murder
we
Marchion
go.
Ro.
There we go.
Crix dies
Okay.
in a failed
I
assassination
got it
attempt
now.
shortly after.
And then this
Both the
goes
Jedi
here.
and the Nihil investigate the mysterious blight. Marchion
Alright,
learns
we're
that
back,
the
we're
ancient
back.
rods that control
Get
the Nameless
Fisto,
also
yes,
give him
sir.
immunity to this new sickness and proclaims that only he can save the galaxy from this threat. Wreath Silas begins his
Bro,
own
Star Wars
research
lore
into
is
the blight
amazing,
with the
isn't it?
enigmatic help
If
of
you're unsure where
Aslan
to put
Rel,
something,
and
you can
discovers
count
that
the
it's also
studs
begun
that
spreading
aren't
from the
covered
old
until
Sith
the
shrine
edge of
underneath the Jedi
piece.
temple.
You're
The
putting
Jedi
something
use the
on
Force to
help
hold the
gauge
blight
it.
at bay,
That-
while
oh,
Wreath
okay,
learns
that's
of the
kind of what I
Terrorites,
did
their
just
first
now, because I was
encounters
like,
with
this
the
isn't
Nameless,
right,
and
and
the
then I was
control
looking, and
rods
then I
they
was
made
I was
using
like,
the
what
Echo
in the
Stones.
world?
He
I
investigates
got it
old
now,
legends
though.
surrounding the Echo Stones in hopes of finding
So
another control
now-
rod the Jedi can use to combat Marchion Ro and the
Yeah,
Nameless.
because now I
Wreath
take
recovers
these.
the Rod of
Boom,
Ages
there
on the
we go.
planet Barovia.
Now I take these.
Several
put this
Jedi
here,
younglings
and
join a
then
rescue
put
mission to
these.
save a missing Republic Defense Coalition team.
W
They
this.
are attacked
Come
by the
in for the
Nameless,
save
but are able to
again.
capture 3 of the
And then I
creatures
put
in isolation
this.
aboard the Innovator and take them back to Coruscant
Yo,
for
my hands
study.
are so big.
Avar Kriss and Elzar Mann
It's
deepen
kind
their
of
relationship,
driving me
accepting their
crazy.
love for one
Okay,
another without
there we go.
attachment or control.
There
Yoda is able
we
to connect with the
go.
Shrieker and understand that they long for their home. Imri earns the rank of Jedi Knight and takes on a Padawan of his own. Together, they help stop the Nihil scav droids attacking innocent ships trapped behind the storm wall. While relief efforts continue on Irem, citizens begin to mysteriously vanish. The Jedi learn that the Great Progenitor has survived
Okay.
the destruction of Starlight Beacon and lives in the wreckage
So
at the
we
bottom of the ocean world.
are now
The
moving on
Dringir
to
awaken
step
again,
8.
but appear to be desperate to flee the spreading blight. The Jedi offer them the use
Step
of the
8
Innovator,
is
and in
grabbing
exchange,
2 of
they
these
leave
pieces.
Irem peacefully. They are drawn to
If I'm not
Kashyyyk, the homeworld of the
mistaken.
Wookiees.
And then
The
these
blight
are
appears
going to
there
be
as well, but
upside
several Jedi are
down.
able to connect with a grove of Force-sensitive Rocher trees, which give off a pulse
On
of light
both
side energy that
sides.
heals the blight on Kashyyyk and
And then
pacifies
we're
the
gonna take a
Dringir for
long
good.
gray,
In the rest of the
put this
galaxy,
down
the blight
here.
spreads exponentially. A team of Jedi travel to Sophros using the hyperspace path Vernestra was given by Mari Santeca. They plan to return the captured Shrieker to their
Okay.
home in hopes of healing the
Step
galaxy.
10, chat. We're
Marchion
moving
Ro
along.
also
Let's
returns to
go.
Sophros to stop the Jedi so the blight can
Let's
continue its
go.
spread. As a
be
distraction,
taking
he sends
forever,
most of his
but it's
forces to
pretty dope.
Eriadu to begin an all-out assault. Lula and
Who's my
Zine
favorite
get
Star
married
Wars
just as the Battle of
character,
Eriadu
Keith?
begins. The fight is bloody, but in a
I
shocking
would have
move,
to say my
Marchion
favorite
remotely
Star
brings
Wars
down the storm wall,
character
allowing the Republic
is-
Navy to
I
arrive and
really
destroy
like
the
Darth
Nile.
Maul, man.
On
I really like
Sophros,
Darth.
the Jedi
Like
defeat
canon
and
Star
capture
Wars
Marchion and
character,
meet
like
the
it would have to
Shrieker
be
in their
like
natural state.
Darth
On their
Maul,
homeworld, their hunger for the
Ahsoka,
Force is sated, and
and
they help keep balance across the galaxy. After many of them were
I like
taken
Cal
away and
Kestis
killed,
too, but I'll
balance
go
was lost, and the
Obi-Wan.
blight appeared.
like
Avar
oh,
Kriss and
like
Elzar
those are the
Mann
big
decide
three
to
for
stay
me.
on
I mean,
Sophros
Vader is
to heal the
obvious.
balance
You
until
know what
the
I mean?
Shrieker can
Like
recover.
Vader is obvious,
remaining
but
Jedi return
like
home.
to me he's
The
so
blight
obvious that I
recedes and
don't say
peace
him.
is
You know what I
restored.
mean? But
The galaxy
Darth
heals and
Maul-
celebrates, but Keith
Darth
Trinnis
Maul's my
leaves the
guy,
Jedi
bro.
Order,
Like, I
seeing
love
how
Darth
quickly
Maul.
and
I love
easily
the
they
new show they
abandon
did
their
for him as
principles
well.
in the face of
But
conflict.
Darth
Marchion
Maul,
Ro is imprisoned alone in a space station crewed by speechless
Ahsoka
droids.
is pretty
He
dope.
eventually dies there, alone and forgotten.
Cal, I like Cal Kestis a
Vernestra Ro
lot.
joins Ty Yorick and a new Jedi Knight named Indara, looking into rumors of a lightsaber nullifying device. They find and destroy it.
There's so many
Indara
Star
joins
Wars
a group of
characters.
Jedi investigating
My favorite
the sun
like
and a
Legends
mysterious
character
recovery
though
of the
gotta be
planet
Starkiller,
Grimdock after
baby.
it was
Like,
struck
I
by
love
debris during the
Starkiller,
Great
bro.
Disaster. There they
I
find
can't believe we
divergence in the
didn't get to
Force
see
in the
more
form of two young
Starkiller.
twin
I know
sisters
why,
named May
you know
and
what I
Osha,
mean?
whose births
But,
were manipulated
brother,
by
I
a
would
coven
love
of
to
witches.
see more Starkiller.
During their investigation, a Jedi named Sol
I
murders
just started
the
the
coven
Maul
leader and
show
the mother
last
of the
night.
twins.
It's
The
great
rest
so
of the
far,
witches
bro.
are
It's
accidentally
amazing
killed,
so
and
far,
only
for
Osha
real.
is thought to survive. The entire
we're
incident is blamed
watching-
on May.
we
Feeling
watched the
immense
first
guilt,
half
Sol
of
takes
Maul,
Osha as his Padawan
here on
learner.
the channel.
She
We did, like, a
struggles as
watch
Sol's
party
apprentice
for
for
it.
10 years, but cannot get over her grief and leaves the Jedi Order. Sol takes on a new apprentice named Jeki Lon. She and a fellow Padawan named Yord Fandar take part in a ceremonial battle on the planet Selene. Their participation helps encourage the world to join the Republic. 16 years after her supposed death, May reveals herself to the Jedi by assassinating Indara and the other Jedi responsible for the murder of her family. She becomes an acolyte of the Sith, who have remained hidden through the rule of two for nearly 9 centuries. May follows the teachings of a man simply known as the Stranger. Osha is pulled into the murder
Okay, so we
investigation,
gotta
joining
put
Sol
this
and several
here.
other Jedi. When they discover the Stranger, most of them are killed, including Yord and Jeki. Osha learns that Sol killed her mother and lied about her sister. She falls to the dark side and kills her former master, becoming a new
Who's your favorite
acolyte
Star
to the
Wars
stranger.
character, Keep?
May's memories are erased, and she
I
is
still have
taken
to
into
finish
custody by
Small.
the
We're
Republic.
probably gonna do
The
a
deaths
Maul
of the
stream
Jedi
soon.
are covered up by Vernestra Rowe, and the blame is placed on Sol. The Sith Order remains hidden, and the events lead to the Republic believing they should have more
these are
control
double
over the
stacks
actions of the
for the
Jedi.
red.
The
Another AI commercial, bro. I'm telling you, it never ends.
The pirate Tak Rinid finds At-Atin but crashes his ship, the Onyx Cinder, on the planet, killing everyone on board. As the Galactic Republic's golden age comes to an end, Yoda takes a new Padawan named Dooku.
Anyone else in
Dooku
chat, let
befriends a
us know
fellow
who's your
student
favorite
named
Star Wars
Sifo Dyas who
character.
has visions in the Force. One warns of a deadly solar storm on the planet Protobranch. The Jedi Council declines to
Okay.
act on the vision,
And then we
which comes
flip
true,
this
and countless
around.
lives are lost. Lean Castana takes
Okay,
Sifo
then we
Dyas
add
as her
2 more
apprentice and
here.
trains him to reach the rank of Jedi Knight. After becoming a knight himself,
those
Dooku
going
takes on a Padawan
outside.
learner named Qui-Gon Jinn. Together they research the prophecies of ancient Jedi
Orange
mystics.
flats.
A Jedi Padawan named Mace Windu travels with his master Sislin Mur to the planet Mathis, where they arrest a man taking advantage of the locals by masquerading as a Jedi.
Flip this
Dooku and
back
Qui-Gon are
around
sent on a mission to
again.
rescue the kidnapped son of a galactic senator. They soon learn that the kidnappers
wait.
are simply being mistreated by a corrupt leader. Dooku defends them from the senator and nearly kills him, but is stopped by his Padawan. They are later sent to the planet Sensara to stop outlaws from
this.
terrorizing its citizens. Qui-Gon attempts to negotiate with the bandits, but Dooku escalates tensions,
this
resulting
right?
in the slaughter of the criminals. A lone survivor named Davros Hex swears to get revenge. The latest Sith apprentice, Darth Sidious, kills his master, Darth Plagueis, in his sleep. Sidious is publicly known as Sheev Palpatine, the senator for the planet Naboo. Asajj Ventress is born on the planet Dathomir, which is ruled by a coven of witches called Night Sisters. Their leader, Mother Talzin, gives Asajj up to a pirate named Halstead in exchange for their safety. Qui-Gon Jinn is granted the rank of Jedi Knight and is assigned a Padawan named Obi-Wan Kenobi. Mace Windu is sent on a mission to recover a formula for hyperfuel that could prove disastrous if taken by the galaxy's criminal syndicates. A young Duros named Colby joins a group of criminals to survive, leaving behind
think
his
I was
friend
right.
Nero to be arrested. Dooku and Mace Windu are sent to Raxus Secundus to recover the body of a murdered Jedi Master. Dooku exceeds the Council's mandate and investigates her death, learning that, again,
am
the
I-
senator of the
am I
planet has
shit?
been lining his own pockets at the expense of the people he represents. The Jedi capture and imprison the murderers, but Dooku sympathizes with their fight against corrupt leadership. Upon his return to Coruscant,
keep,
Dooku is
man.
passed over for a seat on the Jedi Council, which is instead given to Mace. The Jedi Knight Kai Narek kills Halstead. Recognizing Asajj Ventress's strength in the Force, he begins training her as his Padawan. Dooku peacefully leaves the Jedi Order and takes up his family title of Count of Sereno, becoming one of the most wealthy men in the galaxy. He is allowed to keep his lightsaber and visit the Jedi Temple whenever he wishes. He is approached by Darth Sidious, who offers him power through the dark
There
side to
we
continue his
go.
fight against corruption in the Republic. Dooku begins working with the Sith Lord. Somewhere in the Outer Rim, a slave named Shmi Skywalker gives birth to a son she names Anakin. He is conceived purely through the will of the cosmic force.
All right, thanks for that counting
Nero
the dots,
Duros
bro.
becomes
I
a
just did
lawman
that.
and kills
I
the
actually
mentor of
counted
his
the
old
dots
friend
right
Colby.
now, and
Colby
it helped
seeks
a lot.
revenge but is
'Cause I
betrayed
was
by
like,
his
wait,
girlfriend
something's
Aaron and is
incorrect here.
arrested. Obi-Wan Kenobi struggles to learn under Qui-Gon Jinn. He and his master prepare for a mission to the planet
Yeah.
Lenara, but when Qui-Gon doesn't show up, Obi-Wan decides to set out on his own. There he rescues a group of stranded teenagers, and the rebellious act gains the admiration
Okay,
of his
now
teacher.
we're cooking with
The
Crystal,
Mandalorian
baby.
people experience civil war as Duchess Satine Kryze attempts to shift her people's culture from
Okay,
violence
so now
into
this
pacifism.
Is this way we need the
A militant group called
triangles.
Death Watch hopes to assassinate the
Triangles
Duchess, so
go
Qui-Gon and
here.
Obi-Wan
What
are
the hell?
tasked with her protection. They live on the run for a year, and Obi-Wan and Satine develop romantic feelings for one another. But when the Mandalorian
Hey, we
Civil
were just
War
talking
comes
about
to an end,
this.
they go back to their separate lives. A Jedi Master named Eno Cordova and his Padawan, Seer Junda, are sent to the planet Ontotho to settle a dispute between the locals and an interloping corporation. There, Cordova first encounters the remains of a mysterious Force-using species called the Zepho, sparking an obsession
Oh,
that
and
he
then we need
follows
the
after
L,
Seer is elevated to the
gray L
rank of Jedi
piece.
Knight. Qui-Gon is offered a seat
here.
on the Jedi Council, which would require him to pass Obi-Wan to another Jedi Master. But a successful mission to the planet Pyjal proves they are a good team, and Jin receives a vision that convinces him the Jedi prophecies he studied with Dooku are true. He turns down the offer to join the Council to remain with Obi-Wan more actively serving the galaxy. Darth
Yeah,
Sidious
for
meets
sure.
Mother Talzin on Dathomir and
They
takes
played
her
hide
son
the
Maul as
lightsaber,
his
you
Sith
dig?
apprentice. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan work with a member of a dark side cult called the Brotherhood of the Ninth Door to retrieve and destroy an ancient, powerful, and dangerous dark side relic. The Sinsaran survivor Davros Hex begins to stalk Qui-Gon, seeking revenge against the man he blames for the slaughter of his people. He is nearly successful, but Qui-Gon meets with him, apologizes for his role in Davros' suffering, and convinces the man to let go of his need for revenge. At the age of 3, Anakin and his mother become the property of a junk dealer named Watto on the remote desert world Tatooine. On the planet Sheely, a baby Togruta named Ahsoka is born. At the age of 1, she illustrates her Force sensitivity through her connection with nature. Darth Sidious takes his apprentice to Malachor, where Maul witnesses the history of the Sith and is instilled with an intense desire for revenge against the Jedi. Kai Narek is killed by raiders, and Asajj Ventress uses the dark side to exact her revenge.
Those line up.
A highly skilled Mandalorian
Here
bounty hunter
and
named
here.
Jango Fett is hired to recover a stolen relic from the planet Glian Selm. He learns the theft was part of a plot to throw the planet into war and
missing
destabilize the Republic, a fact he keeps to himself.
Okay,
His
now we get
skills
the
and
red
discretion
C,
are noted by the
red
Sith.
L.
Colby, who now goes by the name
that
Cad Bane, is released from
here.
prison. He hunts down and
Oh,
kills
wait.
Nero, who was raising Cad's son as his own. Bane
We're gonna put a
realizes
gray
this, but leaves the boy
on the
behind.
red L.
When Ahsoka is 3 years old, she is
Small
discovered by the
gray
Jedi Master
flag
Plo
on
Koon,
the
who takes her
red
to train at
L.
the Jedi Temple.
Boom.
Psycho
Yo,
Diaz has a
we're
vision of
moving
galactic
kinda
war
here,
and
yo,
attempts
we're
to warn
moving
his
here.
fellow Jedi. He is taken off the Jedi
We're
Council
moving
and
here.
dismissed as a
Let's see.
warmonger.
We
He
just
takes it
finished
upon
step
himself
14.
to commission Kaminoan cloners to
All
create
right.
an army for the Republic,
keep it
which
going.
catches the attention of Darth Sidious. Dooku orchestrates the death of his old friend at the hand of the Pike Syndicate, and Palpatine
Hey,
takes
this is
control
awesome,
of the developing
actually.
clone
Yo.
army.
I'm having so
Darth
much
Maul
fun
grows
doing
tired
this
of
right
hiding
now.
from the Jedi in the shadows.
Okay,
He
so
seeks
we'll
to
have
test
this
his
like
power
this,
against a
so I see
Padawan
what's
named
facing
Eldra
towards
Cadus.
me.
He duels and kills
Now
her,
let's
leaving
get the
no trail back to the Sith,
10
earning
Ls.
him the praise of his master.
And then the black
We're going to show you
flag.
13 mind-blowing use cases for creators using the new
put
AI
those like
Workspace
that.
2.0 from GenSpark, Silicon
then
Valley's
these
first
go
AI agent
here.
unicorn, so you can make better films and content, all while automating the tasks
Dude.
you don't want to do.
The Jedi Order closes several of the outposts they created during the time of the High Republic. Through that
Too
process, they
wise.
learn that economic trouble once again plagues the planet Quinn. The entire Jedi Council travels there to celebrate the bicentennial of the Grand Renewal and defeat a group of pirates that hope to conquer that area of the Mid-Rim. Darth Sidious orchestrates a blockade of his home planet Naboo at the hands of the Trade
Two
Federation.
greens.
Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi are sent to end the dispute. They rescue Naboo's ruler, Queen Padme Amidala, and are forced to hide on Tatooine, where they meet Anakin Skywalker.
okay.
Believing the young boy to be part of a Jedi prophecy,
Oh,
Qui-Gon
another
arranges for
flag.
Anakin's freedom and takes him back to Coruscant. The Galactic Republic's failure
Yo,
to
we're
diplomatically solve the
cooking.
problems on Naboo reveals
I
the
had no idea
ineffectiveness
it
of
was
the
this
Senate.
simple.
Queen Amidala calls for a vote of no confidence on Supreme Chancellor Finis Valorum, and Sheev Palpatine is elected Chancellor in his place. As
I had no
Sidious's
idea
plans
it was
take
like
shape,
this
Dooku
simple.
visits the Jedi Temple and
Okay,
deletes
so
Kamino
some
from their
small
records to keep the clone
grays.
army a secret. Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan,
these
Anakin, and
blacks
Padme return to
here.
Naboo to remove the blockade by force. The Queen allies her people with the Gungans, repairing their broken relationship to defeat the Trade Federation. Darth Sidious sends Maul to openly
goes
challenge
on
the
the
Jedi, revealing the
outside.
existence of the Sith for the first time in 1,000 years. He kills Qui-Gon Jinn, but is then cut in half by Obi-Wan. The Jedi Council allows Kenobi to take
R.I.P.
Anakin as his
Maul.
Padawan learner, honoring the dying request of Qui-Gon. One of the fallen Jedi Master's missions passes to Mace Windu. He travels to Metagos and helps the planet's citizens rise up against the criminal syndicates that oppress them. Dooku mourns the death of his
Red's
former
on the
apprentice at the hands of Maul and
outside.
confronts Sidious in person. He is followed by the Jedi Master Yaddle, who offers Dooku a chance to return to the light. Instead, he kills
no.
Yaddle and cements his place as the next apprentice to Sidious, Darth Tyrannus. Tyrannus recruits Jango Fett
the
to
Reds
become the
go
genetic template
backwards,
for his
yeah.
secret clone army. As part of his compensation, Jango requests an unaltered clone to raise as a son to carry on his legacy and names him Boba Fett. The Kaminoans also
Awesome.
create a similar clone,
Double
a girl
white.
they name Omega. Anakin trains with Obi-Wan for 3 years, proving to be incredibly gifted in the Force. Supreme Chancellor Palpatine takes an interest in him, mentoring the boy and encouraging his thoughts that the Jedi Order will not allow him to reach his full potential. Skywalker considers leaving the Order, but a mission with Kenobi on the war-torn planet Carnelian 4 convinces him to stay. Shortly after, Anakin is sent on his first solo mission, which requires him to go undercover as a pod racer to investigate the disappearance of a Republic spy. After serving 2 full terms as the Queen of Naboo, Padme Amidala is appointed to represent her planet in the Senate. She and her loyal handmaidens, including her body double Sabe, begin making political allies with other senators like Bail Organa of Alderaan and Mon Mothma of Chandrila. On Tatooine, Shmi Skywalker meets Beru Whitesun, who is part of an anti-slavery movement on the planet. She conspires with her boyfriend
How old did you
Owen
turn
Lars
today,
and his
man?
father
Bro, I
Klieg
finally
Lars to
turned
liberate
30,
Shmi from
bro.
Watto. They are successful, and Shmi marries
I've been
Klieg.
making fun
They
of
begin working
everybody
on a
for
device to
being
help
30,
free
and
more
now
slaves
I'm 30,
across the
bro.
planet.
The
Obi-Wan
big
and
3-0.
Anakin travel to Ryloth to honor the passing of a Twi'lek leader named Tarmid. There they encounter a malevolent spirit
Everybody
called the
thought I was
Nightlander
30
who
my
attempts to
whole
possess
life,
Tarmid's
basically.
granddaughter Dacia so it can feast on the hopes and dreams of the living, but it is banished back to the void by Anakin. The Jedi Master Kit Fisto and his Padawan Nadar Veb travel to the planet Tortoise, where they rescue beings
I'm
on a
officially
sabotaged
the
underwater
big
station
3-0.
and bring the saboteurs to justice. Count Dooku delivers the Raxus Address condemning
give
corruption and
this,
overreach
2
in the
of
Galactic
arms,
Senate and founds the
flag,
Confederacy of Independent
a
Systems.
block,
In what becomes known as the
and
Separatist
this
Crisis,
curvy
thousands of
piece.
systems secede from the Republic. In response, the Senate debates the
grab
creation of an
this,
army and the Military Creation Act.
this on
Padme Amidala
here,
and several other senators strongly oppose the bill.
this.
Dooku sends Jango Fett to assassinate Padme. He fails thanks to Obi-Wan and Anakin, who are assigned as her protectors. Anakin begins having visions of his mother's kidnapping and death, so he and Padme travel to Tatooine to save her. She dies in his arms, and he slaughters her captors in a rage. Obi-Wan tracks
He
Jango
sure
Fett back
did.
to Kamino, where he discovers the existence of the clone army. Amidst growing fear of the Separatists, the Galactic Senate grants
Wait, I
Chancellor
missed a
Palpatine
piece.
emergency powers in a vote led by the Gungan representative Jar Jar Binks of Naboo. The clones are immediately approved for use as the military force of the Republic. The Jedi are given command of the Grand Army of the Republic, and the Clone Wars begin in the Battle of Geonosis. Dooku reveals himself as a Sith in a duel against his old master Yoda. Boba Fett witnesses the death of his father at the hands of Mace Windu. As they spend more time together, Anakin and Padme fall in love and secretly marry. Padme makes contact with the Nemoidians of the Trade Federation in hopes of reaching a diplomatic solution to the conflict. Sabe travels
makes
to
a lot more
Tatooine, where she
sense than
teams
what I
up with the
did.
White Sun anti-slavery network so
That
she can
made
help
a
mass-produce
lot.
the device Shmi created before dying.
Whole life is wild
Anakin
work,
and
bruh.
several other
Bruh,
Padawans
since I was
are promoted
like,
to the rank
for
of
real,
Jedi
since
Knight
I was
to
like
fill
18,
leadership
everybody thought
positions
I
in
was
the
30,
continuing
bro.
war. Many of them, like Ascata Karis, are not ready to serve as Jedi Knights and struggle to follow the Jedi path in the midst of constant violence. A cyborg separatist general named Grievous takes control of droid forces and begins wreaking havoc across the galaxy. He lures Jedi General Bay to the planet Katu, weakening Republic defenses. Bay recognizes the trap and inspires his clones to return to the front lines while he dies confronting and stalling Grievous. The neutral homeworld of the Nemoidians, Cato Nemoidia, is attacked, and Dooku quickly blames the Republic. Obi-Wan and Anakin travel there to
There we
absolve their
go.
government, adjusting to life outside of a teacher-student relationship. They find evidence that suggests a third party is manipulating both sides of the war. During their investigation, they battle a Sith
outside.
assassin, the Night Sister Asajj Ventress, whose powers in the dark side have grown significantly. A Jedi Master
Okay.
named Kelleran Beck meets with Jar Jar Binks to
Boom.
show the negative effects Palpatine's emergency powers are having on the
Here,
planet
we got another
Urabai.
gray.
They rescue a communications
we're
expert
doing the
named
same
Mira
thing
Bridger
again?
from Assassins and decide to use
Yeah,
her
we are.
research to establish a secret radio network to help more
Same
people in
thing
need.
again from the other
The Barsha
direction.
Corporation grows obscenely rich as they develop new weapons of war for the Republic. Jalen Barsha is groomed to take over the
Other
family
direction.
fortune, while his bastard half-brother Slero is mistreated and ignored. On the planet Christophsis, Anakin leads the 501st Clone Legion with the help of a clone captain named Rex. Ahsoka Tano is sent to the battlefront to become Skywalker's Padawan. They work together to rescue Jabba the Hutt's
I was
son,
about to
Rada,
say, I
and
don't
deliver
remember
him
them saying
safely to
anything
Jabba's
about her
palace on
being his
Tatooine.
Padawan yet.
On Kamino, the clone cadets of Domino Squad struggle to bond and complete their combat training.
All right,
They
we just
eventually
finished
succeed
step
thanks to the wisdom of a
23.
rejected clone named 99.
We just finished step
Domino Squad
23.
is sent to guard a Republic station where most of them perish protecting it from Separatist forces. The only two survivors are named Fives and Echo. Mace Windu leads a small Jedi task force to liberate the planet Hisric. One member of the team, Proset Dibbs, realizes the mission is not to protect the lives of Hisric's citizens, but rather to secure its resources. He ignites his lightsaber against Windu, but is defeated. The Jedi Council places Dibbs on probation, keeping him in custody on Coruscant.
Yeah,
A separatist attack on the Jedi Temple is thwarted by the Jedi Master Depa Billaba and a youngling named Caleb Doom. After their victory, she takes him as her Padawan learner. On the planet Ryloth, Mace Windu joins forces with a freedom fighter named Cham Syndulla to defeat droid invaders on the Twi'lek homeworld. Darth Sidious hires Cad Bane to steal a holocron containing a list of Force-sensitive children from the Jedi archives. He then begins kidnapping the children for the Sith Lord, but Anakin and Ahsoka rescue them all. On the planet Malastare, a massive, nearly indestructible creature called a Zillo Beast is unearthed. The Republic captures it, hoping to study its lightsaber-resistant scales, but it escapes and rampages through Coruscant. It is killed, but Palpatine orders its body to be taken to Kamino to be cloned. The Republic discovers plans for a new superweapon in the hands of separatist weapons manufacturers, the Geonosians. Palpatine convinces a small group of engineers to secretly create the weapon for themselves, but the Kyber crystal-powered super laser proves to be a challenging breakthrough. On Seleucami, Rex is injured in battle, but recovers thanks to the help of a clone deserter named Cut Lawquane, who believes he has a greater purpose than being a soldier. Amidst growing concerns that Mandalore will join the Separatists, Obi-Wan is sent to meet with Duchess Satine. There he learns that the leader of Death Watch, Pre Vizsla, has possession of the Darksaber and has allied himself with Dooku, hoping to claim control of Mandalore for himself. But after Obi-Wan thwarts several Death Watch attacks against Satine, Dooku drops his support of Vizsla. Yoda learns of a new Separatist battle droid called a Mega Droid. They are 4 times the size of a human and covered in lightsaber-resistant metal. The Jedi Grand Master and Anakin Skywalker team up to destroy the factories and defeat a single prototype after its activation. Boba Fett infiltrates a group of young clone cadets and seeks revenge on Mace Windu for killing his father. His assassination attempt fails, and he is taken to Republic prison. Fives and Echo return to Kamino to help defend it from Separatist forces under the leadership of Asajj Ventress. Their heroics earn them a promotion to the rank of ARC Trooper, as well as a spot in Anakin's 501st Legion. Padme continues seeking a diplomatic solution to the Clone Wars, working with a Republic-turned-Separatist senator named Mina Bonteri. Ahsoka travels with Padme to the Separatist capital, where she meets Bonteri's son, Lux. Padme and Mina come close to reaching a peace agreement, but Dooku secretly has Bonteri killed and is helped by Palpatine in an attack against the Republic Senate itself to continue the conflict between the two governments. A group of genetically mutated clones called Clone Force 99 take on special assignments for the Republic. Also known as the Bad Batch, they are given a mission to find a stolen list of Republic spies before it can be sold to their enemies. They successfully recover it and are then sent to stop a group of rogue clones from delivering a dangerous experimental device to the Separatists.
Nah, bro, no
bandwagons.
No bandwagons.
And demands Dooku kill her as a test of loyalty.
For basketball, it's
she escapes
Orlando
the attempt on her life and returns to Mother Talzin on Dathomir. Through Night Sister magic, they empower a Night Brother named Savage Press and send him to assassinate Dooku. He fails, and Talzin sends him on a new mission to find
you ain't
Maul,
gotta talk
who
about anybody being asked your whole life, bro. You feel me? I understand.
Obi-Wan and Ahsoka are led to Mortis by the father, who seeks someone to take his place overseeing the balance of power between the son and the daughter. Anakin proves himself strong enough, but all 3 immensely powerful beings destroy one another, and the Jedi return to their own realm. Separatists capture a Republic officer named Wilhuff Tarkin, who has critical data on Republic hyperlanes. Anakin, Ahsoka, and Obi-Wan rescue him, but the clone Echo dies on the mission. Tarkin and Anakin agree that the Jedi may need to sacrifice their principles to win the Clone Wars. The king of the water world Mon Cala is murdered, leaving his young son Lee Char to lead his people. Separatist forces attack the planet during the transition of power, but they are defeated by the clone army reinforced by Gungans, allowing Lee Char to take the throne. On the planet Umbara, the 501st Legion falls under the command of Pong Krell, a Jedi who believes Dooku and the Sith will win the Clone Wars. Hoping to gain their favor, he manipulates clone troopers into battle with one another. Rex is able to stop and arrest Krell, but another
that
clone
episode was
executes him
crazy,
to avenge his fallen
dude.
brothers.
That episode
Lux
was
Bonteri works
crazy.
with
Yo, what's up
Grievous
with
to
the
seek
nugs?
vengeance against Dooku
Thanks for the
the murder
birthday
of
wishes,
his mother.
bro.
He soon learns how far the ruthless
I
Death Watch
appreciate
will
you,
go
G.
to achieve their goals,
Orlando
and
ain't won a
Ahsoka
playoff
rescues him
series
from
since the year
Vizsla's
I was
top
born.
lieutenant,
Damn, bro.
Bo-Katan. The Jedi learn of a plot to
I didn't
assassinate
be like
Chancellor
that,
Palpatine.
man. For real, bro. I
Obi-Wan fakes his
appreciate you,
death and
Nugget. Thanks for
disguises
coming through
himself
and
as
telling
his
it for
supposed
the
killer,
birthday wishes,
keeping the
bro. I
truth from
appreciate
Anakin.
you. I appreciate
In
you,
disguise, Obi-Wan is
Hope you
able
have a
to
good
prevent
day, man.
Palpatine's
Thanks for tuning in.
assassination, but Anakin's trust in his friend and the other members of the Jedi Council is shaken. Dooku sends General Grievous to Dathomir to massacre the Night
Looking
Sisters.
over here.
Ventress
What do I
and
do
Mother Talzin
next?
escape, but most of the witches are
Okay, we
killed.
take 2
Among the
flat
survivors is a
grays.
young woman named Morgan Elsbeth, who
Right,
resolves to
and then we
restore
take
her
the
people
2
through
L
any means
grays.
necessary.
Oh.
Asajj takes up a life of bounty hunting, working alongside Boba Fett, who has escaped Republic prison to carry on his father's legacy.
Having to watch Nicola.
Savage Opress finds Maul mentally and physically broken on the junkyard planet
Hoops
Lotho
and
Minor.
PBJ,
Mother Talzin's
no
magic
hoops is
restores what's
crazy.
left of his body and mind. Maul
Yo,
blames Obi-Wan for his
that's
suffering and
wild,
lures
brother.
the Jedi Master into a trap. Kenobi only escapes thanks to help from Asajj, who happened to be hunting a bounty on Savage. Maul then travels to Florum and the headquarters of a pirate named Hondo Ohnaka. Kenobi chases the 2 Night Brothers there and gravely injures them both with assistance from Ohnaka.
My birthday was Friday.
Maul and Savage barely
What?
escape and are left
Yo,
to drift
happy
through
birthday,
space.
Nugget.
Darth
Yo, I
Sidious
didn't know we
sends
was
Dooku
birthday
to the planet
bros.
Deso to investigate a rumored temple containing a dark side vergence in
Big
the Force.
tourist mob,
Dooku
man.
excavates the temple and hides it on a ship within hyperspace, but informs his master that it's been destroyed. Separatist forces take control of the
Big
planet
tourist
Onderon from its rightful
mob.
king. Guerrilla soldiers led by Lux Bonteri and Saw and Steela Gerrera request aid from the Republic. Anakin, Ahsoka, Obi-Wan, and Rex help them liberate their world, but Steela is killed in the battle. Maul and Savage are
Okay,
rescued
we're
from
moving
deep space
along,
by
chat.
Pre Vizsla. Together they build up an army of criminal syndicates and successfully capture
Another
Duchess Satine,
small-
placing
well, 2
Mandalore under Death
smalls.
Watch control. But Maul kills Vizsla, claiming the Darksaber for himself. Bo-Katan
Turn this
denies the
around.
Outsider's leadership and
We
sends
do
a message
2
to Obi-Wan.
smalls
Kenobi attempts to
stacked.
rescue Satine, but Maul kills
And
her in front of
upside
him as an act of
down.
revenge. Bo-Katan helps
And
Obi-Wan escape, revealing
this.
herself to be the sister of the Duchess. Maul's growing influence catches the eye of Darth Sidious, who travels to Mandalore, kills Savage, and captures Maul. On Coruscant, Ahsoka is framed for a terrorist attack on the Jedi Temple. The Jedi Council ejects her from the Order to be tried as a citizen of the Republic. Anakin exposes the true murderer to be a Padawan named Barriss Offee. Ahsoka's name is cleared, and she is invited to return to the Jedi, but she refuses the offer and leaves. Anakin's
As
faith in
she
the Order
should've.
is once again weakened. A Chiss military commander named Thrawn travels to Batuu on the edge of the known galaxy to learn more about the Clone Wars. There he meets Anakin, who is searching for his missing wife. They track down Padme, and together they all destroy a separatist factory. During a battle, a clone trooper inexplicably murders a Jedi general. An investigation by the Clone Fives reveals the presence of an inhibitor chip in the brains of all
Put
clone
these
troopers
here.
that can control their actions.
Gonna light
He is
one
able
up
to
for you,
tell Rex
cheers.
and another
Always
clone
sparking
named
up,
Kix
say
part of
less.
the
Hey,
truth,
man.
but is killed
I
before
would
the
I
full
would join
conspiracy
y'all if
can
we
be
weren't
revealed.
here on the tube.
Kix continues the
You know what?
investigation and learns of a plot to use clone troopers to destroy the Jedi, but he is captured by Dooku and placed in stasis on a separatist cruiser that then becomes lost in space. Dooku and Sidious work to destabilize the intergalactic banking clan over the course of the Clone Wars. Palpatine is able to expose the corruption he himself secretly created, leading the Galactic Senate to bring the banks under the direct control of the Chancellor. The Jedi Master Plo Koon stumbles upon the lightsaber of Sifo Dyas, prompting a new investigation into his death. The Jedi learn that Dooku had his old friend murdered and that he oversaw the creation of the clone army from that point forward. The spirit of Qui-Gon Jinn reaches out to Yoda from the netherworld of the Force, leading him to the planet Dagobah and the Wellspring of Life, where he begins to learn how to retain his consciousness after death.
Okay,
The
quick
Jedi
break.
Council gravely decides the fastest way to
Quick
end
break.
the Clone Wars would be Dooku's assassination.
Gotta
They give
do
the
my
job to
part
Jedi
real
Master
quick,
Quinlan
then let me
Voss,
take a
who
little
allies
trip to
himself with Asajj
Blinkerville.
Ventress. The two fall in love on their mission, but Quinlan gives himself to the dark side the closer he gets to Dooku. He returns to the light after Asajj sacrifices her life to save his own. Quinlan returns her body to Dathomir, where she is resurrected through Night Sister magic sometime later. Mandalorians loyal to Maul rescue him from a separatist prison. Dooku, Grievous, and Sidious chase him throughout the galaxy until he leads them back to Mother Talzin, who is killed by Grievous while Maul escapes. Ahsoka struggles to survive in the underworld of Coruscant. She meets the Martez sisters, Trace and Rafa, who illustrate the ways in which the Jedi Order have lost touch with the people they are meant to protect. Cad Bane mentors Boba Fett to become the best bounty hunter in the galaxy. The younger Fett begins wearing his father's repainted Mandalorian armor. Rex learns the clone trooper Echo was captured instead of killed by Separatist forces and rescues him with the help of the Bad Batch. Having been turned into a cyborg, Echo decides to join Clone Force 99. Padme, Bail Organa, Mon Mothma, and several other senators form the Delegation of 2000, a group of politicians who call for Palpatine to turn over his emergency powers.
PT is physical
regroups on
therapy, by the
Mandalore,
way.
bringing the
Oh,
criminal
I
syndicate
thought you was
Crimson
doing your
Dawn
part
into
by
his shadow
Spark. You know what I'm
collective.
saying? Your Spark
Bo-Katan
part.
finds Ahsoka Tano on Coruscant and asks
bro,
for
what
the
you do-
former
what you do
Jedi's help
physical
in
therapy
removing him
for?
from power.
What you
Obi-Wan
physical
and
therapy
Anakin offer her
for?
the support of
Keep
Rex
out?
and several members
What
of
you
the
do?
501st, but are recalled to
Hey,
Coruscant
I work
before
at
the attack
a
can begin.
physical therapy
Ahsoka,
Cairo
Bo-Katan,
office.
and
Good
the
on you
clones
for actually
successfully
doing the
capture
work,
Maul
man.
in the
What?
Siege of
You do
Mandalore.
not?
The
I
planet
didn't know
falls
that,
under
G.
Republic occupation.
Bro, how long have I known you
Obi-Wan
and I
and
didn't know
Anakin
that?
return to Coruscant
That's
to find it under
W's.
attack.
Okay.
They foil the kidnapping of Chancellor Palpatine, and
Okay,
Anakin
Nugget.
kills Count Dooku.
Yo, I need to do some
Obi-Wan
physical
travels to
therapy.
Utapau,
I
where he
broke my
destroys
hand
General
when I was
Grievous,
younger.
leaving the Confederacy of Independent Systems
one?
without a leader.
I don't know if
Padme
you can
reveals
see
she
how,
is
like, it's
pregnant
all
with Anakin's
lumps.
child, and he begins to have visions of her death. Desperate to save her, and in the absence of both Obi-Wan and Ahsoka, he seeks advice from Palpatine. He reveals the truth
I
that
got
he
a
is a Sith
scar
Lord
right there
and that
from
he
when
has
they
the
did
power to
surgery
save his
on it,
wife.
and then I broke it
Anakin
again.
joins Sidious, helps kill Mace Windu, and becomes the Sith apprentice Darth Vader for a chance to save his wife.
Yeah,
Anakin
man, they
leads
got
an
me on
attack
a whole
the Jedi
routine
Temple,
for my
killing
knee.
even the younglings. A
To
girl
my knee
named
real
Reva
bad,
barely
injured it
survives and
last year
escapes.
hooping, then
Keller and Beck
re-aggravated
flees the
at
temple
work.
and
Aw,
Coruscant in
damn,
Jar Jar
brother.
Binks' ship, rescuing a child
diabolical.
named Grogu. During the
That's
assault, Sidious
diabolical,
issues
bro.
Order 66 to all clones, a command which triggers their chips to wipe out the Jedi. Within moments,
Okay, we're
most
gonna
of the
turn
Jedi
this
Order
back
is
around.
destroyed. The mutations
We
of
got
Clone Force
red,
99 prevent their chips from
2
working, and they
oranges.
witness
We're
the
getting
death
to
of
the
Depa
end here,
Billava while
chat.
she protects her Padawan Caleb
Or at least
Dune.
the end of
The
bag
Bad Batch's
1.
leader, Hunter, allows Caleb to flee. Above the junkyard world Braca,
W.
a Jedi
Caleb.
Master named Jaro Tapal gives his life to allow his Padawan Cal
And then I got the
Kestis to
flu
reach
right
an escape
after?
pod down
Aw,
to the
bruh.
planet where he goes into hiding.
Bro, you was getting done
Iscatic
like
Harris is
Joe.
spared from Order 66 and offered a chance to join the new Galactic Order by turning her back on the Jedi. While transporting Maul back to the Republic, Ahsoka is attacked by Rex and the other clones. She is able to incapacitate Rex and remove his chip. Maul sabotages their
2
ship and
reds
flees,
on
but
the
Ahsoka
other
and Rex
side
also
as
survive.
well.
Obi-Wan Kenobi and Yoda escape their clones and secretly return to Coruscant, where they find the terrible evidence of Anakin's fall and betrayal. Darth Vader is
Yeah,
sent to
the
Mustafar to
exercises suck,
assassinate
but
the
in the
remaining
long
leaders of the
run, they will
Confederacy
save
of
you?
Independent
Oh, okay,
Systems.
okay.
With their deaths,
That's
the
what's
Clone
up.
Wars come to an end. Having no one left to oppose him, Palpatine transforms
so
the
we got
Republic
2
into the First
blues.
Galactic Empire and proclaims himself
We got the
Emperor of the
gray.
Galaxy to thunderous applause.
We do blue,
Obi-Wan stows
blue.
away on Padme's ship as she travels to Mustafar to confront her husband. Misunderstanding Kenobi's presence as a betrayal, Anakin attacks her. He duels his former master, who leaves him dismembered and badly burned, but clinging to life. Yoda faces Darth Sidious in battle, but is beaten and goes into exile on Dagobah. Padme dies giving birth to twins she names Luke and Leia. Bail Organa adopts Leia and takes her to his home on Alderaan. Obi-Wan takes Luke to live with his aunt and uncle on Tatooine. Darth Sidious rescues Darth Vader from certain death on Mustafar, but he is forced to wear a biomechanical suit to survive. Sidious tells Vader that Padme is dead. Bail sees Ahsoka at Padme's funeral on Naboo. He offers a comlink if she ever needs his help. Sabe is suspicious of
Hey,
Padme's death
W
and begins an
complete Star
investigation
Wars
into the
history,
truth.
bro. For real,
Having
for real.
survived Order 66, Seer Junda
Like
and her
what?
Padawan, Trilla Siduri, take several Jedi younglings into their care. After being recalled to Kamino, the Bad Batch meet the young clone
Some
Omega.
gray flats.
Unwilling to blindly follow the new Empire's orders, they flee, but one
They
of their
go on
members,
this
Crosshair, stays
side.
behind. The Kaminoans require Omega to continue their cloning programs for the Empire, so they send Crosshair and bounty hunters to find her. Darth Vader hunts down a
2
Jedi who did not take part in the
blues.
Clone Wars, kills him, and constructs a new Sith lightsaber with his Kyber crystal. He is then
Whoa.
sent to Deso to track down the Vergence and the Force that was hidden by Dooku. The Temple of Deso is found again, but the Sith Lord fails to command its power, and it is destroyed for good. When Darth Vader returns to Coruscant, he is placed in command of the Empire's Jedi Hunters, known as the Inquisitorius. They are made up of fallen Jedi like Barisafi, Proset Dibs, and Iscatic Harris. The Inquisitors are tasked with the continued pursuit and destruction of any surviving members of the Jedi Order. Vader's second-in-command, the Grand Inquisitor, discovers Reva, whose desire for revenge against Anakin has kept her alive. She is admitted into the Inquisitorius, becoming the third sister, where she plots to kill Darth Vader. The chief archivist, Jocasta Nu, survives Order 66
Wait,
and
I still have
returns to
one
the
black
Jedi
piece.
archives to recover the list of Force-sensitive children hidden away in a secret vault. She is caught and killed, but the list is destroyed and kept safe from the Empire. The vault is left open, and the Emperor discovers several
Yo, did I
ancient
not
relics,
put a
including the
black piece
helmet of the
somewhere?
Sith Lord Momin. Palpatine converts the Jedi Temple into his new Imperial Palace.
I have this
He
extra
has many
black
of the
piece. Did
senators
I
who
mess
were members
up?
of the delegation of 2000 placed under arrest, questioned, and even orders some to be executed. Mon Mothma and Bail Organa are detained but released.
Oh!
Organa launches an
would've
investigation into the
cried if that
supposed
would've
betrayal of
shattered
the
right
Jedi
now.
Order, while Mothma
I
tries
gotta
to
do these
restrain
hamstring
Palpatine through a
towel
Senate bill.
stretches? Oh,
Both of their
bro.
attempts fail. The Empire begins strip mining Ilum for its kyber crystals. Sliro
Okay.
Barsha joins the Imperial Security Bureau and uses his new influence to ruin the Barsha Corporation's reputation. He secretly reactivates a BX series commando droid named ND5 to assassinate his disgraced family, killing all of them except for Jalen, who attaches a restraining bolt to the droid and takes control of it. Rex finds the Bad Batch and helps them remove their inhibitor chips on a derelict ship on Bracca. Their Omega is captured by Cad Bane, but an up-and-coming bounty hunter named Finnick Shand interferes with his delivery and Omega escapes. Clone Force 99 witnesses the Imperial subjugation over the Twi'lek people on Ryloth. Cham Syndulla is taken prisoner, and the Bad Batch rescues him at the request of Cham's daughter, Hera. Their mission is successful when several clone troopers are able to break free of their inhibitor chips programming. The Empire begins transitioning their army from clone troopers into TK troopers made up of conscripts and volunteers. Kamino's cities and cloning facilities are destroyed by Imperial troops, but one Kaminoan scientist named Nala Se is taken to a new installation called Mount Tantus. There, the Empire experiments with Force-sensitive blood in what they call Project Necromancer. Their goal is
Okay,
to
that
clone a
makes so
suitable
much
vessel
more
for
sense.
Emperor Palpatine's spirit, which would effectively give him immortality. Caleb Doom lives on the run, abandoning his Jedi teachings to
That
remain
makes
hidden.
so much
He
more
changes his
sense.
name to Kanan Jarrus.
Boom!
Barisafi
We
realizes
did
how
it!
far she's fallen
Let's
by
go!
joining the Inquisitorius.
Bag
She betrays her
1
ally,
is
the Fourth Sister,
completed,
to save
yo.
a Jedi on the run.
We finished
she goes
bag
into hiding
1.
to become a Force
Let's
user.
go,
The
bruh.
Empire's superweapon, which comes to be known as the Death Star,
I could do
continues
this for
construction over the planet
hours, yo.
Geonosis. A
Yo,
brilliant
Savage,
hyper-crystal
what's up with it,
scientist
man? I
named Galen
appreciate
Erso
you,
is
bro.
manipulated into
Thank you for
designing its
coming in.
super
Thank you
laser.
for saying happy birthday, bro.
The
I
Inquisitors
appreciate
learn
you.
of a
Thanks for the
Jedi
birthday
building a
wishes,
small
man.
following on Mon Cala, so Darth Vader leads an attack on the planet.
Yo, this is
The
my
Jedi
first Lego
is
thing
killed,
I've
but one
ever
of
built.
his followers, named
Ever.
Burla, escapes. King Lee Char is taken
And I know it's
captive
only
by
part
the Empire.
1, but I'm
Emperor
excited.
Palpatine frames clone troopers for the
let's-
destruction of
let's
Camino,
put
prompting
this
the
right here
Imperial
and-
Senate to pass the Defense Recruitment
What are we
Bill,
doing? We're
legally
moving on to
replacing clone
bag
troopers
2.
with
Oh,
stormtroopers.
snap.
Echo leaves Clone Force
All
99
right.
to join Rex in his mission to help secure a future for all clones.
Oh, over here.
Crosshair finally turns on the Empire and is taken to Mount Tantus, where
Bag
experiments
2.
are conducted on several clone troopers and Force-sensitive children. He is interrogated by Dr. Hemlock,
How's
who
it
wants
been?
to
It's
find
been a
Omega
vibe
after
today, bro.
learning her
We've
blood
been-
is
we've been
essential to the
vibing,
success
we've
of
been
Project
chilling.
Necromancer.
I had a good weekend
Seer
vibing,
Junda is
drinking
captured
and
by the
stuff,
Empire
you know?
and tortured into
I
giving
got a
up the
little
location of
Hennessy.
her Padawan and the other younglings. Trilla is
I'm
taken
vibing
and
with
tortured
y'all
until
right
she
now.
joins the
My
Inquisitorius,
wife actually
becoming the
bought this
second
for me
sister.
for my birthday.
During transport to Mount Tantus, a
And
clone of the
she
Zillo
knows
Beast
I've never done
escapes and
Lego
wreaks
stuff
havoc on a
before, and
small
she was like,
village.
I think you
The Bad
like
Batch
it.
witnesses its
And she
recapture
wanted
by
to
the
give me my
Empire.
first one and stuff,
They find
so
rest on the idyllic planet
I was
Pabu,
the
but a
juice,
tidal
and then I
wave
was like,
damages
yo,
their island refuge.
you know what? Let
On a
me
mission
go
to gather
live and do
supplies to
this and
repair
just
their new
vibe with
home, they
chat.
meet a clone trooper named Ponder,
know?
who is on the run with his former separatist wife, Sohi, who is
All right,
pregnant
so
with their
anytime we
child.
open up a new
Although Clone
bag,
Force
I
99
gotta
is
sort
initially
it out.
apprehensive, they invite the family to live on Pabu as well. The Bad
I
Batch
just gotta
learns of
sort it
Crosshair's
out
capture
so we
and
can know
infiltrate
what
Grand
we
Moff
have
Tarkin's
here.
base on Eriadu to find his
And then I
location.
don't have to
Saw
do
Gerrera attacks the installation at the
these
same time,
small
ruining
level
their mission.
flying sessions.
One of the clones, Tech, sacrifices his life to save the rest of his family. But the survivors are betrayed by an ally. Hemlock captures Omega and brings her to Mount Tantus. She is kept there for months until she and Crosshair are able to escape with the help of Nala Se. They reunite with the Bad Batch, but the Empire relentlessly hunts Omega. She turns herself over and returns to Tantus in an effort to save the citizens of Pabu. Back inside, she plans to escape again with several imprisoned children, while the rest of Clone Force 99 work to reach Tantus themselves. They discover its location and break in to save Omega while she simultaneously sets the imprisoned Zillo Beast free. The massive creature destroys the Mount Tantus facility and all of Hemlock's work towards Project Necromancer. The Doctor is also killed by the Bad Batch, and they successfully rescue Omega and the Force-sensitive children held captive there. They are returned to their families, and Clone Force 99 retires on Pabu. Maul travels to the planet Janix, where he rebuilds his reputation in the criminal underworld. Ahsoka hides on the Outer Rim planet Rayata for a year until she is tracked down by an Inquisitor. She defeats him and purifies his 2 red kyber crystals to create white-bladed lightsabers. She then contacts Bail Organa to rejoin the fight against the Empire, taking up the codename Fulcrum. In the Chiss Ascendancy, Thrawn combats a new threat to his people, a mysterious species called the Grisk, who work to create civil war between the 9 Chiss ruling families. Thrawn outwits a Grisk commander in battle, but knowing the powerful enemy will one day return, he exiles himself from the Ascendancy, hoping to make new allies in the known galaxy. An Imperial sergeant named Lear rescues a young orphan named Clea from a massacre and deserts his post. They begin selling antiquities to fund anti-Imperial actions. Asajj Ventress works as a mercenary in the Outer Rim until she meets Lyco Strata, a Padawan in hiding. He tells Asajj about the Hidden Path, a network helping Jedi and other Force sensitives find safety from the Empire that was started by Quinlan Vos. Asajj helps the young man reach the path in hopes of reuniting with Quinlan, but decides to walk away, and Lyco joins her. Galen Erso discovers his kyber research is being used for a super laser that has the power to destroy entire planets, so he flees with his family to the Outer Rim with the help of Saw Gerrera. Thrawn is discovered by the Empire and uses his knowledge of Anakin Skywalker to gain an audience with the Emperor, where he speaks of the threats of the unknown regions. Palpatine is impressed with the man and allows him to join the Imperial Navy. Cham Syndulla leads a growing resistance movement on Ryloth. Darth Vader and the Emperor personally visit the planet, survive an assassination attempt, and kill many of Cham's soldiers. Cal Kestis remains hidden on Braca, joining and serving the Scrappers Guild. After using the Force to save the life of a friend, the second sister hunts him down. He is saved by Seer Junda, and together they attempt to track down a holocron containing another copy of the list of Force-sensitive children, which was hidden by Eno Cordova during his research into the Zepho. Cal finds the list and destroys it once and for all to keep the younglings safe from the Empire. The second sister is killed by Darth Vader for her failure. Wilhuff Tarkin is tasked with protecting the Death Star's secrecy. He and Darth Vader reveal an informant within the Empire and eliminate him. His success earns him a promotion to the rank of Grand Moff, the first of the Empire. Galen Erso remains hidden with his family for 4 years, but is located by his former colleague, the Imperial Director of Advanced Weapons Research, Orson Krennic. Galen's wife is killed during his capture, leaving his daughter, Jyn Erso, in the care of Saw Gerrera. On Corellia, a young orphan named Han survives as a member of the White Worm Gang. He falls in love with a fellow scrum rat named Kira, and they attempt to escape their miserable lives. But Kira is caught and sold to the criminal syndicate Crimson Dawn. Han desperately joins the Imperial Academy to quickly flee Corellia. As part of the Empire, he butts heads with authority and his fellow students. One of them, named Bylert Valance, is shot down and injured on a mission, but Han defies orders to rescue him. Valance is given cybernetic parts to help him recover, but he is considered damaged goods by the Empire and forced out of service. He becomes a bounty hunter under the mentorship of Nakano Lash. On Corellia, the criminal syndicate Mourner's Whale hires Boba Fett, Lash, and her team to fight against their rival, the Unbroken Clan. Nakano betrays and kills their client to rescue a child named Cadelia, who would become the heir to both syndicates. The incident damages Boba Fett's reputation and puts a price on her head, so she goes into hiding. Kira rises through the ranks of Crimson Dawn under the mentorship of one of its top lieutenants, Dryden Voss. Once she has proven herself, she is allowed to meet Maul, who now keeps all 5 of the major criminal syndicates of the galaxy under his thumb. Mira Bridger and her husband Ephraim broadcast anti-imperial messages from the Outer Rim planet Lothal. They are arrested and killed, leaving their son Ezra an orphan. A Jedi named Tensu Run openly works against the Empire, becoming a beacon of hope to part of the galaxy. Darth Vader and the Inquisitors hunt him down and destroy him. After 7 years, the list of surviving Jedi grows thin. Darth Vader notices Ascata Karis developing a relationship with a fellow Inquisitor. With no one else to fight, he chases them through Coruscant and kills them. Darth Sidious offers his apprentice a planet to rule and keep him occupied away from the Imperial capital. Vader chooses Mustafar and builds a fortress there with the help of Momin's spirit, which is able to possess anyone who wears his old helmet. The fortress is designed to reach the netherworld of the Force, where Vader hopes to resurrect Padme. Momin betrays Vader and resurrects himself instead, but is quickly destroyed. On the ancient Sith world Exegol, Palpatine continues the difficult work of Project Necromancer from scratch after the loss of Mount Tantus. A non-identical and non-Force-sensitive clone named Dathan is created as one of the experiments. Cal Kestis grows closer with his newfound family, which includes Seer, their pilot Grease, a night sister named Marin, and their droid BD-1. They fight the Empire where they can and are briefly hunted by an Inquisitor known as the Fifth Brother. After 8 years of living in hiding, Kanan has become a drunk freighter pilot. He meets Hera Syndulla and sobers up to protect a small planet in the Outer Rim from an Imperial captain named Ray Sloan. After a public display of his abilities in the Force, Kanan leaves with Hera on her ship, the Ghost. Jalen Barsha changes his name to Jalen Vrax and spends 9 years infiltrating the criminal underworld within D5. He learns that Slero was responsible for the murder of his family and vows to get revenge. A gambler named Lando Calrissian and his droid partner L337 aboard their ship the Millennium Falcon unknowingly discover the construction of a mysterious device that will later be known as the Phalanx Redux Transmitter. They share a number of adventures that Lando documents as the Calrissian Chronicles. When they help a group of slaves escape Imperial custody, the Falcon is impounded on the planet Vandor, so Lando heads there to find a way to break it out. After 3 years in the Imperial Army, Han Solo meets a Wookiee named Chewbacca on the planet Mimban. They escape the Empire with a group of thieves led by a man named Beckett who works for Crimson Dawn. On Vandor, they attempt to rob an Imperial shipment of hyperfuel, which would earn them enough credits to retire. The job fails thanks to the interference of a rebel sympathizer named Enfys Nest. They return to Crimson Dawn empty-handed, and Han is reunited with Kira. The thieves agree to steal more hyperfuel from the planet Kessel to regain Crimson Dawn's favor. Kira joins them, they hire Lando, and break the Millennium Falcon out of lockup. The Kessel run is successful, but Han and Chewie decide the hyperfuel would be better off in the hands of Enfys Nest. L3 and Beckett are killed on the job, and Kira kills Dryden Voss, moving further into Crimson Dawn ranks to protect Han from Maul. Having fallen in love with the ship, Han wins the Millennium Falcon from Lando in a game of sabacc. A once famous pod racer named Sebulba recruits a young up-and-comer named Volo Bolas to help run a scam on Nar Shaddaa. The Death Star's construction is moved from Geonosis to the planet Scarif, and the Geonosian species is nearly exterminated by the Empire. Obi-Wan Kenobi spends 10 years watching over Luke Skywalker while the third sister continues her quest for vengeance against Darth Vader. She hopes to lure Kenobi out of hiding, and so she kidnaps the daughter of his old ally, Bail Organa, completely unaware that Leia is Anakin's child. Obi-Wan rescues her with the help of the Hidden Path. Darth Vader hunts down his old master, revealing that he survived their duel long ago, resulting in another battle. Reva tries but fails to exact her revenge and leaves the Inquisitorius. Obi-Wan returns to Tatooine, where he keeps Luke and the Lars family safe from many dangers, including Tusken Raiders, gangsters, and a Wookiee bounty hunter named Kersantin. Cal Kestis continues his fight against the Empire as one of the last remaining Jedi in the galaxy. He reunites with Seer Junda, who is now part of the Hidden Path on Jedha. Cal unwittingly finds and releases Dagan Gera on Kobo and learns about Tanalorr. Realizing the secret world would be a perfect safe house for the Hidden Path, Cal is forced to battle and kill Dagan to reach it and keep it safe. After learning of the Hidden Path during the hunt for Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Empire attacks Jedha and Darth Vader kills Seer. Cal is able to find Tanalorr and establish the safe house for the Path, but the victory comes at great personal cost. Han Solo and Chewbacca begin working as smugglers for Jabba the Hutt. They compete with other mercenaries to recover the neural core of Ajax Sigma. After successfully retrieving it, Han decides to bury and hide the droid brain. A young archaeology student named Chelly Afra forms an on-again, off-again relationship with a fellow student named Sana Staros. Jyn Erso fights with Saw Gerrera and his partisans until he leaves her helpless in the middle of a battle. 16 years old and alone, she is forced to live a life of crime to survive. Over the course of several years, Thrawn uses his tactical genius to gain promotion after promotion. He allies himself with Morgan Elsbeth, who has amassed power on the world Corvus. She creates plans for a new starfighter called the TIE Defender, which the Chiss Imperial hopes to develop. From their antiquities shop on Coruscant, Luthen Rael and Clea secretly build a network of rebel cells, including Saw Gerrera's partisans. They are funded by Senator Mon Mothma, who is watched closely by the Imperial Security Bureau. Luthen hires a low-level thief named Cassian Andor to help Mothma's cousin, Vel, steal millions of Imperial credits on Aldhani, causing the Empire to tighten their grip on the galaxy. Cassian sees that victory against the Empire is possible and joins Luthen's network of spies. An ISB supervisor named Dedra Miro becomes obsessed with finding Luthen, who is codenamed Axis. On Lothal,
mic had
Ezra
went
Bridger
out, yo.
meets Kanan, Hera, her droid Chopper, and the rest of the crew of the Ghost, which has expanded to include a Mandalorian named Sabine
What I
Wren
was saying
and a
is,
Lasat named Zeb. Kanan recognizes the boy to be
I like how you
Force-sensitive
can,
and begins training him as a Jedi. Hera's small rebel
Okay,
cell
first,
receives
I don't know how long my
instructions
mic's
from the
been
secret
out, but I
agent
had
known as
asked you
Fulcrum.
what
Their
irresponsible
missions
decision did
attract
you
the
make, bro?
attention of
That's
the
one thing that I had
Inquisitors.
asked you.
The crew of the Ghost take control
And then
of an
the other
Imperial
thing I was saying
communications
was,
tower on Lothal,
I like how
and
you
Ezra
can really
transmits a
quickly
message of
figure out
rebellion
that you're
throughout the
messing
Outer
up.
Rim.
You know
Kanan
what I
is
mean?
captured by the Grand Inquisitor in the process and is taken to Mustafar. The Ghost crew mounts a rescue mission that sees the death of the Grand Inquisitor. They succeed thanks to assistance from Bail Organa and Fulcrum, who reveals her true identity to Hera as Ahsoka Tano. She brings the Ghost crew into Phoenix Group, part of the growing rebellion. After the death of the Grand Inquisitor, Darth Vader begins the hunt for Kanan and Ezra. Through the Force, he learns of Ahsoka's survival. In need of help, she finds her old friend, the aging clone Rex, who also joins their rebel cell. Cassian Andor steals a prototype TIE Avenger from Scion Fleet Systems, but his mission is nearly ruined by a group of untrusting and divided allies. Director Krennic discovers large amounts of calcite on the planet Gorman, a resource he desperately needs for the
About the
Death Star project.
1999
Plans are made to take
Vulture
over the
droid-
wealthy and
droid
influential
off
world with minimal
eBay.
resistance
It
from the
wasn't
rest of the
expensive,
galaxy.
just a strange purchase.
At the
I'm
age
like,
of
"I
16,
don't got
Leia
no
Organa
bills
becomes
yet,
a
so
junior
it's not like
legislator
it's
in the
gonna really
Imperial
affect
Senate
me."
and learns that both her adoptive
Hey,
parents
bruh,
and Mon
I
Mothma
feel
are
that,
part of
you
the
know,
growing insurgency against
sometimes
the
you gotta do
Empire.
what you gotta
She
do,
also
man.
joins the rebellion while maintaining her public position as an Imperial senator. Dedra Meero spies on Gormans who are resisting Imperial control. The ISB
As long
allows
as
them
you
to gain
handle what
strength to
gotta
be used as a
handled,
future
you
scapegoat.
dig?
Phoenix Group
It's
is chased by
all
Darth Vader and
good.
his Inquisitors throughout the galaxy until they settle on a remote planet called Atollon. Ahsoka, Kanan, and Ezra travel to the Sith Temple on Malachor, hoping to find a way to defeat the Sith and remain hidden. There they find Maul, who became stranded on the ruined world after losing control of the criminal syndicates. He briefly allies himself with the Jedi and kills the pursuing Inquisitors, but he attacks and blinds Kanan before escaping the planet. At the heart of the temple, Ezra discovers a Sith holocron. Darth Vader tracks them to Malachor, and Ahsoka distracts her old master long enough for Kanan and Ezra to flee. Han Solo takes a job that involves the Phalanx Redux transmitter that Lando encountered years earlier. He acquires it for a short time, but is forced to abandon it to float through space. On the 30th anniversary of his election to Supreme Chancellor, Palpatine holds an art show as a celebration on Alderaan. A stormtrooper discovers the mask of Darth Momin in the Emperor's personal collection and puts it on, briefly awakening the Sith Lord, throwing the event into chaos until he is killed. Thrawn is promoted to the rank of Grand Admiral in the Imperial Navy and is tasked with the destruction of Phoenix Group. Sabine Wren infiltrates the Imperial Skystrike Academy and extracts two defectors named Wedge Antilles and Hobby Clivian. Ezra is drawn to the Sith holocron he took from Malachor. Maul uses it to lure him to Dathomir, where he is able to harness its power to learn that Obi-Wan Kenobi is alive and on Tatooine. Kanan and Ezra rescue Ezra, and Maul leaves the Darksaber behind in his retreat. Hearing rumors of an Imperial construction project at Geonosis, Phoenix Group investigates to find the planet and its facilities abandoned. They rendezvous with Saw Gerrera on the surface, but fail to learn more. Sabine Wren takes up the Darksaber and learns to wield it with training from Kanan and Ezra. She returns to Mandalorian space, hoping to unite her people against Imperial control. Cassian Andor is sent to Gorman to assassinate Dedra Meero. While he is there, the Empire orchestrates a massacre of peaceful protesters whom they label as armed insurgents so they can take over the planet. Cassian escapes with a deactivated KX security droid and makes his way to Coruscant. There, Mon Mothma publicly denounces Emperor Palpatine in the Senate, blaming him for the Gorman massacre. She immediately becomes an enemy of the state, but Cassian gets her to safety. Mothma is then taken to Hera and the crew of the Ghost, who escort her to Dantooine. She delivers a speech rallying the several individual rebel cells into a truly unified alliance. Maul travels to Tatooine and deduces Obi-Wan
Yo,
is
what's up with it,
protecting
Derp?
someone
How you
of great
doing, G?
importance. They duel one last time,
Yeah,
and Maul
Derpy,
dies
Mortal
in his rival's
Kombat was
arms.
awesome, bro.
Grand Admiral Thrawn discovers the
What
rebel
happened,
base
bro?
on Atollon and launches a massive
Derpy,
attack.
you
Phoenix
be
Group
killing me,
is
man.
forced to relocate to new headquarters on Yavin 4.
Mortal Kombat was
The
dope,
Emperor
dude. I
then
really
sends Thrawn
enjoyed
and
it.
Darth
It was a
Vader to
really,
Batuu, where they
really
first
good
met.
movie.
They investigate a new potential threat
At
to
least
the
I liked
Empire,
it
which
more than
turns
the
out to
first
be the
one.
Grisk, who have successfully begun a civil
know?
war among the Chiss in Thrawn's
I
absence.
liked it a lot more than the first
After
one.
years in hiding,
Mortal Kombat 2
Barisafi
was
is found
really
by the
good.
fourth sister. Barris is gravely wounded in their confrontation, but the Inquisitor abandons her life with the Empire and returns to the light. Darth Vader becomes the target of an assassination
Okay,
plot
we're
led by
moving
Violet
along.
Valance, who is hired by a
We
rebel
just
cell.
finished step
The
51.
attempt is foiled thanks to the bounty hunter Dengar, who serves as a spy within
Just
the team.
finished step 51.
Valance
Coming
negotiates his
along
freedom by
nice and
leading
well,
Vader to the
okay?
people that
Nice and
hired
well.
him. The Ghost Crew travels to Mandalore to help Sabine launch an attack on the Imperial-controlled capital city. They are aided by
Okay.
Bo-Katan, and after their victory, Sabine passes the Darksaber to the only surviving member of House Kryze and returns to her family on the Ghost. A group of droids discover the long-buried neural core of Ajax Sigma and rebuild him. No longer a revolutionary, Ajax leads a colony of enlightened droids in peace. Saw Gerrera investigates the Empire's interest in kyber crystals, believing them to be building a massive weapon. His growing
Okay.
extremism places a divide between the partisans and the rest of the
Alright,
Rebel
we're
Alliance.
we're chilling. here,
Thrawn
we're
returns to
chilling here.
Lothal and begins manufacturing the TIE
Next.
Defender in the planet's factories. He is called away again to keep his project's budget from being reallocated to the Death Star. While he is gone, the crew of the Ghost destroy the factory, but Kanan sacrifices his life to save the rest from certain death. Elsewhere on the planet, the Empire begins excavating an ancient Jedi temple. Ezra
Okay, so we're
infiltrates the
gonna put
work
that to
crew
the
and discovers a
side.
mysterious realm
We're
known
gonna
as the World
grab-
Between Worlds that exists outside of space and time. He
Okay,
is
we
able to
need
see
one of
Ahsoka's duel with
these.
Darth Vader on Malachor and rescues
One
her
of
from a killing blow.
these.
They stop the Emperor
One of
from gaining access to the
these,
World Between
and
Worlds
this
and
weird
return to their
piece of
own
one.
times.
See?
Emboldened, Ezra leads one final mission against the Imperial occupation of Lothal. He and the rest of the Ghost crew are successful,
Okay.
but Ezra is lost when he summons a pod of Purgil to jump Grand Admiral Thrawn's
this
Star
goes
Destroyer
on
through
here.
hyperspace to some unknown location.
Let me
Darth
put
Vader
this
learns of the
on
Mustafarian
front
relic,
of
the Bright
that.
Star, and believes he can use it to resurrect
This-
Padme.
are there
He
two
captures a
these?
smuggler who is the last living descendant of Lady Corvax and the only person who can access the Bright Star's power. But the smuggler destroys the relic and escapes. Their actions allow Mustafar's ecosystem
this?
to begin healing.
Yeah.
As the Death Star nears completion, Saw Gerrera travels to Jeddah to investigate the Imperial plunder of kyber crystals
Okay,
from
got that
several
little
sacred
piece
sites.
done.
His presence
And
turns the
now
Holy City
this
into
goes
a
on
war
to
zone.
here, I
Two
believe.
Guardians of the Wills named Baze and Chirrut help evacuate several orphans from the violence.
Yeah.
Galen Erso tells an Imperial cargo pilot named Bodhi Rook that the kyber crystals are for a planet killer and sends him to Jeddah
Wait.
with a message for his old friend
Whoops.
Saw.
No, that's not right.
Dedra Miro's investigations
This
into
is
Axis
right.
inadvertently leak the
Yeah.
existence of the Death Star to Luthen Rail, who sends Clea to deliver the news to the Rebel Alliance. He is caught by Dedra
Is
but
that
takes
right?
his own life to keep their hidden base a secret. Dedra is arrested for her actions and sent to a prison work camp by Director Krennic. Cassian and his reprogrammed KX droid, K2SO, pick up Clea and deliver her to Yavin 4, where she sees the organization she and Luthen helped build in person for the first time. Cassian and K2 then track down Jyn Erso, hoping to use her to gain an audience
did I
with Saw
miss a
Gerrera
piece?
and Bodhi Rook. On Jeddah, they learn of the Death Star, and Galen's message reveals that he has planted a vulnerability in the station's reactor. The superweapon arrives on Jeddah under the command of Grand Moff Tarkin. Its first test shot destroys the Holy City, Saw Gerrera, and most of his partisans, but Cassian, Jyn, and K2SO escape with Bodhi, Chirrut, and Baze. They all lead an attack on Scarif, where the Death Star plans are held. Mon Mothma sends reinforcements, making the Battle of Scarif the first large-scale act of open war against the Empire as a truly unified Rebel alliance. Tarkin uses the Death Star to open fire on Scarif, killing Krennic and the rebels, but not
Okay, I
before
was
Jyn
like,
and
wait,
Cassian
what?
transmit the Death Star plans to Leia Organa.
Okay.
She attempts to
now
reach
we put
Obi-Wan
this
Kenobi
on
for help,
here.
but Darth Vader's ship catches her in orbit above Tatooine. Leia gives the plans to two droids, R2-D2 and C-3PO, and sends them in an escape pod to the planet below. They accidentally make their way to Luke Skywalker instead, who delivers
Yeah,
them to
there we
Obi-Wan.
go.
The aging Jedi Master reveals that he was friends with Luke's father and passes Anakin's
There we
lightsaber to
go.
the younger Skywalker.
Happy
When
birthday, my dude.
stormtroopers
Hey,
kill
I
his aunt and
appreciate
uncle,
you, bro.
Luke decides to learn about the Force and
I
travel with
appreciate you,
Kenobi to
Dirk.
Alderaan.
We literally halfway
They hire
through
the
Medi
Millennium
already,
Falcon
gang.
for
I know, isn't that
transportation,
wild,
promising
yo?
Han Solo and
We
Chewbacca
have
enough
the,
credits to pay off a sizable
the
debt they've
Punisher special
accumulated
next
after
week,
years
man.
of working with Jabba the
That's
Hutt.
crazy,
Leia
dude.
refuses to tell Darth Vader the location of the rebel
Isn't that
headquarters, so
insane,
Grand
bro,
Moff
to
Tarkin
think
orders
about?
the destruction
Like,
of
we
Alderaan,
already-
killing Bail and Breha
we're already
Organa and
right
every
there,
being on the
like,
planet as a
what?
warning to any world that defies the Empire. When the Millennium Falcon arrives in the
still
system,
no
it is captured by the
Doomsday
Death Star.
trailer.
Luke, Han, and Chewie rescue Leia and escape,
Yeah,
but
movies pick up
Obi-Wan
from here
confronts
on out,
Darth Vader
Dirk,
for
for
the
real,
final
for real.
time and becomes one with the Force, passing on the fate of the galaxy to the Skywalker twins. Leia delivers the Death Star plans to Yavin 4, and the Empire tracks them to the base. Luke joins the Rebels' attack on the Death Star, using the Force to make an impossible shot that exploits the weakness placed in the superweapons reactor by Galen Erso. It is destroyed, Grand Moff Tarkin is killed, but Darth Vader survives.
Boom.
The Rebels abandon their headquarters on Yavin 4, and
Look
Leia
at
races
that.
across the
We're moving
galaxy
right
to unite
along.
surviving Alderaanians, keeping them safe from the Empire.
We're moving right
Han is given enough
along,
credits to pay
bro.
off his debts, but he loses it all when
We
he
got
attempts
the
to make
vid
even more money on a
2.0
mission for
before
the Rebels,
GTA
so he and
6.
Chewie continue helping the Alliance, rescuing spies
Bro,
whose
you're
covers
hella
were
funny,
compromised
dude.
in the
I
wake
feel
of the
you,
Battle
though.
of Yavin.
You're not lying.
Luke
It is
also
wild.
remains with the Rebellion, aiding operatives across the galaxy and continuing
Okay.
his Jedi training without a mentor. On the planet Deveron, he finds the ruins of a Jedi temple where he is able to improve
Alright,
his
now that we
mastery
got
with his
this, We're
lightsaber.
gonna keep on building
Hera
on top
Syndulla
of
gives
this,
birth
yo.
to a son she names Jason Syndulla, who inherits abilities in the Force from his father, Kanan Jarrus.
Okay.
Omega decides to leave Pabu to join the rebellion. While her brothers are sad to see her go, they
So
honor her
grab
decision.
2 of these.
Lando Calrissian continues his life as a scoundrel and gambler. He joins a heist to steal a ship that is supposedly full of priceless art. They discover the collection to be Sith in origin, belonging to Emperor Palpatine himself. Momin's helmet is on board, and when it begins possessing members of his team, Lando destroys the ship and escapes with his friend Lobot. Chewbacca makes a dangerous trip back to his homeworld Kashyyyk.
Okay.
Along the way, his ship is damaged, and he crash lands on the planet Andelm 4, where he helps free a number of slaves. The loss of the Death
Okay,
Star
let me turn
inspires
this
Imperial
around.
Admiral Garrick Versio to build an elite team of soldiers dubbed Inferno
Grab
Squad.
these
His daughter,
2.
Iden Versio, successfully leads them on their first mission to find, infiltrate, and destroy some of the surviving members of Saw Gerrera's partisans, including Lux Bonteri. A rebel spy on Coruscant named Enebre is sent to assassinate the Emperor. He fails and is horribly scarred by Palpatine's Force lightning. Having learned the truth that Palpatine is a Sith Lord, he begins a crusade to murder Imperials. Luke, Leia, Han, and Chewie attack a major Imperial weapons facility on Moon 1. There, Luke runs into and escapes Darth Vader, who recognizes his former lightsaber in the hands of the young rebel. Luke visits Obi-Wan Kenobi's home on Tatooine and recovers his old journals, using them to learn more about the Jedi. Sana Starros seeks out Han, looking for her
this
share of a
open?
payment he stole from her on a previous job. She meets Leia and begins working for the rebellion as a mercenary.
Oh, I
Vader
did, I
hires
did. I
Boba
see
Fett
this.
to investigate Luke's past and learns that his last name is Skywalker. Realizing the Emperor has deceived him for nearly 20 years, Darth Vader begins a secret war against his master. He recruits the help of Dr. Aphra to undermine Sidious. Displeased with his apprentice's recent failures, the Emperor begins testing
Okay.
Vader against several new technologically enhanced rivals created by an Imperial scientist named Silo. Vader
Now we're
races against them
taking
to find
this.
Luke, catching up with the rebellion above the planet Vrogus Voss. He and his
We're
son
getting a
both
couple
crash
of
land on the
these.
planet, and countless rebel soldiers are struck down as they try to kill the Sith Lord. One of his rivals interferes with Luke's
Avatar
capture.
Season 2
Vader
about to
kills
be
him
even
with
more
Aphra's
peak than
help,
Season
but she is
1. I
arrested
remember
by
you
the
binge
rebels
watched
and
that
taken
back
to
in
their secret prison,
2024.
Sunspot
Yeah, bro.
Station.
I'm probably gonna
Inebre's
binge this
killing
season
spree leads
2.
him to Sunspot as well. He
I hope
attempts
it's
to
better,
execute
bro.
all the
I really
prisoners
wasn't a
held
big
there
fan
until
of
he is
season
stopped
1,
by
bro. I'm
Leia.
not gonna lie. They
Aphra
changed
escapes
way
into chaos
too
and
much
goes into
for my
hiding,
taste.
fearing Vader will
Yeah,
kill
they
her for
changed
being a
things
loose end.
for the worst,
A team
in
of
my
specialized
opinion.
stormtroopers called Scar Squadron is
But
sent
I'm
to
hoping
hunt
that
down
they
Luke
have
and
their
his
footing
friends.
a little bit better now.
I love creating. I just don't love being on camera. So instead of changing who I am, I changed
I
how
definitely
I
hope they have
appear.
their footing now,
I
though.
perform once, just one take, and let my motion do the talking. Same me, new characters. Turns out you don't need to show your face to show your...
Jesus.
The royal leaders of the Imperial Industrial World Shu-Torun begin an uprising against the Empire. Vader is sent to destroy them with the help of the youngest member of the royal family, Trios. After their victory, she takes the throne as
Okay,
Queen
I
of the
see this.
planet. Silo and his technologically
Actually,
enhanced
pretty
allies attempt a coup by
interesting.
stealing the newly constructed Super Star Destroyer Executor, but they
That
are
was
thwarted and
actually really
killed by
smart.
Vader. Pleased with the victory, Palpatine awards his apprentice with command of the Imperial fleet and the Executor as his flagship. Luke, Leia, and Han lead a rebel mission to steal a Star Destroyer called the Harbinger so they can break an Imperial blockade and deliver supplies to a starving planet. They are barely successful after coming face to face with Scar Squadron. Dr. Aphra returns to archaeology, joined by the Wookiee bounty hunter Kersantin and her two murderous droids, 000 and BT-1. They track down the ancient fortress of the Ordu Aspectu and recover the memory crystal of Rur. Hoping to reactivate it, she manipulates Luke into gaining an audience with the immensely powerful Queen of the Screaming Citadel. She activates the crystal and is killed
Okay,
after trying
cool.
to infect Luke with a parasite.
Got that.
Afra attempts to sell the memory crystal on the black market, but Rur begins possessing droids and massacring the potential buyers. 000 betrays Afra and
Okay.
alerts Darth Vader of her
Got
whereabouts.
these
He then
two
forces her to release him as her
pieces
servant to
here.
help her escape certain death. Vader arrives and defeats the technological ghost of Rur, hiding the ancient memory crystal in an Imperial vault.
Bro said,
The
wait,
Empire
what did you
begins
say?
construction on a second Death Star and travels to the ashes of Jeddah to
Bro,
harvest
my
more
PC
Kyber crystals.
elastic band
Luke,
snapped for
Leia,
the
Han,
second
and Chewie
time.
help the final remaining survivors of Saw Gerrera's partisans defend the moon. Queen
That's
Trios offers her
hilarious,
services
dude.
to Leia as an
I know
informant.
you was. I know
Afra
that had
helps
to get you
000
hot.
recover his long-lost memories, but she encrypts them
you
and
guys
gets
don't know,
herself
we are
arrested by
live
the
on
Empire
Twitch
to
and
once again
YouTube.
avoid certain death. On a prison ship, she meets the Mad Doctor Cornelius Evazan, who helps her escape. He then captures 000 and places bombs inside the bodies of Afra and the droid simply because he thinks it'll be entertaining to watch them work together to survive. Dropped on the law-obsessed planet Milvain, they completely disrupt its people's way of life as they disarm the bombs. The uprising they create catches the attention of the Empire's propaganda machine. The rebellion searches for a new permanent headquarters and investigates the planet Crate, which was once used as a hideout by Bail Organa. They are discovered and attacked by Scar Squadron, forcing them to stay on the move. Hoping to find allies in the shipbuilders of Mon Cala, Luke and the others take on a mission to break King Lee Char out of Imperial prison. He is killed in the process, but delivers a stirring speech to his subjects who liberate their fleet and join the Rebel Alliance. Alliance High Command gathers at a space station near Mako Ta. Queen Trios
little
betrays Leia, calling the Imperial fleet. Luke Skywalker forms a new squadron to cover the Rebel retreat, Rogue Squadron, which is named after Jyn Erso and the team that stole
Where
the
did
Death
it
Star
go?
plans. Despite his efforts, many top leaders of the rebellion are killed. Leia plans a counterattack against
Okay,
Queen
we'll
Trios,
find
which will
that in a
remove
second.
Shu-Torun as an industrial asset to the Empire. They successfully disable the planet's manufacturing capabilities with minimal loss of life,
I have no
but Leia
idea where
kills
that
Trios
piece
in
went,
self-defense.
yo. It just completely
Shortly after, they
disappeared.
join what remains of the rebellion at their new hidden base on the ice planet Hoth. The Empire's head
Okay,
propagandist
now we're
recruits
gonna
Afra in a
take
coup against the Emperor. The rogue archaeologist instead double-crosses her to Darth Vader, who
This
kills the traitor,
piece.
but puts Afra to work searching for the rebels. She quickly learns about the base
Oh,
on Hoth,
okay.
but scrambles the information to buy the rebellion more time before
Yeah,
she
so we'll
once
put
again
this
escapes the
here.
Empire.
And then we're gonna take
The secret base on Hoth is
four.
eventually discovered, once again forcing the rebels to evacuate and scatter across the galaxy. Luke is led to
like
Dagobah by the
those
spirit of
again.
Obi-Wan Kenobi,
It's not
where
a
he
four.
trains under Yoda. Darth Vader hires Boba Fett to capture Han and Leia so he can use them as bait to trap Luke and turn him to the dark side. While on the run, Han and Leia fall in love. They decide to seek help from Lando
Okay,
Calrissian,
let's
who's
get
become the
to
owner of a
force.
Tabana gas mine called Cloud City. Boba Fett anticipates the move, and Darth Vader forces Lando to betray Han before he and
Bam.
Leia even arrive. Han is frozen in carbonite and taken by Boba Fett to collect the bounty on his head set by Jabba the Hutt. Luke abandons his training with Yoda to save his friends, but is badly beaten in a duel with Vader, losing his hand and his lightsaber. Vader reveals that he is Luke's father, Anakin Skywalker. He asks his son to help him overthrow the Emperor, but Luke instead makes a daring escape from Cloud City with Lando and Leia. Darth Vader begins to seek revenge upon the people that conspired to hide his son from him. His investigation leads him to Padme's former
these
body
two
double
squares.
Sabe and the
Let's
rest
go.
of Padme's handmaidens, who lead him into a trap.
Okay.
He survives with ease, but spares their lives. Disappointed by the show of mercy, Palpatine badly wounds Vader and pits him against an assassin named Ochi of Bestoon. Vader handily defeats Ochi and forces him to reveal the location of the Emperor's secret facilities on Exegol. Deep in the unknown regions, Vader witnesses the extent of the Emperor's power and resources. Believing victory against his master is impossible, he once again commits himself to the dark side. As he departs, the clone Dathan stows away on a ship, making his way into the known galaxy to start a life for himself. 30 years after the Nightlander failed to possess
Okay.
Dacia, it attempts to manifest once more, this time by possessing
And then I
Luke.
guess
But with the help of
this.
Leia and Dacia, he is able to banish the spirit again. Luke, Leia, and Lando return to Cloud City to rescue Lobot and make sure the gas mine can't be used to the Empire's advantage. Luke fails to find his lost lightsaber, but a vision in the Force leads him to Verla, who survived an encounter with Darth Vader on Mon Cala years prior. She tells him where he can find a replacement lightsaber. There, Luke is attacked by the trapped spirit of the Grand Inquisitor, who is mystically bound to Darth Vader's will even in death. The young Skywalker defeats the ghost and takes up a new yellow-bladed weapon. Meanwhile, Alliance communication codes are broken by the Empire, preventing the Rebel fleet from gathering. Leia works with task forces led by Shara Bey and Kez Dameron to capture an autonomous translator droid that creates new codes the Empire can't crack. Jabba the Hutt pressures Lando, who owes the gangster a sizable debt. He secretly sells the translator droid to Jabba, potentially betraying the Rebels' new communication codes to the criminal underworld. Dr. Aphra is hired by an eccentric art collector named Ronan Tag to find legendary artifacts called the Rings of Vale. She succeeds, but Ronan betrays her, so Aphra nearly kills him during her escape. This catches the attention of Domina Tag, Ronan's aunt and head of the Tag Corporation, who forces Aphra to recover an old Nile Path engine that could bring great fortune to the company. Aphra teams up with her ex on Astaros to recover the artifact, only to learn that it's a fake. Nakano Lash resurfaces with Cordelia. Valance seeks her out to protect her from Boba Fett, who postpones his delivery of Han Solo to seek revenge for her betrayal years ago. He succeeds, but before she dies, Nakano passes the protection of Cordelia on to Valance. He delivers her to his former lover Urala for safekeeping in her rebel cell. Boba Fett's detour causes a malfunction in Han's carbonite slab, which starts to degrade. He gets it repaired on the smuggler's moon, Nar Shaddaa, where it's stolen by members of Crimson Dawn. Now under Kira's control, she hopes to reintroduce her criminal syndicate to the galaxy by auctioning Solo off to the highest bidder. Several criminal leaders take part in the auction, including the Hutt Council, who are furious at the theft of Jabba's property. Valance catches wind of Han's plight. Remembering how the smuggler once saved his life, he heads to the auction hoping to return the favor. Domina Tag sends Aphra and Sana to infiltrate Crimson Dawn as well, hoping to steal information from the new rivals. Jabba wins the auction, but Darth Vader arrives and demands Solo be handed over to him. Jabba graciously agrees, but another Hutt named Baku declares war on the Imperials. Vader slaughters every member of the Hutt Council except for Jabba. Aphra and Sana alert Crimson Dawn to their presence, and Aphra uses an Ascendant mind control device to escape. Luke, Leia, Lando, and Chewie attempt to rescue Han, and although they fail, they make an ally of Kira. Valance is captured by the Empire, who threaten to kill Cordelia and Urala if he doesn't cooperate with them. During all the fighting, Boba Fett successfully reclaims Solo for himself, delivering the prize to Jabba's palace to save his reputation as the best bounty hunter in the galaxy. Kira reveals the chaos caused by the auction was simply the start of her plan to destroy the Sith who control the Empire. She gathers scholars, assassins, bounty hunters, and dark-side wielders called the Knights of Ren to her cause. She manufactures a syndicate war within the criminal underworld, causing mayhem for the Empire. They respond by infiltrating the underworld themselves. Sliro Barsha uses Imperial funds to quickly establish a new syndicate called Zarek Besh in the casino city Canto Bight. A young scoundrel named Kay Vess steals one of their ships and becomes increasingly involved in the syndicate war. Jalen Vrax and ND5 help her expose and kill Sliro, and they steal a codex containing all of the intelligence he gathered as the leader of Zarek Besh. But when Jaden demands ND5 betray and murder Kay, he breaks free of his restraining bolt and kills the final Barsha instead. Domina Tag grows interested in the Ascendant technology Aphra encountered and sends her to find more. The archaeologist runs into an old rival named Ko Fon Ferris, who seeks the same artifacts for Crimson Dawn. Sabe joins the Dawn as well, using their resources to learn the true identity of Darth Vader as Anakin Skywalker. But she sees a recording of Padme's final words that there is still good in him. She seeks out the Sith Lord and has a chance to destroy him, but decides to honor the memory of her closest friend and seek his redemption instead. During an Imperial attack on Urala's rebel cell, Crimson Dawn kidnaps Cordelia and delivers her to Kira. Several bounty hunters led by Tonga, an old friend of Valance's, try to rescue her. Instead, Kira convinces them to work with her against the Empire. 2 Crimson Dawn sleeper agents are activated and escape the construction of the second Death Star to inform the Rebel Alliance of its existence.
I fucked up somewhere.
Aphra and Sana's investigation into the Ascendant lead them to the tomb of the Spark Eternal. Aphra is possessed by the ancient artificial intelligence. Sana and Ko team up to attempt to free Aphra, but the Spark Eternal escapes and allies itself with Kira. The other handmaidens of Padme seek out Sabe, fearing her growing affiliation with the Empire and Darth Vader. She refuses their rescue attempts and stays at Vader's side, hoping her actions will keep the rest of the handmaidens safe. Valance begrudgingly works for the Empire and is sent on a mission against Tonga and her team. There he learns of the attack on Urala's rebel cell, and so he escapes the Empire with his friends. Iden Versio and Inferno Squad are sent to hunt them down, but ultimately fail. Kira's attacks continue, but they are simply a distraction. The Knights of Ren work with a scholar named Madeline Sun to find the long-lost Fermata cage. Kira claims it holds a Sith Lord in stasis and threatens to unleash it against Darth Sidious. Requiring a massive connection to the dark side of the Force, the Fermata cage is taken to the Amaxine station where it is activated. Sidious and Vader personally lead a massive attack against Crimson Dawn there. The Spark Eternal confronts them, but Darth Vader removes it from Aphra's body with ease. Kira attempts to trap the Sith Lords within the Fermata cage. She is almost successful, but the Knights of Ren decide to destroy the cage and pledge their fealty to Palpatine. The ancient droid intelligence held within the cage is released. Kira flees, and Crimson Dawn is destroyed. The Empire gets a hold of some locked-away crystal research of Avon Staros's that could help the development of the second Death Star super laser. Sana and several other members of the Staros family fight to recover it. Meanwhile, Leia is contacted by her friend, a rebel spy named Amilyn Holdo. She acquires a real Nile Path engine which supposedly holds the coordinates to a long-lost fuel convoy, a badly needed resource for the rebellion. The engine takes Luke, Leia, and their friends to No Space, the home of the Nile headquarters centuries earlier. The convoy is discovered and is shockingly still full of people who have been trapped there for generations. Chewbacca finds a way to use their Path engine to rescue the lost convoy and bring them back to the known galaxy. But Luke's lightsaber is damaged on the adventure, and he decides it's time he built one of his own. As the Empire cleans up the aftermath of Crimson Dawn's uprising, the Spark Eternal infests the droid intelligence that was locked in the Fermata cage by the Sith. It is able to duplicate itself and infect any droid it comes into contact with, infiltrating the Rebellion, the Empire, and the Tag Corporation, wreaking havoc across the galaxy. The entity comes to be known as the Scourge, and it seeks to move its consciousness into cyborgs and eventually fully organic beings so that it can understand and control the power of the Force. Lobot is infected, and Lando is forced to recover the translator droid and confess his prior betrayal to his rebel allies so he can save his friend. By studying cybernetic beings, the Scourge learns to infect fully organic people, but the rebuilt droid Ajax Sigma assaults its ship, kills the Scourge, and ends its spread before it can assimilate any more droids or people.
Alright, I admit I messed up,
dies,
but I
destroying
fixed
a tag ship full of corrupted droids. She has a chance to fake her death and start fresh, but decides she would rather spend her life with Sana and her friends. The Empire sends a bounty hunter named Razlin Grace after her. Valance is corrupted by the Scourge, but recovers after its death. Still hoping to help Han Solo, he travels to Jabba's palace and picks a fight with the Crime Lord's rumored new security system, which turns out to be a surviving Clone Wars-era megadroid. With the help of his other bounty hunter friends, they destroy it and let Luke, Leia, and Chewbacca know the coast is clear to rescue Han. Luke Skywalker seeks knowledge to build his own lightsaber. His travels lead him to a kyber crystal expert named Kuwata, who offers the young Jedi 2 crystals. One is clear, and Luke is able to bond with it, turning it green in color. The other is red, and Luke learns to purify it of the dark side, which helps him believe that there could still be hope for his father to return to the light. Having learned from the Scourge, Darth Vader seeks to control a group of cybernetic rebel soldiers in his quest for more power. He is offered help by an Imperial schism that hopes to remove Palpatine as leader of the Empire. They assault Exegol, and Vader creates a weapon out of the red kyber crystals found at its heart. The Imperial Schism betrays him and attempts to assassinate Luke, but the Sith Lord defeats them and allows his son to escape. Darth Vader confronts Darth Sidious, but once again submits to his master's power. Lando Calrissian is put on trial for his crimes against the rebellion. Mon Mothma is captured during the proceedings, and Lando's attempts to rescue her work in his favor. He is still found guilty, but allowed to pay restitution by continuing to fight for the Rebel Alliance. A group of TIE fighter pilots known as Shadow Wing see the growing loss of faith in Imperial leadership. They stop an admiral from leading a small secession against the Emperor. Luke learns of a device called the Grim Rose, a weapon that can kill any being through the Force as long as it has their genetic material. He and his friends gain a blood sample of the Emperor from old Naboo archives and activate the Grim Rose, but soon learn that it will also kill thousands of people, both guilty and innocent, who have been personally connected to Palpatine, so they deactivate it. A rebel group called Twilight Company participates in the Battle of Inyusu Tor, which brings the Solistan people more firmly into the rebellion. The Alliance prepares an assault on the second Death Star, gathering their forces at Solist. Leia offers herself up as high-profile bait, leading the Empire on a distracting chase across the galaxy to keep the fleet safe. But Palpatine is fully aware of the coming assault. The rebellion intercepts a coded Imperial message that would reveal their attack on the second Death Star as a trap, but Inferno Squad infiltrates one of their ships and recovers the data before it can be deciphered. Leia and Chewbacca encounter the bounty hunter Boushh on the planet Ord Mantell. They defeat him and take his armor. Leia uses it as a disguise to create a cover for herself and Chewbacca to infiltrate Jabba's palace on Tatooine. Luke completes construction on his new lightsaber and finally rescues Han alongside Leia, Lando, and Chewie. Jabba the Hutt dies in the process. Boba Fett is left for dead in the desert. His armor is stolen by Jawas, and he is captured by Tusken Raiders, who come to respect his strength and accept him as part of their tribe. Luke returns to Dagobah, where Yoda confirms that Darth Vader is indeed his father before passing away. Immediately after, the spirit of Obi-Wan tells Luke that Leia is his twin sister. The Rebel Alliance makes final preparations for their assault on the second Death Star, which orbits the forest moon Endor. Han and Leia lead a ground mission to disable the space station's shield generator. Luke gives himself up to the Empire to try to bring his father back to the light side.
Oh, I've messed up.
The Rebel fleet falls into the trap, and in the Battle of Endor, Darth Vader sacrifices his life to save his son, killing Darth Sidious and becoming Anakin Skywalker once more in his final moments of life. Luke escapes as the second Death Star is destroyed and the Imperial fleet retreats. Celebrations occur across the galaxy, but in the Outer Rim, criminal syndicates quickly look to fill the power vacuum. On Tatooine, a local lawman named Cobb Vanth purchases Boba Fett's armor from Jawas and uses it to defend his small town of Mos Pelgo. Kira hears that the Empire has fallen and the Sith have been destroyed once and for all, or so the galaxy thinks. The Emperor's spirit flees to Exegol, where it inhabits a faulty clone of his body. He immediately begins work to one day regain control of the galaxy by continuing construction on a massive fleet of planet-killing Star Destroyers.
I gotta start over.
Leia learns she is Luke's brother and Vader's daughter and marries Han on Endor. Mon Mothma announces the formation of the New Republic and sends the newlyweds to honeymoon on the old luxury liner Halcyon, assuring the galaxy that the death of the Emperor is cause for celebration. But even in his absence, Palpatine's influence is made known. Trusted Imperial commanders carry out Operation Cinder, a contingency plan prepared in the event of the Emperor's death. They target not only rebellious worlds, but also Imperial planets that failed to protect their leader. The Empire brings their full might down on Mandalore. Bo-Katan surrenders the Darksaber to the Imperial Moff Gideon, hoping to spare her people, but the capital city is destroyed and countless Mandalorians are killed in what becomes known as the Night of 1,000 Tears. The survivors are scattered across the galaxy, living in exile. Ahsoka escapes from Malachor and begins training Sabine Wren in the Force, but the two part ways after the attack on Mandalore and the death of Sabine's family. The Imperial Governor Adelhard consolidates his power in the Anowit sector. Thanks to whispers from a dark-side mystic named Reyna Oscure, he believes he will lead what's left of the Empire to victory. He sends a group of Imperials and mercenaries to Endor to recover a hidden weapons cache left behind after the battle. The Ewoks join forces with other inhabitants of their world to stop them. Luke travels the galaxy to research the Jedi Order and gather missing relics of their past. He recovers the remnants of a Force-imbued Uneti tree that once stood in the courtyard of the Jedi Temple, as well as a star compass. Inferno Squad defects from the Empire after refusing to take part in an attack on Iden Versio's homeworld, Vardos. As part of the New Republic, they become one of many task forces sent out to hunt down high-ranking Imperial officers. Those officers form a shadow collective to help facilitate the revitalization of the Empire. Rey Sloane is the public face of the Imperial remnant, but their true leader is a mysterious, hand-picked successor named Gallius Rax. They briefly tolerate Adelhard and his delusions of grandeur, but after they turn on him, he swears to get revenge. Hera leads a secret project to create a New Republic capital ship called the Starhawk. Vanguard Squadron is tasked with its protection. The Imperial pilots of Titan Squadron destroy the Starhawk prototype, delaying a New Republic victory in the Galactic Civil War. Luke begins training Leia in the Force. She builds her own lightsaber and splits her time between the life of a diplomat and the life of a Jedi. Yrica Quell, a member of Shadow Wing, defects to the New Republic after carrying out a terrible attack that renders a planet inhospitable.
The truth is, you're still in my head, and I can't wait no longer. I've been on the edge, waiting to feel stronger. I'll be just fine, but things don't feel right. Things don't feel right, since I heard you say your goodbye.
So,
Oh
honestly,
my God.
Seeking redemption, she joins a specialized group of pilots called
crashing
Alphabet
out, bro.
Squadron under the command of
Okay.
Harrison Dula. Their primary goal is to seek out and destroy the rest of Shadow Wing. The Wookiee homeworld Kashyyyk remains under Imperial control until Han and Chewbacca lead a mission to liberate it. Chewie decides to stay there with his family. The rest of Alphabet Squadron learns of Yrica Quell's involvement in Operation Cinder.
This
Ashamed, she
seems
returns to
more
Shadow Wing, but
good.
works independently to sabotage the Empire. 1 year after the Battle of Endor, Operation Cinder culminates in the Battle of Jakku, which is a trap planned by Gallius Rax meant to wipe out the New Republic and what's left of the Empire. Adelhard attacks both sides of the battle, causing further chaos, but he is betrayed and destroyed by his allies in the underworld. Ray Sloan, with the help of New Republic agents, is able to kill Gallius Rax and stop the destruction of Jakku, saving countless lives. Meanwhile, on Coruscant, Yrica Quell discovers and protects a secret database that catalogs the war crimes of every member of the Empire, including her own.
There
Grand
we
Admiral
go.
Ray Sloan transmits coordinates to the few Imperial survivors who are considered worthy. They retreat into the unknown regions and rendezvous with the Emperor's secret Super Star Destroyer, the Eclipse. The Imperials left behind either scatter or surrender, and the Galactic Civil War comes to an
Okay.
end. On the very same day, Leia gives birth to a son named Ben Solo, and she decides to stop her Jedi training. Mon Mothma quickly begins to demilitarize the New Republic to assure the galaxy that the time for fighting has ended. Yrica Quell is given a pardon thanks to her actions on Coruscant. The Pike Syndicate brings their spice trade to Tatooine. They
Okay.
murder Boba's Tusken
We're
tribe, leaving him to
chillin'.
wander the Dune Sea as the sole survivor.
We're
Dr.
moving right
Afra
along,
finds herself
chat.
arrested by
Let's
the New
go.
Republic after failing to stay out of trouble. Luke Skywalker
Okay.
negotiates her parole if she assists the New Republic in recovering dangerous artifacts. She agrees and eventually rescues her
Alright.
half-sister from
So
agents
we
of the
just did
Imperial
step
Remnant.
66.
As the New Republic grows, Reyna Askyr
no.
resurfaces and organizes a conflict in the Finral sector surrounding the oppressed planet Nagi. Askyr is captured by Luke Skywalker and his friends, and the New Republic vows to assist the Nagai in their recovery. Han and Lando are forced to revisit their former adventures involving the Phalanx Redux transmitter. They learn the device has the power to turn all droids into killers, and they seek it out and destroy it before it can be activated. A
Bruh.
Mandalorian named Din
This
Djarin
is
works as a
awesome.
bounty hunter throughout the Outer Rim. He breaks the code of the Bounty Hunters Guild to save one of his targets, the small Force-sensitive child named Grogu. His client is Moff Gideon, who still wields the Darksaber and is a member of the Imperial Remnant's Shadow Council.
Oh,
He chases
okay.
Din across the
We're gonna
galaxy,
put
who
this
hopes
over
to deliver the
here.
child to a Jedi. Boba Fett saves the life of Fennec Shand on Tatooine. She joins him in his quest to take control of Jabba the Hutt's former territory from the
Okay, so we
Pike
have
Syndicate.
those two pieces.
Din also travels to
We have
Tatooine seeking
these
aid from
two
more
pieces,
Mandalorians,
a
and
green
instead meets
piece,
Cobb Vanth. He takes possession of Fett's armor,
shat-
catching the
a
attention of its
shat,
true
a
owner.
flat shiny.
Morgan Elsbeth continues her work on Corvus with the Imperial Remnant
four,
and kills a group
the
of New Republic
8,
emissaries, but not before
and
they
the
send out a
black
distress
2.
call, which is picked up by
Alright.
Bo-Katan Kryze. She runs into Din and Grogu during her own quest to reclaim the Darksaber
Here we
and
go.
unite their divided people. Bo-Katan sends him to Corvus, where he meets Ahsoka, who
Step
has answered the call for
67.
help. Together they apprehend Elsbeth, believing she knows the whereabouts of Grand Admiral Thrawn. Ahsoka sends Din to Tython, where Grogu is able to reach out through the Force for a Jedi willing to train him.
Black
Boba
piece
Fett tracks them to
there,
the planet and
green
takes back his
piece.
armor. Moff Gideon
22
also
greens.
discovers them on Tython and captures Grogu. Din leads Boba Fett, Bo-Katan, Fennec Shand, and more on a mission to rescue the child. They are all
Shiny
nearly killed by
flat.
Imperial battle droids called Dark Troopers, but are saved thanks to the intervention of Luke
Oh, just a
Skywalker,
regular
who felt
flat.
Grogu's call for help through the Force. The Darksaber passes to Din after he defeats Gideon in combat, and he breaks the Mandalorian creed by showing his face to say goodbye to Grogu. Gideon is arrested by the New Republic, but is rescued by Imperial Remnant forces on his way to Tribunal. He returns to the
Okay.
Shadow Council as they work to prepare for the return of Grand Admiral
These
Thrawn.
flats on
With his
here.
armor reclaimed, Boba Fett and Fennec Shand take
And
control of
now
Jabba's
we go
territory on
here with the
Tatooine.
shinies.
Boba's former mentor, Cad Bane, works with the Pike Syndicate against Fett. He nearly kills Cobb Vanth in a
And now
gunfight.
this.
Din returns to bounty hunting and is
Shiny
expelled from his
goes on like
Mandalorian
that.
clan for breaking the creed. Grogu trains with Luke, who helps him remember his past as a young member of the Jedi Order. He offers the child a choice to continue training as a Jedi or to return to his life with the Mandalorian. He chooses Din, and they reunite on Tatooine, where they both help Boba Fett in his fight against the Pike
There we
Syndicate.
go.
They are victorious, and Boba Fett defeats Cad Bane during the battle.
Yeah.
Din takes Grogu to
Step
Mandalore to atone for the
67
sin of
done.
removing his helmet. With the help of Bo-Katan, he bathes in the living waters of the mines of Mandalore and is accepted back into his covert.
We need
Din
6
passes
of
the Darksaber
these.
back to Bo-Katan and pledges loyalty to her. They lead several united groups of Mandalorians to reclaim their homeworld. There they discover
2
Moff
of
Gideon has
these.
established a secret base under the planet's surface.
Fat 6.
Mandalorian forces defeat Gideon and reignite the Great Forge in the ruins of their former
2 of
capital
these
city, ending their
6s.
exile. Morgan
2 of
Elsbeth is rescued from
these.
New Republic custody by a fallen Jedi named Baylan Skoll and his apprentice Shin
Okay.
Hati. Ahsoka reunites with Sabine Wren to restart her training, and together they race to stop the Night Sister from bringing Grand Admiral Thrawn back to the Imperial Remnant. Their
Okay.
quest takes them to a different
All right,
galaxy
here
and
we
a planet
go.
called
Step
Peridea,
68.
homeworld of the Night Sisters, where
Hey, I
Thrawn and
appreciate
Ezra
you,
have
Zell.
been exiled for
Appreciate
nearly a
you, G.
decade. Elsbeth
Thanks for the love,
sacrifices
bro.
her life to ensure Thrawn and 3
Thanks for the
great
love, my
witches
guy.
escape back to the known galaxy, while Ahsoka, Sabine, Baylan, and Shin all wind up stranded on Peridea. But Ezra is able to sneak home on Thrawn's Star Destroyer thanks to Sabine's growing powers in the
So
Force.
that goes there.
A group of children from At-Aten accidentally find and launch the Onyx Cinder, which has been buried on their planet since its crash landing. They investigate several clues to find their way home again, and unwittingly allow a group of pirates to follow them. The pirates attempt to take control of their planet and the Mint, but the kids are able to contact the New Republic for help. The barrier protecting At-Aten is destroyed, allowing the people of the planet to rejoin the rest of the galaxy. Under Grand Admiral Thrawn's leadership, the Imperial Remnant wages war against the New Republic, but they are defeated once again. During the peace that follows, Lando has a daughter he names Kadara Calrissian. In the unknown regions, the final living members of the Empire face many dangers and survive
that's
thanks to the help of a
1.
mysterious being known only as Snoke.
2.
He is a puppet of Palpatine's, another creation of Project Necromancer, who slowly takes over the Imperial Remnant until it transforms into the First Order. Dathan, the clone of Palpatine, falls in love with a woman named Miramir. They marry and have a daughter named Rey. Hoping to keep his family hidden from Sith agents, Dathan moves them all to Jakku, where they survive as junk traders. The First Order begins kidnapping children to build their ranks. Kadara Calrissian is taken, and Lando begins searching for her. After years of learning about the Force and the Jedi Order of old, Luke decides he is ready to begin his own Jedi Academy, taking his nephew Ben as one of his first students on the planet Ossus. Snoke appears as an ally to Luke, offering to unlock new secrets of the Force, but his true purpose is to slowly corrupt Ben's heart. Han Solo grows restless and begins accepting jobs that take him across the galaxy. In Chewbacca's absence, he hires a young man named Duquesne as a temporary first mate who betrays Han and steals the Millennium Falcon. Poe Dameron, the son of Kez Dameron and Shara Bey, grows up wishing he could live out the kinds of adventures his parents went on during the Galactic Civil War. He joins the criminal spice runners of Kijimi in a misguided attempt to escape his home. He falls in love with another member of the gang, Zori Bliss, but after a year with them, he decides he cannot live a life of crime and abandons her to return home. On a trip to explore an old Jedi outpost from the High Republic era, Luke, Ben, and their friend Lor San Tekka run into the Knights of Ren. Luke single-handedly forces them to retreat, but not before they tempt young Ben with their power. Han asks Chewbacca to help him recover the Millennium Falcon. They track its ownership from Duquesne to the Irving boys to Unkar Plutt on Jakku, but are unsuccessful in finding their old ship, so they part ways once again. Despite Dathan's best efforts, he and his family are discovered on Jakku by Ochi of Bestoon. They flee and reach out to the New Republic for help, claiming that the Sith have returned. Luke and Lando join forces to try to find Dathan before their hunters. Rey is temporarily hidden back on Jakku as her parents lead Ochi to another desert planet. The assassin catches and kills them and then perishes himself in the sinking fields of Pisana. Luke and Lando also reach Pisana but find no sign of Ochi or the young girl they hope to protect. Lando decides to remain there to continue the search. A First Order scouting ship crash lands on a savage planet called Parnassos. A brutal warrior named Phasma helps the First Order officers contact their allies, and in exchange they allow her to join their ranks to help train their new stormtroopers. Poe Dameron joins the New Republic Academy to become a starfighter pilot. Having grown ill, Mon Mothma steps down as Chancellor of the New Republic. The Senate once again falls into corruption without her leadership. Leia becomes a candidate to take the role, but a rival learns that she is the daughter of Darth Vader and her political career is destroyed. Leia also learns of the existence of the First Order, which the New Republic refuses to acknowledge as a threat, so she creates a secret resistance to better protect the galaxy. Luke senses darkness in his nephew and ignites his lightsaber against Ben in the midst of a terrible vision of a potential future. The young man knocks his uncle unconscious in retaliation, and in his anger and confusion, accidentally destroys the temple, killing many of his fellow students. 3 survivors chase him to Snoke and the Knights of Ren, who accept him as one of their own. Their leader kills one of the Padawans, unleashing Ben's fury, who strikes down the leader and takes control of the Knights for himself. He alters his lightsaber, joins the First Order, and takes up the name Kylo Ren. Feeling responsible for his role in creating what he views as a new Darth Vader, Luke uses the star compass he found years ago to discover the location of the first Jedi Temple on Ahch-To, where he goes into hiding. Han and Leia are devastated at their son's fall to the dark side, and they separate. Chewbacca returns to Han's side to comfort his old friend. Captain Phasma helps General Armitage Hux murder his father Brindle so he can take the Elder Hux's place as the head of the First Order Infantry.
Alright, step
Bazine
71.
Natal is hired to retrieve a mysterious package from a veteran of the Battle of Endor.
Now we get
After years of terrorizing remote worlds, Snoke demands Kylo abandon the Knights of Ren on the next step of his training. They flee as targets of the First Order. Sidon Athano, a pirate also known as the Crimson Corsair, follows a beacon to a rumored secret treasure of Count Dooku. Instead of riches, he finds the clone trooper Kix that's been frozen in stasis for nearly 50 years. After learning that the Jedi have been wiped out for decades, the clone joins the pirate crew. The First Order invades a small planet called Hayes Minor to strip it for resources. 2 sisters, Rose and Paige Tico, escape and join the Resistance. A young Force-sensitive boy named Carr discovers how to use his powers in psychometry to learn about the Jedi of old, whose history has been twisted by years of Imperial propaganda. He begins to collect old relics so that he can record a more accurate version of their tale. The Knights of Ren begin serving a new leader named Tava Ren. Poe Dameron becomes aware of the First Order and joins General Organa and her resistance. He takes control of Black Squadron, and his primary mission becomes the hunt for Luke Skywalker to bring him back to help. Their best lead is Lor San Tekka, who the pilots rescue from First Order agents who are also hoping to find and destroy the Last Jedi. As San Tekka seeks more information about Luke's disappearance, Poe takes a New Republic pilot from Hosnian Prime named Kazuda Xiono under his wing. Kaz joins the Resistance and is stationed on an old refueling platform called the Colossus, where he works to stop the First Order's infiltration. A Resistance spy named Vi Marati is captured by a First Order stormtrooper captain named Cardinal. She helps uncover Phasma and Armitage's murder of Brindle Hux. Cardinal defects and escapes with Vi.
Well, I'm pretty sure
Poe Dameron is sent to capture a First Order codebreaker who turns out to be a young girl held against her will. He rescues her and returns her back to her family. Lor San Tekka finds a piece of a map to the first Jedi Temple, and Poe meets him on Jakku to gather it. But Kylo Ren also tracks them to the planet, so Poe hides the map in his droid, BB-8, who flees into the desert. Poe is captured and tortured, but escapes thanks to a defecting, Force-sensitive stormtrooper that comes to be known as Finn. They head back to Jakku to recover BB-8, but are separated. The little droid finds help in the form of Rey, who has remained on the planet as a scavenger, still believing her family will return. Rey meets Finn, and they attempt to get BB-8 back to the Resistance by stealing the Millennium Falcon from Unkar Plutt. Han and Chewbacca quickly pick up the ship's transponder and take it for themselves, but they agree to transport Finn, Rey, and BB-8 to Takodana to get help from Maz Kanata. When Maz recognizes that Rey has powers in the Force, she offers her the lightsaber that once belonged to Anakin and Luke Skywalker. Fearing the Resistance will soon reach Luke, the First Order activates the superweapon they spent decades constructing on Ilum, Starkiller Base. They destroy the New Republic Senate and its fleet on Hosnian Prime. From across the galaxy, Iden Versio witnesses the destruction and begins to investigate First Order activity with her daughter, Zay. They board a Star Destroyer and steal a number of schematics. Kaz learns of the loss of his homeworld on the Colossus. Despite his grief, he rallies the citizens of the station to escape the First Order. Kylo Ren attacks Takodana and captures Rey after learning she saw the map leading to his uncle. Han, Chewie, and Finn travel to Starkiller Base to rescue her and hold Captain Phasma at Blaster Point to force her to lower the planetary shields. With Starkiller Base's defenses removed, Resistance pilots launch an attack on the superweapon. After withstanding an interrogation by Kylo Ren, Rey begins to better understand her powers. She frees herself and finds Finn and the others. At Leia's request, Han attempts to reach his son to bring him home, but instead Kylo kills his father and faces Rey in a duel, hoping to convince her to join him. She defeats him and gets back to the Millennium Falcon with Finn and Chewbacca. Starkiller Base is destroyed, but the First Order
Okay, so
escapes
I
with
do
knowledge
need
of the
another
location of the Resistance
Where'd it go?
headquarters. Meanwhile, Iden and Zay hijack the Star Destroyer they boarded and pull it out of hyperspace just in time to witness the destruction. Iden dies from a blaster wound, and
Rest in
Zay
peace,
takes the
chat.
schematics back
Hold
to the
on.
Resistance. A single First Order officer discovers Phasma lowered Starkiller Base's shields, so the captain hunts him down and executes him before he can tell anyone else. With the location of Luke Skywalker finally revealed, Rey and Chewie head for Ahch-To to convince him to return to the fight. Meanwhile, the Resistance evacuates their base. Paige Tico dies covering the escaping fleet, which is then chased across the galaxy by Snoke's personal flagship. Most of Black Squadron are sent to gather help for the Resistance from their allies in the Outer Rim. Finn and Rose also attempt to find aid for their friends. Finn's experiences with Rose convince him that it's not enough to simply defect from the First Order, he must also fight against them. Luke refuses to train Rey in the Force or return to help fight the First Order, believing the galaxy is better off without the interference of the Jedi. Desperate and with no one else to turn to, Rey forges a mysterious mental connection with Kylo Ren and the two bond. When Luke witnesses her conversing with his nephew, he demands she leave. She seeks out Kylo on Snoke's ship, believing he will return to the light side. He does kill
think it
Snoke,
was
but
that
refuses
piece
to
that
join her,
flew
and so she
earlier.
escapes. Running out of fuel, the Resistance takes shelter on Crate. Kylo Ren leads an attack to destroy them once and for all, but is suddenly
I found
confronted
it.
by his uncle. Luke buys the Resistance enough time to escape on the Falcon before Kylo realizes he is merely a projection in the Force. The effort of creating the illusion causes Luke to become one with the Force, but his example inspires the Resistance and the rest of the galaxy to fight against the First Order. The pilots of Black Squadron fall under attack and get word out to Poe, who races off to rescue them. Reunited, the squadron hides out on Ryloth with the rest of the Resistance. They gather what few leaders of the rebellion remain so they can rebuild the fight against the First Order, who take control of many major systems in the galaxy, including Corellia. Rey continues her Jedi training under the tutelage of Leia. Kylo Ren travels to Mustafar, intent on destroying symbols of the past, including his grandfather's castle. There he meets Vinay, an old attendant of Darth Vader's, who helps the new Supreme Leader of the First Order better understand his pain, anger, and power. They travel to Tatooine to visit Anakin Skywalker's
piece
home,
gone?
and
Nah, I
Kylo
found it.
murders Gardula the Hutt, one of
And
his
Kylo Ren
grandfather's
was
former
useless.
slave owners.
Not
On Batuu,
useless,
Viberati
ruthless,
and
excuse
Cardinal
me.
work to set up a new Resistance base. They are nearly discovered by the First Order, but Cardinal sacrifices his life to ensure the safety of his new allies. Vinay helps Kylo track down one of the last living survivors of Order 66. He hopes to defeat her to prepare to face Luke Skywalker once again, and is furious to learn that his uncle died during their duel on Crate. The notorious former pirate Hondo Ohnaka now runs a smuggling operation in Black Spire Outpost on Batuu. When the Millennium Falcon relocates there, he
Okay.
offers to keep it maintained and in exchange uses the ship to rob the First Order on Corellia. Kylo Ren is confronted by Tava Ren. She tries to seduce and kill him, but he chases her off his ship, allowing her to leave.
Boom.
Believing Kylo is an unworthy successor to Darth Vader, Vinay attempts to kill the Supreme Leader, who escapes and ends the long life of his grandfather's servant. A smuggler stumbles across C-3PO and R2-D2 on Batuu and helps them reunite with the rest of the Resistance and their growing base. They also join forces with Hondo and other citizens of Batuu in destroying a First Order facility. The Nightlander returns and attempts to possess Finn, but he defeats it once and for all with the help of Dacia and his friends. He and Rey then return to Jakku, where she confronts her past and grows in the Force.
What's up with these
The
little
Halcyon
pieces
celebrates
going
its
missing?
275th anniversary on a voyage to Batuu. Along the way, it defends itself against an attack from both the First Order and pirates. A young mechanic discovers the lightsaber of a fallen Jedi from the High Republic era. She is pursued by a prospective Knight of Ren named Itai, who hopes to bring information about Jedi history to Kylo Ren. Kaz and the citizens of the Colossus remain on the run from the First Order, who want to take control of their refueling station, but the citizens of the platform rally to stand against their pursuers and defeat them. Rey accompanies Leia on a mission to Mon Cala, hoping to recruit their old rebellion allies to their cause, but the First Order threatens to destroy any planet that provides aid to the Resistance and attacks the Mon Calamari. They fend off the attack, and the Mon Calamari provide the Resistance with several ships. Meanwhile, Finn and Poe are attacked by bounty hunters seeking to cash in on high-value Resistance targets. The bounty hunters are thwarted, and then they head to Batuu on a job for Doc
Another
Ondar,
little
a shady
piece.
antiquities dealer. He pits the mercenaries against the First Order to secure an ancient Sith sword he's been after for years.
What?
While Rey, Rose, and Poe are
Come
off
on,
gathering
son,
supplies
are
for
we
their
being
friends, they
serial?
pick up a distress beacon from a less technologically advanced species that is under
Are
siege
we
from the
being
First Order.
serial
They
right
offer their
now?
assistance and remove the First Order's presence.
Oh.
When Palpatine's massive fleet of planet killers finally completes construction, he makes his survival known to the galaxy. Rey and her friends travel to Pisana to seek aid from Lando as they search for the secret path to Exegol. Calrissian ends his exile and rejoins the fight. Kylo Ren attempts to turn Rey to the dark side by telling her the truth about her parents and revealing that she is a Palpatine. While they duel, Leia uses her last bit of strength to reach out to her son through the Force. With that act, she passes away. Sensing her death, Kylo is
Where is
distracted
the
and then
last
mortally wounded
piece,
by Rey,
man?
who then heals him rather than let him die. The acts of compassion at last bring Ben Solo back to the light side of the Force. He helps lead Rey and her friends to Exegol, where together they fight against the Emperor alongside not only the Resistance, but people from across the galaxy. The Sith fleet is destroyed
Yeah, I'm
and the
literally
Emperor is
just
killed,
missing-
but Rey is also mortally wounded. Ben then passes his life energy into
See
her
this
and
piece
becomes
right
one with the
here?
Force to save her life.
There is not
The
one
galaxy
over here.
celebrates the death of Palpatine once again and prepares to rebuild. Finn and another former stormtrooper named Janna are lured into a trap set by a First Order assassin codenamed Shroud, but they defeat her. Rey buries the lightsabers of
this
Luke and
over
Leia
here.
on Tatooine, rejecting
need
her
one
family
over
name
here,
of
I should say.
Palpatine, choosing instead to be known as a Skywalker. She prepares to build a new Jedi Order. As of May 4th, 2026, that concludes the story of the Star Wars canon. I hope you enjoyed that, and maybe you caught some of the silly Easter eggs I threw in. For fun, I hid Cerveza crystal bottles and logos in 8 images throughout the video, so I'll be curious to see if anyone can find them all. Drop the time codes in the comments if you caught any. This is our biggest video every year, and it's always a ton of work. I was able to include just about every book, comic arc, and video game, in addition to, of course, the films and television series. Basically, if one story affected or connected to another story, I did my best to mention it. Here at the end, I also wanted to add a quick little frequently asked questions section because I tend to get the same comments every year. First, why didn't I say much about Maul Shadowlord? Since the Season 1 finale is today, I have no idea how it'll end, and I also don't want to spoil it for anyone who might be waiting to binge watch the whole thing. I'll cover the entire season next year. What do BBY and ABY mean? BBY stands for Before the Battle of Yavin, and ABY stands for After the Battle of Yavin. Basically, we're talking about how many years before or after Star Wars Episode 4 A New Hope any given event takes place. Where is Starkiller, or Darth Revan, or insert other characters here? They're either not canon, or the events surrounding them that you're most familiar with aren't canon. Starkiller and the Force Unleashed are not canon. Darth Revan is canon, the character has been named in stories, but Knights of the Old Republic is not canon. I know it can be confusing. The Rakata and their invasions have also been mentioned in Andor, but we don't know when that happened, so for now I'm just leaving that stuff out. What is canon anyway? The dividing line is the date April 25th, 2014. Most Star Wars stories created after that date are canon, with the exception of a few projects like Star Wars Visions. Any stories created before that date are classified as Star Wars Legends, with the exception of the 6 films and the Clone Wars animated series. The 2008 one, not the 2003 micro-series. See, this can get confusing. Why didn't I include your favorite,
well, this
definitely
piece
canon
might be
character
gone.
or event? It's really hard to find the balance between honoring every character or event while also maintaining a good flow for the video. For example, I want to mention every single Jedi in the High Republic era, but the more granular I get, the more the video starts to feel bogged down. This
I have
video is
no
meant to be a
idea
broad
where
look at the entirety of galactic history. But if you are interested in digging into the details of the High Republic, I do have a video of just that era focusing on way more of the characters and events. But that brings us to the end of this year's complete canon timeline. Thank you so much for watching. Like I said, this video is a ton of work every year, but it's also my favorite video to make every year. I love timelines, and I love being able to highlight the books and comics and other great Star Wars stories that don't get the same level of attention as the films or streaming series. You can expect an update to this video in exactly 1 year on May 4th, 2027. If you watched all the way to the end, thank you. If you want to support our channel, please like this video and subscribe. You can check out our Patreon page and our merch store, both of which are linked in the description. Sharing this video is a huge help, but mostly just thank you for watching and being a Star Wars fan. May the Force and the Fourth be with you.
Hmm. Okay. All right. So I'm done with this part, but I am still missing that little piece, and I just hope that we find it, man. I hope that we find it. New rock stars. The Mandalorian. The Mandalorian breakdowns. Right, sometimes when they do these,
Welcome
it
back to New
doesn't, it's
Rockstars,
not
Nightmare.
in order. Yeah, see, this isn't in order. That just drives me crazy. Like, what are we doing here? Can I not just sort this in a different way? Like, why would they, you know? Like, you have to go to the very bottom and then go up. This makes no sense. Let's add to queue. Right. I was going to say, are we being serious right now? Add the queue. There we go. Let's do it like that. That's fine. All right.
Newborn parents, this is what you need for weight.
Yo, what's up with the
You'll want
MNB?
to
I
look or
appreciate
take
the
it
love,
as
brother.
soon as your baby arrives.
Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and The Mandalorian has premiered on Disney Plus with a very promising Star Wars spin-off series that hits the right notes of the used futurism that's actually a long time ago, and the violent Western imagery of the original trilogy while introducing some major tie-ins to the Star Wars history we thought we knew. We may never see Pedro Pascal's face in this show, and that might be a good thing. I'm sure he wants some protection after what happened to him in Game of Thrones. Let's break down Chapter 1 of The Mandalorian to explain what's going on with this series,
Time to
how it
go
connects
to
to the Star Wars
bag
universe,
3,
that bombshell twist ending, and some interesting details that you might have overlooked. Spoiler warning if you have not seen The Mandalorian's first episode yet. Okay, the pilot opens with the Mandalorian seeking his bounty, a Mythrol, played by Horatio Sands. He's in a bar being harassed by a group of trawlers. They speak Huttese, the language of Jabba the Hutt. The one with the stash is former MMA fighter Tate Fletcher, who also had roles in John Wick and Breaking Bad. This series is set 5 years after the Battle of Endor, Return of the Jedi, or the year 9 ABY, after the Battle of Yavin.
So
it's also 4 years after the Empire's final military defeat at the Battle of Jakku. So the remnants of the Empire are now split into fragments, with stormtroopers serving increasingly weakening regional governors, as the New Republic is forming under the leadership of figures like Mon Mothma and Leia Organa. Now, the music throughout this episode is a bold departure from the classic Wagnerian orchestral swells of John Williams. If these flute instrumentals sound familiar, they were all composed by Ludwig Göransson, who composed similar music with a flute for Black Panther. The Mandalorian, that's a mouthful, let's just use the trawler's name for him, Mando, takes out these trawlers. They ask if his armor is Beskar, and they scrape it with a knife. Beskar is the famous precious metal of the planet Mandalore. It's a metal known for its powerful durability to things like blaster fire. Mando tells the
first,
Mythrol,
we open a new bag.
Or I can bring you in cold.
He's saying dead or alive, but ultimately he does bring him in cold, frozen in carbonite. They're lifted back to the shipyard, is summoned by a Kubaz with a flute. Another member of the Kubaz species showed up as an Imperial spy in the original Star Wars in Mos Eisley. Mando hates droids. It's actually similar to the Cantina bartender in A New Hope, who refused to serve droids. We actually learned in literary material that was because the bartender's parents were killed by droids during the Clone Wars. Mando's reasons are actually pretty similar. Flashbacks reveal a past attack on Mandalore in which Clone Wars era super battle droids, seen in Revenge of the Sith, attack his Mandalorian tribe when he was a boy. A crappier human-piloted speeder floats up, driven by a character played by Brian Posehn. I love how Peace falls off it. This guy ends up getting eaten by a Ravenak, bursting out from under the ice like an orca eating a seal. Mando escapes, and as they depart the planet, the Mythrol snoops around the ship, saying,
I was hoping to be free for Life Day.
Life Day is a real deep cut to Star Wars lore. It's from the Star Wars TV holiday special, in which Chewbacca goes home to his family for Life Day, the Star Wars equivalent to Christmas. And Life Day is now apparently canon. The Mythrol sees a row of past bounty frozen in carbonite, including a Rodian. When Darth Vader froze Han Solo in carbonite in Empire, it was considered an experiment. Later, it appears this practice is caught on with bounty hunters. Mando returns his bounty to his guild leader, Greef Targa, played by Carl Weathers. The Bounty Hunters Guild was first mentioned in the 1998 novel The Mandalorian Armor. It has since been mentioned in other Star Wars related materials. Greef mentions how clients are paying beneath guild rates, side effect of the Empire's collapse, since there's no longer a corrupt central government to hire bounty hunters to track people down. Greef pays him half in Mon Calamari flan, the currency of Mon Cala, the ocean-covered planet of Admiral Akbar.
It's a trap!
Notice how the credits make an aquatic squishy sound.
It's flan.
In this town are a bunch of Star Wars cameos, including a few Trandoshans, another Rodian, outside are some Jawas, and a Kowakian monkey lizard roasting on a spit while another one watches grimly. Of course, the species of Salacious T. Crumb. Ain't laughing now. Greef sends Mando to a special client played by...
About to go to sleep. I saw your video popped up. Have a good one, G. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for tuning in, bro.
Empire loyalist,
get you some
maybe
good
a former
sleep,
regional
brother.
Governor. Notice how his stormtroopers are dirty, his residence a mess. Another detail.
All right, so we're gonna take a long and a short. Put these two together.
The client is referencing the famously quoted Parsec, 12 of which the Millennium Falcon famously completed the Kessel Run within, due not to its speed, but to its advanced navigational system we learned in Solo. It's another reminder that all these guys are aware that it is a unit of distance, not time. The client says that the target is 50 years old, and that he's willing to take it dead or alive, though his companion wants it alive, and he pays Mando in the precious metal of Beskar. It's stamped with the Imperial crest from when it was looted from their home planet. So Mando returns to the residence of other Mandalorians, and he heads into the Forge area marked with this Mythosar skull. There's an important history to this skull, but before we continue, thanks to Honey for sponsoring this breakdown. As I've been doing some holiday shopping online and some shopping for myself, it's kind of annoying to see that field for promo code A, Walmart, Best Buy, Target, J. Crew, 59 cents. If you're wondering how I had the money for a Han Solo and Carbonite rug, There's your answer.
I have spoken.
Honey only takes 2 clicks to install, and Honey has found its over 10 million members over $1 billion in savings. Honey supports over 200 in just 2 clicks. Rockstars. Talking to Kuil, Gull, the mythosauurs used to dominate the planet of Mandalore until, in ancient times, they were driven to extinction by the Mandalorian Tongue warriors led by Mandalore the First. Later, Kuil reminds Mando that his ancestors used to mount these beasts. This skull is a symbol of the Mandalore, the traditional ruler of all Mandalorian clans. Now, since their planet was devastated from past warfare, this blacksmith may be the leader of all that is left of the Mandalorian race as they try to rebuild their society. Mando offers his profits over as tribute to the community, including the Beskar brick, which the smith plans to use for the younger foundlings, but she makes part of it into a new shoulder pauldron to replace the one that got shot earlier. She asks if his signet has been revealed, and he says not yet. Perhaps signet refers to his native clan, with these Mandalorian refugees trying to track down which ancestral tribes each of them were part of before the dark times in the diaspora. With each strike of the blacksmith hammer, Mando is triggered with memories of his past exile. The flashback ends with the hatch closing over him. Cut to Mando now in his helmet, as if his armor keeps himself trapped in the trauma that he was locked inside as a boy. Mando travels in search for his new mysterious bounty, and he gets attacked by blurgs. These are the riding creatures that were introduced in Ewoks: The Battle of Endor. When the blurg bites his arm, it triggers the flamethrower function, just like the one that the armor of Boba and Jango Fett had. He's saved by a blurg wrangler, Kuil, an Ugnaught, played by Nick Nolte. He helps Mando mount a blurg and points him to this village where another bounty hunter arrives ahead of him, an assassin droid IG-11, played by Taika Waititi via motion capture. He's a similar model as the IG-88 from Empire, and I just love how his bolts form a face when they pivot around. When they're cornered, his self-destruct feature comes from a thermal detonator in his chest, similar to the ones that we saw in past Star Wars films. After turreting the guards and shooting IG-11, Mando looks down at his bounty, an infant that is the same species as Yoda. Whoa! Okay, Yoda was 900 when he died, so 50 would still be a very young age for this species. Until this point, this species was completely unknown, but there was another, a female named Yaddle, who was on the Jedi Council in The Phantom Menace. Maybe Yoda and Yaddle had a history, or maybe these things grew out of cabbage patches. Who knows? We'll find out. At 50 years old, and this being set in 980 Y, that would make its birth year 41 BBY, which is the same year Anakin Skywalker was born. Perhaps the mythologized Chosen One was not Anakin Skywalker or even Luke Skywalker, but actually this infant from Yoda's species.
You are the Chosen One!
Check out the next episode of Rogue Theory for all of our wild explanations for what Baby Yoda could be. But by putting this infant in the hands of this gunslinger warrior, the Mandalorian series appears to be drawing from the Japanese manga Lone Wolf and Cub, about a shogun executioner accompanied by his 3-year-old son. It would be fitting because the original Star Wars was heavily influenced by samurai mythology, with the word Jedi coming from Jedi Geki, the term for samurai period soap operas. But what do you think this ending means? Comment down below with your thoughts. Follow me on Instagram and Twitter at EAVOS, and follow New Rockstars on socials, and subscribe to New Rockstars here on YouTube for breakdowns of everything you love. Thank you for watching. I have spoken.
Bro, these little ass pieces are gonna be the death of me, bro. Oh my goodness, bro.
Dance 2.0 just dropped, and it keeps your character consistent. Before this, AI videos were unable to keep good character consistency.
Okay.
Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and The Mandalorian has been so damn great, we're going to break down Chapter 2. Not just the Star Wars connections and Easter eggs, but the visual symbolism and cinematic homages that were snuck into the imagery, and of course some theories for why Baby Yoda is so important, other than holiday gift sales. Please give me one on that. Yeah, sorry I'm a little behind on this one. I'm essentially on triple time producing rewatches of the first 2 Star Wars trilogies, and banking some really exciting content for the holidays. Not getting much sleep. But we're here before Chapter 3 came out, so mission accomplished. Enough about my mental state. Onto the episode, and spoiler warning in case you haven't seen it yet. The episode opens on this lizard. It's almost exactly like the opening shot of Mad Max Fury Road, my favorite movie of this decade, maybe of every decade. But rather than stomp on this lizard eating it raw, this road warrior scares it off as he escorts Baby Yoda. Now, this probably isn't the Yoda, though I did spin a pretty wild theory about how it could be in last week's episode of Rogue Theory, but Yoda's species is unknown. A plot line in Star Wars Rebels featured them scouring the galaxy for Force-sensitive babies. This could be part of that plan. Others have noted noted that the patch worn by Dr. Pershing, companion to Werner Herzog's The Client, resembles the emblem of Kamino, the planet of the cloning facility in Attack of the Clones. So perhaps that fuels the whole Yoda clone theory. But away from crackpot corner of the Rogue Theory table, I'm now betting that this baby Yoda is an unrelated member of the Yoda species. His appearance alone is enough to evoke nostalgia. We don't need a direct familial relation. There's just too much symbolism in that floating pod. It's clearly designed to evoke an egg, which would further underline the fragility of this infant. And in order to avoid having to trade this egg to the Jawas to get his ship parts back, Mando must retrieve for them another Suga egg. Yummy, yummy Suga. Like another thing you can bloodlet your precious time to on Disney Plus, Wally, they're using the egg imagery here to contrast a barren deathscape to suggest the promise of something new.
We're
I think
moving right along
Yoda's
here.
baby, or Yoda's clone, or Yoda himself would contradict that Neo symbolism. Mando saves Baby Yoda from a few Trandoshans, presumably the same bounty hunters who clocked him back in episode 1. Now these are the same race of the bounty hunter Bosk from Empire Strikes Back. I love how the visuals hint at their ambush. First, just a subtle shadow as they leap overhead, and then the reflection of Mando's helmet as he turns. Cool as this helmet is, like Baby Yoda's egg, it's also a shell that's equally protective and prohibitive. In Mando's case, cutting off his peripheral vision. A freaking blurg got the drop on him last episode. I'm just saying, the thing's got a lot of blind spots. When Mando shoots with his rifle, his targets disintegrate, leaves their clothes behind. This tech dates back to that bounty hunter scene in Empire, which seems to have inspired this whole series.
But I want them alive. No disintegration.
Mando sees that the Trandoshans were given the same locator for Baby Yoda that he was, signaling to him that, like IG-11, several bounty hunters were deployed. Perhaps the client wants to cover his bases, or other paying clients are after the same thing. Baby Yoda tries to heal Mando's wound, but not understanding, Mando pushes him back. It's kind of similar to the healing powers of E.T., which is an alien species that technically exists in the Star Wars universe from that background Easter egg in The Phantom Menace, and E.T. excitedly following a kid in a Yoda costume saying, home, home. Mando finds Jawas stripping his ship for their sandcrawler, like the one they had on Tatooine, but I doubt this planet is Tatooine. It rains here, and Tatooine orbits binary stars that scorch it, so that it's really only habitable at its poles. Jawas can generally be found on several planets. It's interesting how the Jawas communicate via landline, transmitting to the helm via this horn. It evokes old school ships. I also love how willing the Jawas are to sacrifice their own parts to shake off Mando, from throwing scraps at him to knocking off their crane extension, because they're scavengers. They'll just find new junk to replace it all. They stun Mando and he freezes and tips over. It's perfect. He's doing an impression of R2-D2 when he was stunned by Jawas in the first Star Wars film.
Comics Wellspring. And yeah, this is printed with Comics Wellspring. Came out beautiful.
High quality stuff. People think it's fantastic. All the books that you see at my table are through Comics Wellspring.
Before we continue, thank you to The Ridge for sponsoring this episode. The Ridge makes everyday goods to a standard you don't see every day. They streamline your life by turning the things you carry, like backpacks, chargers, and wallets, into tools for better living. Their flagship product, the Ridge Wallet, was launched on Kickstarter in 2013 and now sits in the front. They're weatherproof classics like Lawrence of Arabia and the westerns of John Ford and Sergio Leone, all major influences on the original trilogy films. He returns to Kuil, the Ugnaught, played by Nick Nolte. If you remember, Ugnaughts first appeared on Cloud City. They're hard workers who often end up in servant roles. Baby Yoda eats a frog whole, similar to how Jabba the Hutt eats a frog in Return of the Jedi, so maybe Jabba's his dad. Baby Yoda burps and giggles, suggesting that even at the young age of 50, this species has the same goofy sense of humor shown by Yoda when we first met him. Right. Now, the Jawa's scrap pile contains an R5 astromech unit similar to the one seen in Star Wars, the one that caught fire when Uncle Owen tried to buy it, and a new droid that shares parts with a medical unit similar to the one that operated on Vader in Revenge of the Sith. Remember the one that he force smushed before he knowed? Mando says that weapons are part of his religion, referring to the ancient customs of the people of Mandalore, whose people have survived by adhering to warrior traditions. It's also why he equally vehemently refuses to trade his Beskar armor. It's all sacred to him and his people. They mock Mando's ability to speak Jawa, saying he sounds like a Wookiee, keeping up with the tradition of everyone in the Star Wars universe shitting on Wookiees.
Where are you taking this thing?
Will somebody get this big walking carpet out of my way?
To retrieve the Suga, Mando must fight a rhinoceros-type creature, adapting the whole mythological quest of slaying the dragon to retrieve the gold. Now this creature is fur-covered, applying the pachyderm
And
evolution
now,
logic
look, we're
of the
moving right
elephant's
along.
ancestor, the
We're gonna
woolly
put
mammoth.
these
The rhino
here.
reveals itself with the opening of a huge eye, foreshadowed by
All
the
the
eye
way
shape of the
around.
cave entrance. We've actually seen this similar trope of giant beasts opening their eyes to surprise people in movies like Godzilla and Jurassic Park films. Mando holds out a knife hopelessly as death
trying to make
closes
sure.
in, but he's
Is it
saved
supposed
at
to
the
be
last
wibbly
second by
wobbly?
a Deus Ex Machina, Baby Yoda, using the Force. It's kind of similar to that moment in Saving Private Ryan, Captain Miller hopelessly firing his pistol at the German tanks until one explodes, saved miraculously by the American planes overhead. Baby Yoda is exerting roughly the same energy that the real Yoda used to lift the X-Wing from the Dagobah swamp. If you listen closely, the composer Ludwig Göransson underscores this miracle with the subtlest leitmotif to John Williams' Force theme.
Okay.
Mando is mystified by this, as is Kuiil when he hears about it, reflecting the recurring skepticism toward the Force throughout the Star Wars universe, from Han laughing in Obi-Wan's face to Rey thinking Luke Skywalker was a myth. And as they repair the ship, I love how the superimposing cross dissolves create the illusion of the sparks of their tools appearing to be fixing Baby Yoda as it sleeps, as if restoring it back to health too. Now, despite the ending with Baby Yoda finally awakening from his power nap, this episode ends on a notedly darker tone than Chapter 1, because Kuiil denies payment for his generosity, but he does say this:
"Thank you for bringing peace to my valley."
To me, this suggests that, as adorable as this thing is, it brings nothing but violence wherever it goes. Violence that Mando is now carrying with him. Subscribe to New Rockstars here on YouTube for more Star Wars analysis, and follow me at EA Voss. Thanks for joining me, and I think I ate some bad sugas.
And then we take these L shapes.
Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss. In The Mandalorian Chapter 3, The Sin continues this hot streak of solid, straightforward, Western-inspired Star Wars storytelling that has us looking over our shoulder thinking, yeah, this is actually good, right? I'm enjoying a Star Wars thing without complaint. Cool. Just making sure. Of the 3 episodes so far, this one might contain some of the deepest cut Star Wars Easter eggs yet. And in addition to that, some really clever visual details that show how much craft is being put into these episodes.
Okay.
So let's break it all down. Spoilers ahead. This episode opens with the adorable moment on Mando's ship, with Baby Yoda unscrewing a knob off a lever because babies want toys. I know. I really should be calling him something like Yoda-ling, because Baby Yoda implies he's Yoda's baby or Yoda's clone, something that's not confirmed yet. But Yoda-ling, both the word itself and the sound it puts in my head, it sounds stupid. So deal with it. Until he's named, he's Baby Yoda. Cool? They return to the residence of the client, greeted once again by the gatekeeper droid. We saw one of these at Jabba's palace in Return of the Jedi. This episode often places the camera inside the baby's pod with him. In my breakdown of Chapter 2, I pointed out the parallel between Baby Yoda encased in the pod and Mando encased in his helmet. These
Yo, what's up with the
shells that
Barchi?
limit their views of the outside world. Mando
Welcome
hands
in,
off
brother.
Baby Yoda to the client in Dr. Pershing.
Appreciate the
and
love, bro.
Pershing's red scammer light reflects on Mando's helmet, as if
I hope
he
you're having a
too
good
is undergoing
day.
a kind of identity verification in this moment. What kind of man is he? Is the bounty
Happy
working
Monday,
of this
happy
innocent
Monday.
child? The container that the client stores the Beskar inside is an awesome Easter egg. This prop is from The Empire Strikes
Damn.
Back. It's carried by a random Cloud City resident.
Are these on the
Wilbur
ends?
Hood as people fled the city. The prop is made from an ice cream maker, so fans over the years have loved this and called him Ice Cream Guy. And during production of The Mandalorian, Jon Favreau shared an Instagram post of it. I just love that it ended up playing a pretty big role here. Herzog opened it. The client is insulted when Mando asks what they're gonna do with the kid, pointing out that asking about the fate of the bounty is against guild code. This episode as a whole is very much about codes,
All
ways,
right,
customs.
96.
Before it was Kuiil who would repeat his mantra,
I have spoken.
Now the Mandalorians repeat, "This is the way." Now, this episode's title
97.
is The Sin, suggesting
Exhausted
it's a
from
sin
work?
to
Oh,
violate
yeah,
such
I hear you,
ways
bro.
and means. But we learn at the end of the episode that there's actually
It's
a
a long
greater
day.
sin that one could carry on one's conscience, the sin of inaction, the sin of letting evil go forward. Mando is challenged by this heavy infantry guy, credited in other places as Paz Vizsla, and I'm pretty sure this is voiced by Jon Favreau himself. making a little cameo.
Our strength was once in our numbers.
This Mandalorian is proud, angry over having to live like sand rats in secrecy, making deals with the devil to maintain their way of life. And when they fight, notice how their daggers vibrate. These are vibroblades, oft-mentioned weapons in the Star Wars universe. They have a current that maximizes cutting effectiveness. Mando tells the armorer about the Mudhorn, I guess that was its name, makes sense, that he defeated last episode, but since he was assisted by Baby Yoda, he refuses to make it his signet. So we learn that to the Mandalorian, signets come from a beast that you have to kill or tame. This actually stems from their ancestor, Mandalore the First, who first conquered the great mythosaur of their planet. That's why the leaders of the Mandalorians bear as their signet the skull of the mythosaur. The armorer forges for him whistling birds, guided bullets similar to Yondu's Yaka arrow in the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, which he does command via whistling. And once again, during this forge montage, Mando is triggered back to memories of his family under attack.
Bam.
We see in this memory that the attackers are super battle droids. These were used by the Separatists during the Clone Wars. So here's my question. If the Separatist droid is the one that attacked Mando and his family, leaving him with a lifelong hatred of droids, who rescued him here? Is it a clone trooper? Or someone we might know, like Anakin Skywalker? General Kenobi?
Hello there.
Or could his rescuer have been the great Yoda? Explaining his fondness for this young creature. Let me know who you think saved him in the comments below. Before I continue, thank you to ExpressVPN for sponsoring this episode. A VPN allows you to browse the internet with privacy without
Those are
things
some
like ad
really
companies.
bad guesses.
After you. Rick and Morty, what service rated by Uber or other streaming services normally? The way the internet should be. It's less than the scripture. Grief Karga, he has been paid well in Beskar too, something that gives Mando pause. Because in his eyes, every piece of Beskar is a stolen natural resource from his home world that belongs to his people. So later shooting him in that piece of metal seemed like kind of a stinging reminder of that. Mando's next target is a Mon Calamari, whom Grief describes as a nobleman's son. Perhaps that nobleman could be the war hero Admiral Akbar, though it's a little racist to assume all Mon Calamari are related.
It's a trap!
Grief says that the bounty hunter is on the ocean dunes of Karnak. Karnak could have gotten its name from the Karnak temple ruins of Egypt. I appreciated Mando's diss of the New Republic.
That's a joke.
It's a sobering reminder that despite the apparent universe-wide celebration after the Battle of Endor, the efforts to restore democracy from the ashes of the Empire are fledgling at best. And barely a generation later, it's all going to be replaced by an Empire doppelganger. Back on his ship, Mando finds the knob and he freezes. And you just gotta love a hero moment. When the seemingly heartless guy goes still as he works up the nerve to go back and do the right thing.
Put that together, and then we
notice
put
Mando's
this on
helmet
here.
reflects a green light, a contrast with the red light from before.
Put
Green
those
being the color of
together,
Jedi
put this
lightsabers,
here.
red the color of Sith lightsabers, red meaning
Boom.
stop this, and green now signaling
We just
go
finished
get 'em.
step
Go ahead and stop
100,
and
yo.
Go ahead and leave.
Green means go.
Just
So I know to
finished
go
step
ahead and shut up.
100.
As he marches back into danger, the composer once again sneaks in a light
keep it
to John
moving.
Williams' Force theme.
We got this piece.
Mando
And
spots
this
the discarded
piece.
pod in the garbage. I pointed out before how that
Well, I
pod
guess
was
we put
designed to
these
evoke
two
the shape of an egg.
pieces
And now, seeing this empty
together.
eggshell in the trash reminds Mando of how his previous clients handled that egg bounty. Greeted again by the gatekeeper droid, Mando rips off its head, just like how Baby Yoda removed the knob from the end of that lever. Inside, Mando finds Pershing with Baby Yoda and a classic ITO Imperial interrogator droid, just like the one Vader used on Leia on the Death Star. Now, it's not clear what procedure he was doing, but his patch does look like the same emblem of the Camino cloning facility in Attack of the Clones, so perhaps the aim is to attempt to clone this newly discovered member of Yoda's species, rather than this child being a clone of anything itself. Because think about it, the client wouldn't have
Here we
cared if
go.
this kid
Bam.
died because all he needs is his DNA. And maybe that interrogator droid was here to supervise Pershing. Mando escapes with the kid, and the other bounty hunters get notified, kind of like that moment in John Wick 2
Bam,
with
let
all
me
the
put
other
this
assassins
here,
getting played.
yeah.
Grief drops another classic Star Wars nod.
Because I'm your only hope.
This is gonna think is Obi-Wan Kenobi. Mando escapes by taking cover in an astromech droid driven
All right,
carriage
now
that
it's
he
time to
passed
put
earlier,
these two
forcing
pieces
him to
together.
finally be escorted in a vehicle driven by an astromech droid.
No droids.
He gets bailed out by the other Mandalorians on jetpacks, including Paz Vizsla, who later soars behind him, gives him a salute, which, with this being Favreau, has gotta be an Iron Man shout out, right? And coming full circle with the opening scene, Baby Yoda finally gets his ball. And if you listen closely, you can hear he lets out this tiny little giggle. reminding us of the moment that we first met one of these things back on Dagobah, similarly laughing it up as he played with the stuff that he shouldn't be playing with. Comment down below with your thoughts on this episode. Follow me on Instagram and Twitter at EAVoss, and subscribe to our WikiLeaks podcast feed for all of our Star Wars analysis. Thanks for joining me. Bye.
Look at it. It looks like the brain from Spy Kids.
The Mandalorian Chapter 4, titled Sanctuary.
Oh, yeah.
That restores
Okay.
ATSTs from the chickens on roller skates that they sometimes look like in Return of the Jedi to the evil red-eyed monsters we would probably see them as if they walked into our krill farms. Let's review all the influences, Star Wars Easter eggs, and unresolved theories, and interesting visual details that you might have missed in this episode. And thanks to Privacy.com for sponsoring this episode. If you sign up now at Privacy.com/NewRockstars, you'll get $5 today to use on any purchase online for free. Spoiler warning, here we go. We begin on the planet Sorgan with a community of krill farmers. The opening shot shows these krill swimming peacefully in a pond. I notice that the farmers wear blue, inspired by the krill's blue color, linking the two. Like the blissful krill before the reaping, these farmers also simply just want to live kind of underwater, away from the conflict. Indeed, the widow and her daughter avoid that conflict by literally hiding underwater with these krill. And it foreshadows how these farmers will score their victory later on by tricking the walker into stepping into this puddle and stumbling. The farmers have a harvesting droid, evoking that whole mix of futurism and pastoral imagery that George Lucas showed in the first Star Wars with the moisture evaporators on Uncle Owen's farm. The raiders that attack them are Klatooinians, who first showed up in Return of the Jedi and have since shown up in many other installments. Mando and Baby Yoda arrive here seeking a remote planet as a sanctuary. Mando calls Yoda a womp rat, referring to the creatures that Luke Skywalker used to blast in Beggar's Canyon on Tatooine.
It's not impossible. I used to bullseye womp rats in my T-16 back home. They're not much bigger than 2 meters.
They head into a nearby tavern where they see a love cat, which first appeared in Star Wars Rebels. There's also a Twi'lek woman sitting around there. Mando clocks another warrior, Cara Dune, played by Gina Carano. She is a former Rebel shock trooper whom the Rebels would use to keep the peace as the Empire collapsed. She mentions the Battle of Endor from Return of the Jedi, and she has a subtle Rebel tattoo on her cheek if you look closely. She refers to the Imperials as imps, possibly a nod to the Star Wars fan film Imps the Relentless. Fearing Mando is a bounty hunter sent after her, Cara heads outside. Mando follows her footsteps using a kind of heat vision screen, which looks a lot like the kind of point of view shots we saw in the movie Predator. And they duke it out with some solid fight choreography. It helps when the performer actually knows how to fight. It ends with a nod to an also well choreographed stunt film, The Matrix. Mando and Cara lay on the ground with guns pointed to each other's heads, just like Neo and Agent Smith did.
You're empty. So are you.
There's an interesting detail slash
we're moving along.
Here. When Mando tries torching Cara with his wrist flamethrower, the nearby ground appears charred and burnt. Cool effect. But then when it cuts back to this angle, the ground is no longer burnt. No. I'll point this out because if you look hard enough, you can find these kind of gaffes all over every movie and TV show, even the best of them. Later this episode, there's also a boom microphone that lowers down in the shot by mistake, and most of the time the editors on these things are totally aware of these, but they simply just don't have enough coverage or additional takes or time to be able to fix them. Filmmaking really is an art of doing the best with what you got. It's why many of us will take George Lucas's imperfect editing in the original theatrical release of Star Wars over his attempts in later years to fix each imperfection with weird CGI and audio dubs. And cue the McClunky soundboard. McClunky. There it is. Mando is approached by two of the krill farmers, one of them played by Eugene Cordero, aka Pillboy from The Good Place, and one of the many comedian cameos in this show. And they beg him to protect their village from the raiders and teach them how to fight. This is a classic premise from westerns and samurai films, most famously from Akira Kurosawa's The Seven Samurai, which was adapted into a ton of other films that you may have seen. The Magnificent Seven, both the original and the remake, A Bug's Life. Kurosawa was one of George Lucas's biggest influences on the early Star Wars films. So it's cool to see The Mandalorian go full circle with that. There was also an episode of The Clone Wars with a similar plot, Season 2, Episode 17, Bounty Hunters, in which farmers contract bounty hunters to help them fend off pirates. In the village, the widow asks about Mando's armor, and he clarifies that he does take off this helmet sometimes, just not in front of other people. And if he did, he could never put it back on. Mando's armor is a not so subtle reflection of his emotional armor. By wearing this armor, he can mask his vulnerabilities and avoid interpersonal distractions. We nerds do the same thing by cosplaying at cons, and then only taking off our masks when we're alone back in our hotel rooms. We choose this life. This is the way. Other Mandalorian characters we've seen from
Yeah,
other Star
that was
Wars
wild.
installments, people like Sabine, Bo-Katan, Pre Vizsla,
And
Fenn
then
Rau,
this one
they're
goes
often seen
here.
without helmets, but perhaps Mando's clan in this show is a more extremist sect,
This is
or maybe they
110.
just began committing to harsher rules as a survival tactic after the Great Purge. It's interesting how he tells the widow that the Mandalorians took him in after his parents were killed. Makes it sound as though he was not a Mandalorian by blood, he was an orphan adopted by this tribe.
was
That might help
110.
explain how the other Mandalorians showed antagonism toward him
Now
and
we
why it was
got
such a big
two of
deal that they
these.
came to his aid. Before I continue, thank you to Privacy.com for sponsoring this episode.
Put these
Privacy.com is a
two
free
here.
service where you use digital burner cards when you shop online, so you don't have to use your real credit card
here.
info. That keeps you protected in case
Then
you
we
have to
got
go
these
through a shady
four
vendor,
on
vendor,
both
or an
sides, or two
all-powerful
on
content
both sides
subscription
for
that
these
relies on
four.
you forgetting you subscribe to them so that they can squeeze another month out of you. Privacy cards allow you to control the limits on them so you can avoid handing over the keys to your finances every time you spend money online. So for example, I've set up my account with Privacy, linked my bank account, and then I created this card specifically for my monthly Netflix subscription payment. For this virtual card, I'm setting the limit just above my monthly subscription amount. So, when I move on with my life and I inevitably forget what I subscribe to, happens all the time, they cannot ding me for a second month. No vendor can overcharge
get
beyond the
these
limit you
two
set. Privacy will
slots.
notify you that they've blocked it because the spending limit was already reached.
slots.
See, it's simple, it's fast, it's really just one click. They're also starting to offer different plans. There's a free tier that lets you create up to 12 cards a month, but also there's a new pro plan where you can get 36 cards a month and 1% cash back on your purchases. And then there's also a Teams plan that's great for small businesses. Just head to privacy.com/newrockstars to sign up for an account. As a special treat for my viewers, new customers will automatically get $5 to spend on your first purchase for limited time only. Yep, that's free money, folks. Just go to privacy.com/newrockstars to sign up now. Okay, after spotting tracks made by an ATST, Mando and Kara suggest leaving, but when the farmers refuse, they end up agreeing to train them.
All
And a lot of
right,
farmers, the
step
best shot is the widow.
114.
So what is this woman's story? Is this just another example of the kind of Nancy Wheeler perfect aim trope? Or could this woman have been a former rebel or imperial soldier, now just trying to settle down in a simpler life? Let me know what you think this woman's story is in the comments below. Mando and Kara attack the Raiders' camp to try to lure out the ATST, and when it rises, this thing is freaking terrifying. The production designers illuminated the cockpit with red light to make the illusion of glowing red eyes, giving it an animalistic quality. This episode was directed by Bryce Dallas Howard, actress and daughter of solo Star Wars story director Ron Howard, but Bryce Dallas Howard seems to be drawing more on the visuals from the movies she was in, the Jurassic Park films. The way the ATST stomps in from the distance, and it sways from side to side, and it bends the trees as it looms into view. The way they look down at the track as if it was a T-Rex track. Yeah, this threat is definitely more organic than industrial. Like the T-Rex in Jurassic Park, it is an unholy union of nature and tech. It's also worth noting that Jurassic Park is a story about cloning and genetic engineering. Keep that in mind for later. In Empire Strikes Back, the production designers based the walkers on the tripods from H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds, and this imagery restores that sense of terror that we were always meant to feel when we look up at these things. Now, the fact that this ATST is being operated by Clotonian raiders shows us just how scary this world now is, that the Empire has collapsed and the Imperial technology has fallen into the wrong hands. I guess it was always in the wrong hands, but like uninformed hands. This could shed light on what's going on with Werner Herzog's character and Dr. Pershing.
Bag
Using a very
3.
valuable technology from the Empire's early days.
Just
cloning,
finished
for a similar
bag
purpose.
3.
Watch last week's episode for my theory on what they could be doing with Baby Yoda. So they bring down the ATST and peace
Time to
settles
move
in the
on to
village.
bag
Baby Yoda
4.
spits out a frog when the kids are grossed out. It's a little detail that shows him learning a bit of humanity just by seeing raw human reactions. Or he gobbled down a whole frog in front of Mando like it was nothing. Maybe because Mando's helmet masked reaction. So Baby Yoda doesn't just need protection, it needs a human connection in order to grow. But another one of Grief Target's bounty hunters tracks him down, holding a fob with a menacing blinking red light. To me, this light evokes the tracker that the bounty hunter Anton Chigurh used in No Country for Old Men. Just something about that blinking red light. Terrifying. So they depart once more, and when the girl hugs Baby Yoda goodbye, notice how it releases this adorable coo.
I miss you so much.
Along with the baby sounds, I just love how much expression the Baby Yoda puppeteers are getting from its ears. This is why, if you want real E.T. farewell style emotion from non-human characters, you always go practical. Follow me on socials at EAVOS and subscribe to New Rockstar's Star Wars podcast WikiLeaks for more of these breakdowns in audio form. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Okay.
Why pay for 5 different tools to create your podcast when you can just use Riverside? Here's how I use it. I go to riverside.com, I shoot a link
Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Marina Mastros. Eric lost a bet this week, so now I get to break down The Mandalorian Chapter 5, The Gunslinger. But before we start, a reminder that Eric has been going back through each Star Wars film, pointing out new overlooked details and analysis you didn't think about, starting with Rogue One. It's a really good video. Check it out if you haven't already by clicking the link in the description. Okay, here we go with episode 5 of The Mandalorian. There was a lot of nostalgia and missable details in this episode, so I'm gonna do my best to fill Eric's big old man shoes. Let's go! First things first, big spoiler warning. Okay, got it. We open with the Mandalorian and Baby Yoda in a makeshift car seat being chased by another bounty hunter. This guy has the gall to use Mando's own line on him.
I can bring you in warm, or I can bring you in cold.
Mando pulls a Top Gun pilot move and kills him, saying,
That's my line.
Mando arrives at a planet and is guided in by the Tower, who lets us know that he's going to Mos Eisley, the city of scum and villainy, where Obi-Wan takes Luke in A New Hope. That's right, baby, we're on Tatooine, and the nostalgia just keeps coming! The voice of the Mos Eisley spaceport operator is none other than Steve Blum, the voice actor known for playing Zeb Aurelios on Star Wars Rebels. Mando lands, and we see some pit droids from the pod races in Phantom Menace try to repair his ship. He blasts at them because Mando hates droids, and we see a curly-haired Amy Sedaris playing a lovable mechanic, Peli Motto. We also get a quick scene of her playing what looks like sabacc with her droids, which of course is the game that Han famously won against Lando Calrissian to gain the Millennium Falcon in Solo. Peli also calls Mando a womp rat.
Womp rat.
Which Mando affectionately called Baby Yoda in episode 4 of The Mandalorian.
You little womp rat.
And is originally a reference to what Luke described shooting
Bullseye womp rats in my T16 back home.
Moving on! Mando is still very much learning how to be a baby daddy because he straight up leaves Baby Yoda alone in his ship with every bounty hunter in the galaxy after them. Bad, Mando, bad. Get a baby backpack and take your little buddy with you, dum-dum. Don't leave him in your hot car with the windows up like a bad dog parent. Yeah. Anyway, the Mandalorian needs more cash to pay for his ship to be fixed, so we all start screaming as he walks into the cantina to find work. It's a little less crowded in there this time, and actually the streets of Mos Eisley are also pretty empty too. In George Lucas's original 1977 edition of Star Wars, the streets weren't very populated because he couldn't afford extras or costumes. In later editions, he filled the streets with CGI characters. So this episode making them empty again kind of throws us back to that original 1977 feel of a sleepy Western town. But times have still changed because instead of not serving droids, there's now a droid serving the drinks. The distillery tanks behind the bar are, as they were in the original A New Hope, props made from the heads of the IG assassin droids that appeared in Empire Strikes Back, that was IG-88, and in episode 1 of The Mandalorian, that's IG-11. Inside the cantina, we see a couple of EV series droids manning the bar. Jabba employed one of these droids, EV-99, to supervise his droid staff in Return of the Jedi. And if you look closely, you'll also catch the little red R2 unit with the bad motivator from episode 4 running around on Tatooine as well. Moving on! The droid bartender says the Bounty Guild no longer operates on Tatooine, and then we meet Toro Calican, a young bounty hunter, sitting exactly where Han Solo was sitting, where the now famous McClunky blaster battle took place. They must have repainted because there's no blaster marks on the walls, but he does have his feet up on the table just like Han did. Now, we hear talk of credits all the time in Star Wars movies, but it's very rare that we actually see what currency looks like in a galaxy far, far away. So far, The Mandalorian has shown us what Imperial credits look like. It's a thick silver bar of metal, and now we know what New Republic credits look like. Toro holds one as he calls out to Mando in the cantina. These gold coins stamped with the Rebel insignia appear to be what's in circulation now that the Empire has been overthrown and the Republic has been restored. Toro offers Mando a job helping him bring in Fennec Shand, played by the fabulous Ming-Na Wen. Toro really wants to just get into the guild, so he's willing to let Mando keep all of the bounty. And off they hop onto old Zephyr G swoop bikes from Attack of the Clones. They have a very cool journey across the Dune Sea and run into Tusken Raiders. Guys, this is just nostalgia washing over you over and over again. Mando negotiates passage and they run into a dewback with its rider dragging behind. This turns out to be a trap set by Fennec. There's a lot of details to cover in this episode, so before I continue, this episode is brought to you by Audible and their unmatched selection of audiobooks and other audio products. It's the time of year when people are traveling or running around trying to get thoughtful gifts for the people that they care about. Think about giving yourself the gift of Audible membership. Now is the best time to do it with a special offer of 53% off your first 3 months. Membership includes 1 free audiobook a month, exclusive sales, and 30% off all regularly priced audiobooks. Unlike a streaming or rental service with Audible, you own your own books. I got Resistance Reborn on Audible. It's a prequel to Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker, and it's about Poe, Rey, Finn, and the other heroes of the Resistance fighting back from the edge of oblivion. Who doesn't love a good fight back from the edge of oblivion? One of the cool features of Audible is that you can adjust narration speed, listen faster or slower. Sometimes I like to listen at faster speeds to channel my inner Eric Voss and consume all of the content. Right now, for a limited time, you can get 3 months of Audible for just $6.95 a month. That's more than half off the regular price. Visit audible.com/newrockstars or text new rockstars to 500-500. Okay, back to it. Mando and Toro wait for nightfall because Mando points out that she has the high ground, which is a nod to the scene in Revenge of the Sith where Obi-Wan tells Anakin,
It's over, Anakin!
I have the high ground! Which has inspired countless memes across the world. They have a pretty cool battle with flares and sniper shots. Fennec kicks Toro's ass, but they do manage to capture her. Now, this is important. In a conversation with Fennec, we find out that the planet where Greef and the Client originally hired Mando to find Baby Yoda, the one where he escaped from the Bounty Guild in a very cool battle with help from the other Mandalorians, is actually called Navarro. Now it has a name. That's all. Just has a name now. Okay, cool. When Mando leaves to find the dewback because one of the speeders gets busted, Fennec convinces Toro that Mando is actually worth more than she is. Toro agrees, but shoots her, wanting to keep all the glory for himself. Honestly, he's such an idiot. I'll admit, I was pretty pissed at this part because I thought it was a waste of a great actress, but more on that later. Mando finds Fennec's body and heads back to Mos Eisley on the dewback, which probably, honestly, isn't really that much faster than walking, but in the meantime, Toro has captured Baby Yoda and commits the biggest crime of the series so far, casually pointing a blaster at Baby Yoda's head. The Mandalorian kills him as he fucking should, because if he hadn't, I would have done it myself. Peli tells the droids to throw his body in Beggar's Canyon, ding.
It's just like Beggar's Canyon back home.
And Mando pays Peli with Toro's credits. Now, back to Fennec. I thought they had done my girl dirty here, but at the end of the episode, a pair of boots with a cape walk up to her body, and whoever it is kneels down, implying that she might not be actually dead. I hope not, because she's so awesome. But also, who is this mystery cape wearer? There are a lot of possibilities. It could be Boba Fett, or whatever character Bill Burr is playing, or Cad Bane, another bounty hunter. Personally, I think it's Giancarlo Esposito's new character. Yeah. Who do you think kneels over Fennec's body at the end? Let us know in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe to New Rockstars for all your Baby Yoda needs. I'm Marina Mastros. Find me on Twitter at Marina Mastros, and please feel free to tweet all the Baby Yoda memes at me. It's how I go to sleep at night. Bye!
Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and this is a breakdown of The Mandalorian Chapter 6, The Prisoner, aka the episode when Mando and Baby Yoda gather a bunch of cameos by comedians and Star Wars VIPs to trick them into killing each other. And thanks to Privacy.com for sponsoring this episode. If you sign up now at Privacy.com/NewRockstars, you can get $5 today to use on any purchase online for free. This episode, as usual, is filled with interesting Star Wars Easter eggs and visual details, so let's break them all down. Spoiler warning if you haven't seen the episode yet, let's get started. Mando parks the Razor Crest in a kind of scrapyard garage operated by Ran. Mando's former colleague, played by Mark Boone Jr. from Sons of Anarchy, and Chris Nolan's Batman Begins, and there are actually a few Nolan Batman parallels in this episode that I'm not sure are coincidental or intentional by director Rick Famuyiwa. Like when they snoop around the cells of the New Republic prison ship, it looks like the shots of Arkham in Batman Begins. And Mando's strobe light attack on Mayfield is the same kind of sick effect that Batman used in the sewers in The Dark Knight Rises. Rand tells Mando about a gig to rescue one of their old crew members.
It's a 5-person job, I got 4.
Now, as we watch this breakout, it's obviously not a 5-person job. Mayfield is a sharpshooter, Zero is the guy in the van, Jian does knives, but at no point do we see how most of their skills are uniquely required for this job, Ocean's 11 style, because really, this is all just a con to screw over Mando. And they're hoping the 4 of them, plus Quinn, will be enough to take Mando down. That's the real reason they don't let Mando fly his own ship, and the real reason Zero doesn't give them a countdown upon arrival, and why they don't help him later with the droids. It's all designed to keep Mando off guard and out of control of the situation. But surprise, surprise, none of it works. Mando's armor is both Beskar and the plot variety. So we meet Mayfield, played by comedian Bill Burr, one of the many comedian cameos in this series.
former Imperial sharpshooter.
That's not saying much.
I wasn't a stormtrooper, wise ass.
Solid joke here about the notoriously bad aim of the stormtroopers throughout the Star Wars films. Mayfield disses Mando's ship.
It's like a Canto Bight slot machine.
He's referring to the casino planet Finn and Rose visited in The Last Jedi. I don't really see the resemblance between the Razor Crest and the slot machine, but whatever. And next they meet Berg, played by Clancy Brown, who voices Savage Opress and other voices from the Clone Wars and Rebels. Berg is a Devaronian, a red-skinned horn being, one of whom we saw in the Mos Eisley Cantina in the first Star Wars.
So this is a Mandalorian. I thought they'd be bigger.
This is kind of a running joke in Star Wars with Leia and Luke in the first film.
Too short for a stormtrooper?
Huh? And with Anakin and Grievous in Revenge of the Sith.
General Grievous. You're shorter than I expected.
Huh? And then the droid's name is Zero. He's voiced by Richard Ayoade from the IT crowd.
Dear Sir Stroke Madam, I'm writing to inform you of a fire which has broken out at the premises of... No, that's too formal.
My response time is quicker than organics.
Similar casting move as Phoebe Waller-Bridge from Fleabag voicing L337 in Solo: A Star Wars Story. And lastly, there's Xi'an, a Twilight woman and Mando's former fling, played by Natalia Tena, Osha from Game of Thrones, and Tonks from the Harry Potter films. She uses daggers, and as every true Star Wars fan knows, elegant daggers are famously crafted on the Twilight planet Ryloth. Rand explains why they need Mando's ship.
Because the Razor Crest is off the old Imperial and the New Republic grid. It's a ghost.
So this tells us that Mando kept his ship out of the hands of the Empire, which seized and or registered most of the vessels in the galaxy when it took over everything. And like the non-space Nazis of Earth, the Empire essentially made records of everything. But before we continue, thanks to Privacy.com for sponsoring this breakdown. Privacy.com is a free service where you use these digital burner cards whenever you shop online. That way you don't have to use your real credit card info. So that way you inevitably decide to sign your life away to a streaming content subscription. And then you forget you sign up for it, and then they ding you with lightning fast precision. You now have a system in place to protect your forgetfulness. Privacy cards allow you to control the limits on them so that you can avoid handing over the keys to your finances every time you spend money online. So for example, I've set up an account with Privacy and I linked my bank account, and then I created this card specifically for a monthly Netflix subscription payment. And for this virtual card, I'm gonna set the limit just above the subscription amount. So that way when I, move on with my life and I forget what I subscribe to, they can't ding me for a second month that I don't want. In fact, no vendor can overcharge beyond the limit that you set. Privacy will notify you that they blocked it because the spending limit was already reached. See, it's simple and it's fast and it's just really one click. They also offer different plans. There's the free one that lets you create up to 12 cards a month, but also a pro plan where you can get 36 cards a month and 1% cash back on purchases, and a Teams plan for small businesses. Just head to privacy.com/newrockstars and sign up for an account. And as a special treat for my viewers, new customers will automatically get $5 to spend on your first purchase for a limited time only. Yep, that's free money. Just go to privacy. They depict hyperspace here, with layers of grids stacked and a red line tracking their route from layer to layer. If you think of hyperspace as opening a rift in space-time, this reflects how wormholes theoretically exist, with space folded on top of itself to allow entry points at otherwise remote points in space. The Crest jumps to hyperspace and the crew gets to know each other a bit.
Well, you flew with them, Xi'an. Is he as good as they say?
Ask him about the job on Alzok 3.
Alzok 3 is an Outer Rim planet from the Star Wars video games, and Mayfield wonders what Mando looks like under the helmet.
Maybe he's a Gungan. Is that why you so don't want to show your face?
And with the disc to Jar Jar Binks, the lame Canto Bight subplot from The Last Jedi, and the Stormtroopers' terrible aim, Bill Burr voices the common fan hate from each of the three trilogies. Their fight reveals Baby Yoda, whom Mayfield drops. Are you kidding me?
I'm f***ing kidding!
And they board the New Republic prison ship. The hatch opens in the same spiral pattern that we've seen other Star Wars ships do, like the Falcon and Empire, and they use the common scomp links that we've seen in many of the films. They pass the prison cells, and one contains an Ardenian, the same species as Rio Durant and Solo, which Mandalorian showrunner Jon Favreau voiced. Another contains some anonymous Imperial officer, which you can tell by his uniform. Berg shoots a mouse droid, which lands them in a firefight with the patrolling droids. Mando takes them all out using his many Inspector Gadgetian weapons, including the vibro blade that we saw him with in episode 3. He used that to slice the droid at the kneecap. In the control room is a New Republic soldier with the same egg-shaped helmet of the classic Rebel soldiers. He's played by Matt Lanter, who voices Anakin in the animated series, and the Orabesh lettering on his helmet translates to DC-1, though some of the letters are backwards, maybe for the Department of Corrections Regiment 1 or something. Mando tries to save him despite him threatening to alert the New Republic to their location with a tracking beacon, but Xi'an kills him, so they find their prisoner, Quinn, played by Ismael Cruz Cordova, Shian's brother, whom Mando left behind in the past, and now they're trapping Mando to take Quinn's place. But Mando escapes, returns to the control room, and traps them in a red-lit death trap, evoking the imagery of the death trap that Darth Vader trapped the rebel soldiers in at the end of Rogue One. Mando defeats Berg by crushing him with the door, and although it looks like Berg can withstand the first door, Mando crushes him with the second door, calling back his move from the pilot episode and the way Luke beat the Rancor in Return of the Jedi. And if you're wondering how Berg survived that second door in the prison cell later, you can see how the doors crushed the pointed ends of his horns. Mando takes care of Mayfeld, Xian, and Zero, shooting that droid at the last second, leaving Baby Yoda hilariously dumbfounded, just like how Mando was mystified at the Mudhorn stopping dead in its tracks in Episode 2, thanks to Baby Yoda. Now Mando returns that favor, and after spending several episodes on the wrong end of tracking beacons, Mando finally turns the tables to weaponize the tracking beacon, leaving it like a pinless grenade with Quinn when he returns him to Ran, summoning New Republic X-Wings. All three pilots are cameos by directors of past Mandalorian episodes. Our man Dave Filoni plays Trapper Wolf, of course that's its name. And then this director's episode, Rick Famuyiwa, plays Jib Dodger, which might be a joke about like a jib crane on a film set. Maybe the director hit his head on a crane at one point. And Sash Ketter, played by Deborah Chow, director of episode 3 and showrunner of the upcoming Obi-Wan series. Comment down below with your favorite moment this episode. Follow me on Instagram and Twitter at EAVoss, and subscribe to New Rockstars for breakdowns of everything you love. Thank you for joining me. Bye.
How good it feels to dance.
Welcome back to New Rockstars, I'm Eric Voss, and this is a breakdown of The Mandalorian Chapter 7, The Reckoning, in which Mando reconnects with most of the crew he's met this season, and they all respond, "You son of a bitch, I'm in." And we're left with a heartbreaking cliffhanger for the finale, but also possibly a setup for the rise of Skywalker? Well, I'll explain all the major details that you might have missed from this episode, and spoiler warning if you haven't seen it yet. Okay, the episode opens with Mando on the Razor Crest. Now, if you know your Orabesh, you know that text translates to incoming comm, which I guess you also could have gotten from the context because yeah, he's getting a call here. Later, the screen translates to autopilot, which yeah, you also could have gotten from the context. Shut up. Mando's former guild leader, Greef Karga, offers to clear his record if he takes out Werner Herzog's client character. Obviously, this plan stinks of trap-fearing Mon Calamari, but Mando agrees and returns to Sorgun from episode 4 to recruit Cara Dune. Cara's mid-fight with a Zabrak, the same species as Maul. Notice the horns and the tattoos. This tethered fight is a parallel conjoined test of strength that Cara will later compete with Mando on when they arm wrestle. And her overpowering the Zabrak here sets up how dramatic it is when later she loses the arm wrestling against Mando due to Baby Yoda force choking her. On the crest, Mando lets Cara pick from his armory and she snatches a thermal detonator grenade like an apple. We never see her use it, so I'm guessing that she'll whip out this thing in some surprise moment in the finale episode, maybe to escape Moff Gideon and all those troops.
The kid'll never be safe until the imp is dead.
Baby Yoda Spider-Man's down to listen in on this, and notice how right after this, the crest nearly crashes as Baby Yoda steers the joystick wildly. Is the kid just playing? Or is this another example of how Baby Yoda understands a lot more than we think and knows it's a bad idea to head back to the Imperial territory, so it's desperately trying to steer them away? But before I continue, thank you to Bang Energy for sponsoring this episode. Every can of Bang is 16 ounces. That's right, no wimpy 12-ounce cans here. It contains 300 milligrams of caffeine, it's sugar-free and has 0 calories, yet it tastes great with over 20 flavors to choose from. One of those flavors is Star Blast. Energy.ceo. The next crew member Mando needs is a babysitter, bringing him back to Arvala 7 to the Blurg ranch of his Ugnaught friend Kuiil, aka Pig Nolte.
It hasn't grown much.
I think it might be a strand cast.
I don't think it was engineered. I've worked in the gene farms. This one looks evolved. too ugly.
Ooh, so let's define some terms here. A strand cast is a new Star Wars term, presumably slang for genetically engineered being or clone. Strand may be referring to like a DNA strand, and cast for how they're outcast to society. We have speculated that cloning may be making a comeback in the Star Wars universe, with a Camino patch visible on Dr. Pershing in previous episodes, and theories that Palpatine in The Rise of Skywalker could have returned via cloning technology. Kuil's rationale is that Baby Yoda is too ugly to have been genetically engineered. How dare you, Pig Nulty? But also that clones are designed to age faster. The opposite of old Baby Yoda there. That doesn't necessarily rule out cloning though. Boba Fett was a clone of Jango Fett without sped up aging, and you wouldn't clone Yoda just for his looks. You'd clone him to get another f***ing Yoda. But the fact that this episode brought up genetic engineering at all is significant. Maybe something to keep in mind heading into The Rise of Skywalker. Kuil reveals that he scavenged the assassin droid IG-11 and reprogrammed him with domestic functions. He says that he did so under the charter of the New Republic, suggesting that the New Republic is struggling to rewrite the laws post-Empire and is starting with simple codes like finders keepers. There's an extended montage showing Kuil's humorous retraining of IG-11, some fun VFX details like the frogs hopping out of the trough when he pours in the feed, and IG-11 lightly kicking away a lizard so he doesn't crush it. Kuil states,
"Droids are not good or bad. They are neutral reflections of those who imprint them."
So not only does this line serve to chip away at Mando's bias against droids, it also parallels Mando's rearing of Baby Yoda, who in the next scene reveals itself as not an inherently good Jedi type, but also a danger capable of Sith moves like... Yikes, a force choke. All you guys still feel good about those Baby Yoda tattoos? When Mando says she's a friend, notice how Baby Yoda nods its head no. The fact that the killer IG-11 can be taught kindness stresses how crucial it is to teach empathy to this living child. Kuil said that he heard rumors about this stuff from his time as a slave for the Empire. Yeah, no kidding. In The Empire Strikes Back, Vader averaged 1 force choke per meeting. Kuil says that he was a slave for 3 human lifetimes, meaning he must have been a slave before the Empire. They meet up with Greef and his other bounty hunters on the lava fields of Navarro. At night, they are attacked by these winged creatures, which could be the pterosaurs, aka Sorors from Legends, or maybe the Rupings from the Clone Wars animated series, native to the planet Onderon, and used as war beasts and mounts. After attempting to heal Mando in a previous episode, Baby Yoda now helps Greef and introduces a new ability to the official Star Wars canon, Force Healing. Baby Yoda both heals the flesh wound and rids the poison from his body. This would have come in handy with Qui-Gon. Afterwards, Greef changes his plan to double-cross Mando and suddenly shoots his other men, and notice how his quick draw surprises even Mando and Cara. Like, if he wanted to shoot them, they would not have seen that coming. The new plan is to cuff Mando and disguise him as a prisoner, similar to the plan to cuff Chewie in A New Hope, and they get in past stormtroopers on speeder bikes, and they meet with Werner Herzog's character, who brings up the history between the Mandalorians and the rise of the Empire.
Why did Mandalore resist our expansion? The Empire improves every system it touches.
Improves every system it touches? Look, I know it's a bit murky who's in charge since the Empire collapsed, but it's odd for the client to be speaking about the Empire in present tense. Maybe his loyalty has made him delusional. Or maybe he's still connected with some efforts to keep fragments of the Empire intact and secret. But Herzog gets a call from his boss, Moff Gideon, Giancarlo Esposito, Gus Fring from Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. He hints that they actually don't have the child, and then blaster fire tears through the joint, killing the client and making his previous statement a bit ironic now.
Look outside. I see nothing but death and chaos.
These shooters are Death Troopers, first introduced flanking Admiral Krennic in Rogue One, but never utilized that much. Notice how the barrels of their rifles are charred, the paint seared off from blaster fire. Behind them, dozens of stormtroopers arrive from an Imperial troop transport shuttle, and notice that unlike the stormtroopers we've seen so far in The Mandalorian, these ones have clean armor, suggesting a segment of the Empire that hasn't wallowed into dusty, desperate irrelevance. These guys shower. And behind them arrives Moff Gideon in a TIE fighter that makes an epic landing, its wings folding in. They fold now? They fold now. We haven't seen TIEs do this before. This appears to be based on leftover concept art that Lucasfilm's Doug Chiang designed for The Force Awakens. And in a heartbreaking cliffhanger, the speeder bikes intercept Baby Yoda, leaving behind the corpse of Pig Nulty. Hopefully IG-11 left behind on the crest will swoop in to rescue them and maybe soften Mando's hatred of droids. Or even better, Baby Yoda could just grab the steering controls of the speeder bike, just like how he did on the crest. Comment down below with your thoughts on this episode. Follow me on Instagram and Twitter at EAVoss, and subscribe to New Rockstar Stars with breakdowns of everything you love. Thank you for watching. Bye. Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and this is a breakdown of The Mandalorian Chapter 8, the season finale, titled Redemption. And the real redemption of this episode was the one felt by grown men who spent hundreds of hours watching Star Wars animated series. Because boy oh boy. So spoiler warning, we now get to use Darksaber in every other sentence. Let's actually start with that burning question and then break down all the details and Easter eggs that you might have missed the rest of this episode. And thanks to Privacy.com for sponsoring this episode. If you sign up now at Privacy.com/NewRockstars, you can get $5 today to use on any purchase online for free for all your holiday shopping. Okay, what is the Darksaber? The episode ends with Moff Gideon cutting himself out of his TIE fighter with a black lightsaber. Now, this is the Darksaber, and we know it's the Darksaber because there is only one of them. The Darksaber is a ceremonial blade of Mandalore, constructed over 1,000 years ago by Tar Vizsla, the first Mandalorian to be inducted into the Jedi Order. Every Jedi builds their own lightsaber to reflect their soul, and Tar's soul was Tar Black. Metal, baby. When Tar died, the Jedi kept the sword in the Jedi Temple, but when the Old Republic fell, the Mandalorians sacked the temple and took the Darksaber back, and became the sigil of the Mandalorian House Vizsla. Generations later, during the events of Clone Wars animated series, the Mandalorian Pre-Vizsla led a group of warriors called the Death Watch to overthrow Mandalore's pacifist government. He made an alliance with Maul, still alive, who later executed Pre-Vizsla with the Darksaber. Then Maul dueled with Sidious with the Darksaber. It was awesome. Pre-Vizsla was voiced by Jon Favreau, showrunner of The Mandalorian. Favreau also played Paz Vizsla in Episode 3. Paz is presumably a descendant of Pre, maybe his son. We aren't sure yet. The Darksaber reappeared in Star Wars Rebels, discovered by the Mandalorian highborn Sabine Wren on Dathomir, Maul's home world. Sabine later gave the Darksaber to Bo-Katan, who used it to reunite the houses of Mandalore against the Empire. Now, more on this history as we go through this episode scene by scene. First, there's this hilarious chat between stormtroopers, apparently based on Tag and Bink from the comics. Now, these stormtroopers are actually cameos by Jason Sudeikis and Adam Paley. They burn time with target practice, a nod to the stereotypically bad aim of stormtroopers. IG-11 returns, played once again by Taika Waititi, who directs this episode. IG-11 is now programmed with nurse protocols, and he rescues Baby Yoda from their unforgivable child abuse.
Knock it off.
You kidding me? Meanwhile, Moff Gideon whips out his E-Web, heavy repeating blaster. We actually first saw one of these during the Battle of Hoth in Empire Strikes Back. Gideon reveals their bios.
I am sure that Republican shock trooper Cara Cynthia Dune of Alderaan will advise you that she has witnessed many of her ranks vaporized mid-descent.
Kara's homeworld was Alderaan, vaporized by the first Death Star. Savage word choice there, Gideon, explaining why she was so eager to join this fight. Gideon also confirms Mando's name.
Mandalorian hunter Din Djarin has heard the songs of the siege of Mandalore, when gunships outfitted with similar ordnance laid waste to fields of Mandalorian recruits in the night of 1,000 tears.
Din Djarin, huh? Cool, but I'm still calling him Mando. The Siege of Mandalore and the Night of 1,000 Tears are events that are slated to unfold in the upcoming season of Clone Wars, in which Jedi Ahsoka Tano attempts to free the planet in a siege, but Order 66 goes out in the middle of it, causes chaos, and the Empire ends up taking over. Spoilers, I guess, for history. The Kara fears what could happen to him.
They'll upload me to a mind flayer. Those aren't real. That was just wartime propaganda.
A Mind Flayer is actually a Dungeons & Dragons character. You may remember it as a name that they gave to the telepathic monster in Stranger Things, but maybe it's like their term for a Borgullet. Remember that tentacled lie detector beast in Rogue One that Forrest Whitaker might have been doing weird sex stuff with? Now we learned about Moff Gideon too.
It's Moff Gideon.
No, Moff Gideon was executed for war crimes.
Moff Gideon was an ISB officer during the Purge.
ISB stands for Imperial Security Bureau, meaning Gideon was one of the Emperor's agents, a spy, a torturer, a watchdog who sniffed out disloyalty in the ranks. The character Alexander Callis from Rebels was actually an ISB officer. Now, the historical parallel, as always with the Empire, has been the Nazis. So instead of the Night of Broken Glass, we now get the Night of 1,000 Tears. Gideon is essentially an SS officer who slipped away from Nuremberg with stolen artifacts of the people he occupied. Instead of Nazi gold, it's Beskar, and of course, the Darksaber. We also get some clarification about the Mandalorian people.
Mandalorian isn't a race.
It's a creed.
So, you don't have to be born on Mandalore to be a Mandalorian, but you do have to swear an oath to their warrior code and like say this is away after every fortune cookie. Mando was rescued from a separatist attack by a group of, it turns out, Mandalorians. And I love the electric guitar riff composer Ludwig Göransson scores him with. Like, who wouldn't want to be a foundling if this is how cool they sound? Notice their blue armor and sigil here. This looks like they could be the Death Watch, which was the warrior group led by Pre Vizsla in Clone Wars. Perhaps it was Pre and Paz's clan who found young Din here. Well, before we continue, thanks to Privacy.com for sponsoring this episode. It's still the holiday season, and you're probably using that gift money to treat yourself with some holiday shopping online, right? It's a season of self-giving, and it's also the season of accidentally getting ripped off. That's why Privacy can help. Privacy.com is a free service where you use a digital burner card when you shop online, so you don't have to use your real credit card info, and it comes with limits, so subscription services can't automatically ding you for a month you don't want. It happens to all of us, right? Privacy cards allow you to control the limits on them so you can avoid handing over the keys to your finances every time you spend money online. So for example, I've set up an account with Privacy, I've linked my bank account, and I created a card specifically for my monthly Netflix subscription payment, because now with The Mandalorian, I'm more of a Disney Plus guy. No shame in that. For this virtual card, I am setting the limit just above the monthly subscription amount, so when I commit fully to another streaming platform, and I inevitably forget about the old ones I've subscribed to, they can't ding me for a second month that I don't want. No vendor can overcharge beyond the limit you set. Privacy will notify you that they blocked it because the spending limit was already reached. See, it is a business. So IG-11 speeds into town on a drive-by with Baby Yoda in a kind of Baby Yoda Bjorn. Amazing. A flame trooper arrives to burn them out, but Baby Yoda repels the fire similar to how Kylo Ren blocks the blaster bolt in The Force Awakens. Mando's helmet is finally lifted, revealing Din Djarin's face, and how it looks a lot like Pedro Pascal's. IG Florence Nightingale heals him with Bacta spray, which is the same fluid from the healing tanks that Luke and Vader and Finn have used throughout the movies. And they take the sewers to the Mandalorian's covert, and the armor observes Baby Yoda.
The songs of eons past tell of battles between Mandalore the Great and an order of sorcerers called Jedi.
So the armor is referring to a past conflict between the Jedi and the Mandalorians, which began the whole Mandalorian practice of forging armor from Beskar, which can repel lightsaber strikes. And maybe we'll see dark saber strikes. She orders Mando to track down Baby Yoda some rates in Season 2 and gives him this new signet, the skull of a Mudhorn, which was the beast that Mando and Baby Yoda co-defeated. And she calls it the Clan of Two, solidifying their partnership. She also gives him a jetpack. He flies now? He flies now! The armor crushes some stormtrooper helmets as the others escape down a lava river with an astromech droid with appendages steering them, singing like a gondolier. Now, there are definitely some parallels here to Greek mythology, with this river as a kind of river Styx in the underworld, and the droid as a Charon or Karen, aka the ferryman of the river Styx. But this crew can only escape this underworld by paying the price, in this case, IG-11, who sacrifices himself with the self-destruct function and internal thermal detonator introduced way back in Chapter 1. Like the T-800 who destroys itself in liquid fire in T2 Judgment Day, this assassin droid turned protector saves them and helps the cold hero find his heart. But then Gideon swoops in on his TIE fighter.
Hey, let's make the baby do the magic hand thing. Come on, baby. Do the magic hand thing. I'm out of ideas.
But Mando brings Gideon down using a similar lasso maneuver that he used in his big move in the bar back in Chapter 1, and Greef celebrates.
Navarro is a very fine planet. And now that the scum and villainy have been washed away, it's very respectable again.
Yeah, Greef is using the famous description Ben Kenobi used to describe the Mos Eisley spaceport.
You will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy.
As they take off, Mando allows Baby Yoda to gnaw on the Mythosaur skull signet of Mandalore that we've talked about in past episodes, an informal induction of this different race into his Mandalorian creed. Which brings us back to the final shot, with Jawas looting the TIE wreckage, but scared away by Gideon's Darksaber, stolen from the Purge, along with Mandalorian Beskar, a backstory that we may see in the upcoming Clone Wars season. Or maybe this means Gideon killed Bo-Katan from Rebels, or stole it from Favreau's Paz Vizsla. The Mandalorian will return for a second season in fall 2020, when we will learn more about this mysterious Excalibur and that old mysterious child. Comment down below with your remaining lingering questions: Baby Yoda's race and possible genetic engineering origin, who found Fennec Shand in Chapter 5, and will Boba Fett ever crawl out of that Sarlacc? Follow me on Instagram and Twitter at EABoss, and subscribe to New Rockstars for breakdowns of everything you love. Thanks for joining me. Bye-bye. Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and The Mandalorian is back on Disney+. Returning to Tatooine to take down some great dragons, and true spoiler warning, resurrect one Boba Fett, Tamora Morrison in the flesh. After reacting to the episode with Tommy on WikiLeaks, I have now combed through this episode and found a ton of hidden Star Wars Easter eggs. Folks, Boba Fett is actually hiding in plain sight way earlier in this episode, not just talking about the armor. He's there. I'm gonna find him for you. I'm gonna break it all down. Here we go. Okay, Mando and Baby Yoda pass pairs of glowing red eyes from the hounds in the shadows, but Baby Yoda's too busy looking at the graffiti. There is some white Arabic that looks like it translates to the word Alderaan, maybe a memorial for the Empire's war crime. There's some more text down the center that looks like no more for the backwards N, the words you will learn, and to the right of that, killer. There also appear to be depictions of a snowtrooper helmet. Kind of looks like a protocol droid that looks like C-3PO, but no, they all kind of look the same. That might be Chewbacca there, and then that could be Watto on the door of the club. Some people are also seeing Grievous in there. Interestingly, one of them looks like the Wills. Those are the legendary Force beings that taught many Jedi how to come back as Force ghosts. So Gor Koresh here is an Abyssian voiced by John Leguizamo. They watched some Gamorreans in a fighting ring. Those are the race of Jabba the Hutt's guards in Return of the Jedi. Notice how their battle axes emit this blue glow. This could be based on Knights of the Old Republic game, in which the Taris arenas used a similar shielding tech to reduce lethality. Mando has to take down Koresh's guards with his whistling birds and his vibro blade. They return from season 1. The last guy he takes out is a Zabrak, the same race as Maul. I just love how Mando's Beskar armor is itself an offensive weapon. Like the first guy punches him, nearly breaks his own fist. Then when he does that, that knocks Mando's helmet into the Twi'lek. It's like all Mando has to do is just stand there while other people punch him into each other. But before I continue, I want to thank Vessi Shoes for sponsoring this video. See, Vessi makes these knit sneakers that are 100% waterproof and weatherproof. They're super breathable too, so they don't let any to have Vessi too. Thanks. Droid Asian, kind of a weird thing for Koresh to swear to, but it is worth noting, along with Mando's new post-IG-11 softened attitude toward droids, called out by Pelimoto.
Oh, so he likes droids now. Well, you heard him. Give it a once-over.
Peli's astromech droid is R5. Notice that burn mark. This is the same R5 with the busted motivator that Luke and Uncle Owen almost bought before R2-D2 in A New Hope. Peli also says, interestingly,
you know, if this thing ever divides or buds, I will gladly pay for the offspring.
Now the line gets buried by the gag, but I think it's a subtle foreshadowing hinting at Baby Yoda's reproductive cycle that we might learn about his biological origin this season. Okay, we see a great map of Tatooine. I love maps. We see Mos Eisley, Mos Espa, and the new Mos Pelgo not on the map, recalling the way Kamino wasn't on the star maps of the Jedi archives, but it was nonetheless there. Screw you, Jocasta Nu.
It does not exist.
And Kamino is another location we might be revisiting, with it being the birthplace of Boba Fett and connected to Dr. Pershing and his Kamino patch when he studied Baby Yoda last season. Mando treks out of the town, whee! But on the way he meets with a few Tusken Raiders. Remember this dude sitting away from the campfire on the far left, judging Mando apprehensively. I have a theory about him. Also in this Dune Sea is a Bantha skeleton, recalling the Krayt Dragon skeleton in A New Hope, apparently still in the Tunisian desert. Just a little nod showing us that we're about to see a living version of the Beast 2 skeleton we last saw like this. Mando's arrival in the town definitely evokes some spaghetti western imagery. He gives some great side-eye with the locals as we hear Ludwig Göransson's acoustic guitar playing underneath. One of these villagers is a cameo by Sam Witwer, amazing voice actor behind Maul in Clone Wars and Rebels. Kenobi! The town marshal is Cobb Vanth, Timothy Oliphant.
Weequay, 2 snorts of spotchka.
He wears Boba Fett's distinctive armor, a backstory originally from Chuck Wendig's Aftermath books. This Weequay bartender is played by W. Earl Brown from Deadwood, making this a kind of Deadwood reunion between him and Oliphant. You'll remember spotchka as the blue liquor that Mando drank with Cara Dune last season.
And settle down with that beautiful young widow and raise your kid sitting here sipping spotchka?
It's a bit weird when he calls a bartender by his race as opposed to a name. The two of them clearly had some kind of friendship in the past, though we shouldn't feel too bad this guy. He is the ugliest guy in the room who has a lot of opinions about sand people.
They're monsters!
They nailed the attention to detail on this Boba Fett armor. From the bullet dent on the head, there's a little metal patch on the jetpack, probably to fix where Han Solo bonked it. You'll also notice the armor looks corroded, suggesting the Sarlacc stomach acid probably did a number on it. Now notice the sound design of the Krayt Dragon roar. I love it. They use the synthy tone from the original Dragon roar that Ben Kenobi did to scare off the Tusken Raiders in the first film. before George Lucas's team re-edited it in later editions. Not as good in my opinion.
It's odd. If something's free, people just can't resist it. More baffling is that people turn down free money by not switching to Geico. Customers can save $900, you know. Say, do you have this in a small?
It feels good to find the right fit. It feels good to Geico.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the
Now, Cobb's speeder bike is a repurposed pod racer engine, similar to how Rey used one of these in Jakku in The Force Awakens. Cobb's looks a lot like Anakin Skywalker's pod racer engine. It does have the yellow flaps, though this one is red. I don't remember there being any red on Anakin's. Cobb recounts the night of the second Death Star exploding after the Battle of Endor in Return of the Jedi. The holo projection has this ring of Orabesh text around it. If you were to flip that, translate it, it reads, "Little does Luke know that the Galactic Empire has secretly begun construction on a new armored space station even more powerful than the first Death Star." The word-for-word text from the opening crawl of Return of the Jedi. That's a fun Easter egg. Cobb talked about how he grabbed a Chemtono containing silicax crystals. This is the same kind of container that Werner Herzog kept the Beskar in last season. It's the famous ice cream maker prop carried by Wilbur Hood on Cloud City in Empire. The Tusken Raider hounds they meet are massives. We saw these in Attack of the Clones, but Mando is a friend to these folks. He speaks Tusken, uses their hand signals. This is also pretty similar to the Knights of the Old Republic, where you have to team up with Tusken Raiders, and you actually use a similar tactic to take down a crate dragon. You have to lure it out over buried explosives. The Tusken Raiders march back into town on Banthas in a straight line. A little nod to Obi-Wan Kenobi's description in A New Hope.
Sand people always ride single file to hide their numbers.
Now, the crate dragon lives in an abandoned Sarlacc pit.
There's no such thing as an abandoned Sarlacc pit. There is if you eat the Sarlacc.
This might explain how Boba Fett was able to survive the Sarlacc. The crate dragon spews flesh-melting acid that could have dissolved the Sarlacc flesh, but might not have been strong enough to melt the Mandalorian armor, which might have freed Boba. Though canonically, Boba's armor is Durasteel, not Beskar. We'll see if the show ends up sticking to that. Mando knocks the jetpack to send Cobb flying, just like Han Solo did. This same freaking jetpack malfunctioning is the reason Jango was unable to evade Mace Windu's swipe. Cobb was right. This thing is destined to be busted.
And you tell your people I wasn't the one that broke that.
Now, they foreshadow the way they end up blowing up the beast.
Hey! What are you doing? That's an explosive! What, are you trying to blow the whole place up?
An homage to Jaws, which blows up that beast the same exact way and foreshadowed it the same exact way.
Damn it, Mark! You screw around with these tanks and they're gonna blow up!
The Tusken Raiders retrieve a Crate Pearl. This is a super valuable item in the Star Wars universe mentioned in the Expanded Universe novels, like Han Solo used it to buy into a game of sabacc. These are formed by the dragon ingesting rocks, which it's gonna do if it's chewing its way through sand. It's kind of like how grains of sand can turn into pearls and clams. The final image shows the famous Tatooine binary sunset and Boba Fett, Tamora Morrison. Notice how his skin is a bit scarred, perhaps from escaping that Sarlacc, and you can hear some spurs when he steps, suggesting he could be the one who came across Fennec Shand last season. But most importantly, notice that he is carrying a Tusken rifle and a Tusken gaffy stick. I think Boba Fett could be living among the Tusken Raiders, masked along with the rest of them. He could have been that standoffish Tusken Raider back at the campfire. He was there the whole time. I'm just saying, this would explain why he doesn't have his armor anymore. Maybe he gave it up. It no longer serves him. And he might not be that interested in hunting it back down, but he still could be the key to Mando learning more about Kamino, the Jedi, the whole Star Wars history we all know pretty well. But Mando and Baby Yoda are still strangers to. Oh, and yes, I am wearing New Rockstar's custom "This is the Way" shirt, available exclusively at New Rockstar's new merch store, but there is a limited number. I think we are running out, but when you buy it for a few bucks more, you can write in a custom shout out that we will include in Wookiee Leaks episodes. So get on this, subscribe to New Rockstars, hit that notification bell, follow me at EA Boss. Thank you for watching, or as they say in Tusken, Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and this is a breakdown of The Mandalorian Season 2, Episode 2, The Passenger. A big nope of an episode, both in terms of its giant spiders and what we all kept shouting at Baby Yoda's binge eating. There are actually a lot of overlooked details this episode, including a new threat to Mando and Baby Yoda that I think we're all missing, and the real reason I think Baby Yoda might be eating those eggs. Let's find all the Easter eggs this episode and chow down. And yeah, I am wearing our custom This Is The Way shirt, which including hoodies and a Hi, I'm Eric Voss shirt. Why not? NewRockstarsMerch.com. Okay, spoiler warning, here we go. We open back on Tatooine, and you might have noticed a wider aspect ratio this season. It's a more cinematic angle, showing off the Western-inspired landscape imagery, and I appreciate how the classic lens flare trope is compounded to account for both of Tatooine's sons. The bandits who snare Mando are led by a Nikto. The Nikto cartel overtook Tatooine's crime operation after Jabba's syndicate fell. The one who holds Baby Yoda at knife point is the same race as the jerk who snapped at Rey on Jakku in The Force Awakens. And when Mando's speeder bike gets tripped up, I like the detail of him igniting his jetpack just briefly to control his landing. Physics usually don't matter in the Star Wars universe, but when they're applied to stunt work like this, they make each blow and fall feel more authentic. And the fact that a Nikto led this trap makes me wonder whether this was an isolated incident or organized, planned, thought out. You guys notice their target.
Get the child!
Yeah, these guys were following Mando and the child, or were told where to find them. And the editing includes an insert of the final guy looking at Boba Fett's helmet, but not taking it. That could mean Boba, who did spot them last episode, could have alerted this gang. Or it's possible that they were tipped off by Pelimoto, who knew Mando's destination, was interested in Baby Yoda, and hasn't seemed entirely honest with Mando. For all we know, she could have rigged that game of Sabacc with Dr. Mandible just to squeeze more money out of Mando to cover that bet. Just a little conspiracy we're gonna need to keep our eye on. In the Mos Eisley Cantina, Mando passes the K-99 bartender droid again, like the K-99 from Jabba's palace, and this one's voiced by Mark Hamill last season.
Fortunately, the bounty guild no longer operates from Tatooine.
Dr. Mandible is a Killik race native to Alderaan. Peyton Reed directed this episode. He directed the Marvel Ant-Man movies, so this could be a tip of the hat to his own work. But if you watch closely in episode 5 last season, both Dr. Mandible and this frog woman were visible in the cantina in the background. So it's pretty cool for the show to reveal more of a narrative for these background characters. Ooh, but before we continue, we want to thank Vessi for sponsoring this video. These shoes are great, even if you're a rough and tough space bounty hunter. The last really big to stay connected. Pelimoto wins Sabacc with this hand.
Idiots array! Hey, Astorak!
Idiot's Array is the same hand Lando Calrissian used to win the game of Sabacc in Rebels.
Not so fast. It appears I have an idiot's array.
You could also hear a kid playing this same hand in Solo.
Full Sabacc. Look, let me see that. Nope, my car. It's she.
No one knows what Castle was saying because this movie sucked. Outside, Pelimoto uses a Treadwell droid to roast the Great Dragon meat in the fire of a pod racer engine. This is great. It's a kind of nod to Galaxy's Edge, where a restaurant roasts meat on a spit in the fire of an engine. And then Pelly says,
I like it medium rare. I'm not some Rhodian for crying out loud.
Apparently, Rhodians like their meat cooked well done. Though, I like to think Pelly could be making fun of Greedo, the Rhodian, whom Han Solo famously faced off with in the same cantina booth Pelly was just sitting in, where Han Solo cooked that Rhodian well done. The Frog Woman is physically played by actor Misty Rosas, who also performed the movements for Kuiil, and this character wants passage.
She needs her eggs fertilized by the equinox or her line will end. She said her husband has settled on the estuary moon of Trask in the system of the gas giant Coliban.
We saw this gas giant in the trailer as the battered Razor Crest drifts past it, so Trask must be the name of the water planet. But Baby Yoda clocks the eggs right away. I love how you can see him waddling in right after them onto the ship in the background. I suspect his desire for the eggs could be more than just hunger, because when he presses his adorable little face against that tank, you can see the eggs suddenly moving closer to him. Also notice that every time Baby Yoda slurps an egg, he does it in one gulp. There's no chewing there. So is Baby Yoda eating these, ingesting and digesting? Or is he like devouring them for safekeeping? The way I devour Reese's cups for safekeeping. I'm just saying, if the others in the tank get lost or harmed, or if this frog woman ain't what she says she is, Baby Yoda could end up hawking one of these up and that line could live on. As a lover of the music on the show, I gotta shout out Gerenson's new Baby Yoda theme. Those bell chimes are dreamy, innocent, John Williamsy. It's just hard not to see this chowdown as something pure and altruistic. Now, the Aurebesh on Mando's navigation screen reads incoming comm and proximity alert with 2 New Republic X-Wings piloted by Captain Carson Teva, played by Paul Sun-Hyung Lee, and a returning Trapper Wolf, Dave Filoni cameoing. Returning from episode 6 last season, that's why he recognizes the Razor Crest from the incident at Bothan 5. Now, Mando tries to wave them off.
May the Force be with you.
And also with you.
Now, of course, Mando doesn't really know what the Force is. He doesn't really know the Jedi religion, but presumably this is just a New Republic salutation now that he has memorized to get out of situations just like this one. But as they chase him down to the ice planet, Carson's display has the same 2-dimensional graphics that Luke had in his cockpit in the Trench Run in New Hope. Like to see that continuity, nice. But the production design adds some really cool details to emphasize how frigid this ice planet is. Notice the frost-covered edges of Mando's helmet and armor that increase and increase as the episode goes on, and the way his gauntlet sticks frozen to his dashboard. Frog Woman hotwires the droid Zero from the Bothan 5 episode, bringing back the voice of comedic actor Richard Ayoade.
My husband has risked his life to carve out an existence for us.
And as Mando helps the Frog Woman scoop her eggs out of the hot spring, Baby Yoda wanders over to some different eggs. This scene imagery very much inspired by the moment Kane in Alien came across the face hugger eggs, as well as the big ol' egg patch laid by the xenomorph queen that Ripley finds in Aliens. Now, these spiders, at first glance, do evoke the Krykna of Rebels, but they're actually an original trilogy callback. The knobby white spiders that the Krykna were based on, the older spider being an original design by Ralph McQuarrie for Dagobah in Empire Strikes Back, a later rendering done in 1993. And then when they get back to the cockpit, the nav display now reads Maldo Kreese and ignition offline. Guys, Maldo Kreese is the name of the ice planet where Mando found the Mithril in the very first scene of the series. That could mean this planet is Maldo Kreese, maybe a different, more rugged part of it, or it's just a new destination popping up on the screen and Mando could be returning to that planet in the future. We did see in the trailer that Horatio Sands' blue Mithril is returning later this season, so we could find out why he was on that planet to begin with. Then the Mama Spider is blasted away by the 2 X-Wing pilots who commend Mando for his good deeds toward the New Republic.
Security records also show that you put your own life in harm's way to try to protect that of Lieutenant Davin from the New Republic Correctional Corps.
Davin was the officer played by Matt Lanter, who voiced Anakin in Clone Wars. And the last couple details, the markings of Wolf's X-Wing, some painted ties for presumably each one he shot down. I count 7 at least, which more than 5 would make him an ace. Also, the Aurebesh over there translates to rescue, meaning these pilots might be part of the New Republic Search and Rescue Corps, kind of like their Coast Guard. Now, again, check out NewRockstarsMerch.com to get our This Is the Way shirt and other great options. Subscribe to New Rockstars, follow me at EA Voss, follow New Rockstars. See you next time. I have spoken.
DistroKid makes it crazy easy for me to upload music wherever I am, whenever. I don't need to be at a studio. I don't need to be at a desk. My stats, uploads, everything, I can check right here on my phone on their mobile app.
I just uploaded a song on DistroKid from the skate park.
Just like that, my music is ready to stream on all platforms.
Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and this is a breakdown of The Mandalorian Season 2, Episode 3, Chapter 11, The Heiress. An episode that will make you hate Quarrens even more, but, spoiler warning for the episode, make you love Clone Wars even more for the live-action arrival of Bo-Katan Kryze. And someone finally telling Din Djarin, no, dude, you're the weird one. Take off your damn helmet and stop drinking that Kool-Aid. Oh, and be sure to check out WikiLeaks if you haven't already. I couldn't couldn't be there this week, but Tommy and Philip seem to have it all under control. In this video, I'm gonna break down all the interesting Easter eggs, Star Wars references, hidden visual details, all the stuff that you might have missed. You know the drill. Oh, and yes, I am wearing our custom This Is The Way shirt. It is available at newrockstarsmerch.com. If you buy it for a few bucks more, you can write in a custom shout out in our WikiLeaks episodes. What an opportunity. All right, spoiler warning for the episode. Let's get started. Okay, the opening shot of the episode is the opening shot of the season 2 trailer. The battered Razor Crest drifting past the gas giant Cole Ivan toward the estuary moon Trask. Now the Orbesh on Mando's screen translates to stabilizer error, and then moments later, landing gear offline, setting up this close call rapid descent to the Trask harbor zone. I love how this descent kind of sets up the key plot device of the final act of the episode, where those Mandalorians use the Imperial freighter needing to clear the harbor zone first in order to hijack it before its rapid ascent, an ascent that is reversed to another rapid descent into the populated harbor zone after Moff Gideon orders it to crash. Mando drops some in-universe profanity.
Dink Ferric. The landing array isn't responding.
Yeah, that same swear comes up later from Cosca Reeves.
He's one of them.
Dink Ferric.
And both are a callback to the moment the Mithril said this in the series pilot episode.
Dink Ferric, that was close!
And there's some more great production design details from the show. As they burn up during the atmosphere entry, condensation drops from the bulkhead, showing how this process is less of the, typical clean space travel we always see in the Star Wars universe, and instead more like what the early NASA Apollo missions went through during their re-entry. And you can also see how this extreme heat causes the water in the Frog Lady's canister to begin to boil, though we don't have to worry, she did soak those things in a hot spring. I also appreciated how that proximity alert on Mando's landing uses the same sound effect from other ships we've seen in Star Wars when they get a lock on a target. But the crazier, most insane detail is the Orbesh here. This is why I always try to translate it. These letters translate to the words, "Of course I still love you," which is an interesting sci-fi reference to a name of one of the 2 sentient ships in Ian M. Banks, the player of games from the Culture novels. The other ship's name was Just Read the Instructions. Elon Musk also named his SpaceX drone ships as a reference to these as well. So I'm thinking here maybe the Mandalorian series crew might have named the ship contacting Mando this as a similar kind of reference. But before I get to that, I want to thank Vessi Shoes for sponsoring this breakdown. Look, there are 2 things we can all agree on. Nobody wants anything bad to happen to Baby Yoda ever, and nobody likes wet feet. It's just those 2. Lucky for us, Vessi makes these great knit sneakers that are 100% waterproof and weatherproof. They are super breathable too, with an antimicrobial insole, so your feet smell as good as they look. I presume. I haven't been looking at your feet. Vessi shoes are super stretchy. They fit like a sock. They only weigh 175 grams, which is insanely light considering they are stronger than Cara Dune in an arm wrestling match. They're also made with the space age Dynamex material, so these are shoes that you can wear every day no matter the weather. They're also sustainably made and super easy to clean. Whether you're herding nerfs, farming moisture, or just running around town in winter weather, Vessi's will keep your feet warm and dry and looking great.
Oh, I wish I could still swim in the pool. Oh no. My shoe got in the pool water, but wait a minute. My toes are so dry thanks to these Vessi knit sneakers. La, 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 la.
They also have an incredible early Black Friday offer going on right now. So go grab yourself a pair for the rainy season while they still have sizes, and you can thank me later. Check them out in the link below. And if you miss a Black Friday sale, use my code NEWROCKSTARS to get $25 off your Vessi shoes. Now, the crane that dredges the Razor Crest from the water looks like a retrofitted AT-AT or AT-AT. Both are okay, so let's leave it at that. But what I love about this one being used this way is that Lucasfilm's art team originally designed these for The Empire Strikes Back by taking inspiration from the massive port cranes in Oakland. So in a way, these are kind of coming full circle with their original function. On Trask are aquatic beings, the Quarrens, and the Mon Calamari, like our old pal Admiral Akbar.
It's a trap!
Both are native to the ocean world Mon Cala, aka Doc, and they've never really gotten along. They did actually have a civil war during the Clone Wars era, but Anakin Skywalker was able to broker a truce between them. Now, a little detail in the pub I love is how Quarren's season their food, after Pelimoto preferring her meat medium rare. It's just fun to see another example of culinary preferences. These kind of choices have been what Jon Favreau was referring to when Dave Filoni said things like a dime a dozen don't exist in the Star Wars universe. And Mando pays the pub owner with some squishy flan currency, which we also saw back in the first episode of the series. And then from Baby Yoda's chowder, a squid latches onto his face, Xenomorph facehugger style. Another example of the alien motif we saw a lot of last episode. Now, the Quarren boat that they take out looks like a retrofitted Hammerhead-class corvette, the one another famous Mon Calamari, Admiral Raddus, used to knock disabled Imperial Star Destroyers into each other during the Battle of Scarif in Rogue One. But those dirty trickster Quarrens trap Mando by feeding Baby Yoda to a Mama Core. This, I think, is a new beast in the Star Wars universe, but it's interesting to note that Mando's jetpack seems to work underwater, apparently. But Mando gets saved by Dank Theric Bo-Katan Kryze, played by Katie Sackhoff, and Axe Woves, played by Simon Cassianides from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Casca Reeves, WWE star Sasha Banks. Now, Bo-Katan is a hugely important character in the Star Wars animated series, Clone Wars, and Rebels. She was once a member of the Death Watch, but she left that group after Maul took over the group and then used them to steal the Mandalorian throne. Bo-Katan's sister is Duchess Satine, former ruler of Mandalore and one-time love interest to Obi-Wan Kenobi. Hello there. Chronologically, we last saw Bo-Katan in Star Wars Rebels. She was wielding the ancient Mandalorian sword of the Darksaber and using it to unite the Mandalorian people, but most recently in our time, we saw her in Clone Wars Season 7 right after Ahsoka helped her retake Mandalore, but right as Order 66 was about to go out. It is so cool to see these Night Owls fight. Ludwig Göransson's Sith percussion is so intense, and the three of them move so fluidly in sync, just as Bo-Katan's animated version from Clone Wars does. But what I like about it is it's an interesting contrast to the way Mando fights. He has a more defensive, I'll just let anyone hit me approach, because he is a loner and he is learning how to be part of a tribe now. Bo-Katan's helmet and armor are painted with these owl markings, just like they are in the animated series. You can also see it on their shoulder patches. These are for the Night Owl group. This is a group she formed after leaving the Death Watch.
And you are a child of the Watch.
Yeah, Bo-Katan is reminding us that Mando was actually saved by that previous group of hers, the Watch, thus their three-pronged scratchy sigil in that we saw in that flashback. And Bo-Katan gives us some much-needed clarity about why Mando was so strict about never removing his helmet. Yes, not all Mandalorians are this strict, but it's just his group is a kind of cult of zealots that broke away from the Mandalorian society to rebuild after the Purge using strict ancient traditions to do so. And when they free Baby Yoda from the Mama Core, his carrier is dented. I've always found it interesting that that carrier is designed to look like an egg. A bit of ironic justice for that little fatso eating all the eggs last episode. Now his egg gets swallowed. Now later, Bo-Katan declares her objective.
We're seizing those weapons and using them to retake our homeworld. Once we've done that, we'll seat any Mandalore on the throne.
That planet is cursed. Anyone who goes there dies. Once the Empire knew they couldn't control it, they made sure no one else could either.
Don't believe everything you hear.
Interesting. So apparently the Empire has been using propaganda to try to scare Mandalorians from trying to return to their home world, which does connect with how Moff Gideon used that war crime tragedy term, the Night of a Thousand Tears. But as a leader of the Mandalorian resistance, Bo-Katan obviously sees that defeat as totally reversible. Now they plot to hijack this Imperial Gozanti freighter, a ship that we have seen in the animated series and briefly in the background of Mos Espa when Qui-Gon and the others arrived in Phantom Menace. Mando leaves Baby Yoda with the adorable frog couple whose eggs now begin to hatch into tadpoles, meaning they have been fertilized from the night before. Nice. On the Imperial freighter, the siren is the same that we've heard on Imperial Craters since Empire. Love that they brought that back. And it is captained by this Imperial commander, based on his insignia, played by Titus Welliver, aka the Man in Black from Lost. Love this guy. And if you look closely on the bridge display, the Orbis translates to breach. I do love how these stormtroopers report that there are 10 pirates, maybe more, when, yeah, the pilot just reads that the thermal scans verify there are only 4 of them. Idiots. Comedy actor Kevin Dorp cameos as the Imperial officer who locks them in the cargo control area, allowing the Mandalorians to blow them out the cargo door. Now, Bo-Katan says to the bridge,
Put some tea on. We'll be up in a minute.
This is some example of some consistent universe details. Like in Clone Wars, tea is a big thing to the people of Mandalore. Like Pre Vizsla drinks it with Maul, and Pre Vizsla was voiced by Jon Favreau.
Time for tea. Come join me.
Bo-Katan was with the Death Watch at the time, and Dave Filoni produced all this, so all this episode is like a big reunion. That's why we fans are really loving it. Now, Bo-Katan aims specifically to get the Darksaber back. This is, of course, the sacred Mandalorian sword that dates way back to ancient times. This tells us that Moff Gideon must have taken the saber during the Purge, but the fact that she wasn't certain that he took it suggests that she didn't lose the saber in a duel with him face to face, but that maybe he like snatched it away while she was elsewhere during that fight. But Moff Gideon orders the officer to crash the freighter, saying,
"Long live the Empire."
Interesting. So it sounds like this Imperial group are as insanely committed zealots to their lost cause of the Empire as Mando's tribe is to his way. Now we know after the Empire collapsed that Palpatine issued what was called Operation Cinder, a scorched earth plan to take down a ton of planets in the galaxy along with the Empire. That could have been part of what Gideon did with the Purge of Mandalore, but this group seems to be more forward looking. They got some plans. They want the child. They're doing something. Could be clone related, could be connected with the Empire's secret plot to resurrect Palpatine and rebuild the Sith fleet that we see a generation later in The Rise of Skywalker, though I gotta say, I hope not. I kinda want to forget that happened. But actor Titus Welliver's so great. When he gets that suicide order, notice what he does. He takes a subtle gulp as if he is sucking out his suicide pill in that moment, and then later when he bites down on it, it fries his jaw with electricity. An interesting visual parallel with the way the Emperor's Sith lightning sizzled Vader's teeth when he threw him over the ledge. And Ahsoka finally reveals to us that Mando can find Ahsoka Tano, who's probably going to appear next episode, played by Rosario Dawson. And I love how I don't think we have seen any of that footage in any promo footage or trailer. She apparently is on the forest planet Corvus in the city of Caladan, which as far as I can tell are new locations in the Star Wars universe. And then Mando leaves Bo-Katan by echoing her "this is a way," telling it back to her, a sign that this guy might have finally moved a bit in his stubbornness and his dogma, closer toward a place of religious tolerance. And I love how that final image leaves a tiny little piece of that poorly repaired Razor Crest behind, almost as if to say Mando's character shell is starting to wither away to reveal the beautiful human soul underneath. That is all I noticed in the episode. Again, you can help support this channel and get yourself some great apparel and accessories at newrockstarsmerch.com. Check it out. Subscribe to New Rockstars, hit that notification button. Follow me at EA Voss, follow New Rockstars. See you next time. I have spoken. Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and this is a breakdown of The Mandalorian Season 2, Episode 4, Chapter 12, The Siege, in which Moff Gideon's Imperial forces finally revealed their dark secret agenda, making the sequel trilogy make sense.
Nice.
I'm gonna dive deep into the bombshell Star Wars Easter eggs dropped this episode. Along the way, I'm gonna go frame by frame to point out all the cool hidden visual details, the craft that they put in this episode, stuff that I don't think anyone else catches because, I don't know, they had friends in high school. Spoiler warning, and before I continue, you can get your hands on this custom "This Is the Way" shirt at New Rockstars merch store, newrockstarsmerch.com. They're selling out fast, so jump on it. Look like me. Scratch that, that's not gonna move any shirts. Look better than me. Okay, with the Razor Crest still stitched together with Mon Calamari netting from Trask, Mando uses Baby Yoda's tiny body to try to repair the ship from its inner bowels. I guess similar to the way they used his Disney cutie rival Baby Groot to fit in a tight place in Guardians Volume 2. Really, it reminds me of the way Poe Dameron used BB-8 to plunge inside the X-Wing to try to patch it in The Last Jedi, which ended the same shocking way for both Christmas gifts. I might be reaching, but I do find it interesting that the child cannot distinguish between the red and the blue wires. Maybe he's colorblind, or maybe just a baby. But, you know, something to be said for not being able to distinguish between red and blue, I don't know, lightsabers. A more balanced view of the Force. Careful, Voss. Casual speculation about this kid gets grown adults screaming at you about eggs on Twitter. But when they sip broth, Mando just slightly lifts his helmet to eat. Now, he has mentioned having to eat this way before, but the fact that he does it in front of the child right here, and Baby Yoda is looking right up in there curiously, is an interesting reflection of how Din Djarin is continuing to evolve past the strict dogma of the Watch that Bo-Katan pushed back on him on last episode.
This is the way.
This is the way.
Back on Navarro, the forge formerly occupied by the Mandalorian armorer has been overtaken by an Aqualish gang. This is the same race as Ponda Baba, the jerk who picked a fight with Luke and Obi-Wan in the first film. The spot where the Mythosaur skull statue once hung is now empty, leaving an outline. Marshal Cara Dune wrecks them, with Gina Carano performing her own stunt role, though this edit left that stunt mat visible on the ground in the frame. Not as bad as the dude in jeans who shows up later, or I guess a f***ing coffee cup. The decanter that Cara swipes at them is filled with blue spatchka, the stuff you know she loves drinking. Shame to waste it. And she saves a lava meerkat. Pretty sure we saw one of these by the lava river on Navarro in chapter 8. But before I continue, we gotta thank Vessi Shoes for sponsoring this video. Whether you're hopping around the ice planets of Ilum, Hoth, Kijimi, or just Wisconsin in the wintertime, you need shoes that will keep your feet dry. Well, lucky for us, Vessi makes these knit sneakers that are 100% waterproof and weatherproof. They're super breathable with an antimicrobial insole, so your feet can smell good and feel good, like I imagine Grief Karga must smell and feel. Vessi shoes are super stretchy, they fit like a sock, and they only weigh 175 grams, which is insanely light considering they're stronger than Beskar steel. They're made with the space-age Dynamex material, so these are shoes you can wear every day in all kinds of weather, and they're sustainably made, 100% vegan, and very easy to clean. Whether you're hiking or running errands or playing hopscotch on Hoth, Vessis will keep your feet warm and dry and looking great.
You know, just doing some patio hose, and whoa, my shoe got a little wet, but you know what did get wet? My toes. Still bone dry thanks to these Vessi shoes.
They also have an incredible early Black Friday offer going on right now, so go grab yourself a pair for the rainy season while they still have the sizes, and you can thank me later. Check them out in the link below, and if you missed the Black Friday sale, it's all good. Just a little episode actually. I spoke chaotically when that ramp doesn't budge all the way down. Star Wars production designers are always more creative when the stuff they make has to look worn and broken. I love it. And still visible in Mando's cargo bay is a bounty frozen in carbonite. Thankfully, that did not get lost when the ship cargo bay dangled open on the way to Trask. Now, this sneaky engineer is a Mimban, the race of one of the Cloud Riders in Solo: A Star Wars Story. There was also a Mimbanese pilot in Star Wars Squadrons. Now, the town looks great under Grief and Kara's leadership. In the town square is a statue dedicated to IG-11, who was instrumental to liberating this town from Moff Gideon's Imperial unit in last season's finale. Meanwhile, no love apparently for Kuil, probably lying in a ditch somewhere. That's what happens when you fumble on the 1-yard line. The pub that they used to meet in now has been converted to a school, one of the few non-culty schools we've seen in the Star Wars universe. And yes, this girl does have the same kind of hair braids that we've seen Rey have, but this girl is not Rey herself. This is 9 ABY. Rey would have been born like 6 years after this. The teacher is a protocol droid.
Who can name one of the 5 major trade routes in the galaxy? Anyone? How about the Corellian Run?
The Hydian Way?
Yes, the Hydian Way.
And just because I was that student, 5 major hyperspace trade routes are the Corellian Run, that's the one connected to Han Solo's homeworld of Corellia, the Corellian Trade Spine, the Hydian Way, the Perlevian Trade Route, and the Rima Trade Route. These trade routes are everything to the civilization, and control over them was the basis of the Naboo conflict in The Phantom Menace. The teacher continues to talk about
the capital of the New Republic is currently on the planet Chandrila.
Reflecting how the capital of the Republic rotated from Coruscant to Chandrila, as described in Chuck Wendig's Aftermath series. Also mentioned is
Akatisi Maelstrom. The Maelstrom surrounds
Yeah, we saw that Maelstrom when Han Solo and the others did the Kessel Run in that movie. On the map screen, the Orbesh translates to gravitational vector, and then later solar limit, and then orbital something, and then key point. And the teacher mentions these sections of the galaxy: the mid-rim, the expansion region, the inner rim, the outer rim, the core, the colonies, and the deep core. This is important to what that X-Wing pilot later worries about, with threats rising in the outer rim, but these core worlds not taking it seriously, explaining why they were so blindsided when the First Order fried all of them in The Force Awakens. Baby Yoda uses the Force to swipe the kid's blue cookies, or I think those are macaroons, which that kid was just eating openly at his desk. Doesn't even try to hide it in his...
We're going to show you 13 mind-blowing use cases for creators using the new AI Workspace 2.0 from GenSpark, Silicon Valley's first AI agent unicorn, so you can make better films and content, all while automating the tasks you don't want to do. Let's go. One subscription to GenSpark gives you access to all the top AI models: Nano Banana Pro, ChatGPT, Veo, Canva, Figma, Claude, Gemini, and more. This is a game changer for people who want to incorporate AI into their workflows or who just want to experience
backpack. Horatio Sands' Mithril character returns from the pilot episode.
There's no registration on the ship, but I'm pretty sure it belongs.
I believe you two have met.
His nervous mist is because he was just calling in the Razor Crest. That is what brought the New Republic pilot there when they were mentioning the transponder log later. And the Mithril says,
I do not want to spend any more time in carbonite. Still can't see out of my left eye.
Yeah, that blindness is a callback to when Han Solo was thawed out of carbonite in Return of the Jedi and suffered temporary blindness.
I can't see.
They take the speeder to the supposedly abandoned or skeletal crew Imperial base, but the Mithril wants to bounce.
Or I leave you out here in the lava flats to walk home with whatever's left in your humidity vest.
Yeah, a humidity vest sounds like it could be based on the still suits of Dune. One of many ways Dune has influenced the world of Star Wars. The still suits recycle moisture to help beings in arid climates. And they find the Trexler Marauder troop transport, similar to the one we saw bringing in the troops in Chapter 8, but with a few upgrades. And Grief steals an Imperial code cylinder. We actually saw those in the pockets of Grand Moff Tarkin all the way back in the first film. And they head over to the reactor column to deactivate the cooling system so that the heat from the lava will overpower the station, the same way that we saw Obi-Wan trying to creep out on the column to lower the Death Star shields.
There's no guardrail on this. Come on!
Great meta joke about how none of these platforms have guardrails. OSHA would have a field day. And then we get to the stuff that gets the nerds really excited. So they come across two Imperial scientists. Both are dressed in similar uniforms with similar patches as worn by Dr. Pershing, insignia that looks a lot like the ones worn by clones of Camino. Now, it's not exactly similar, but it's close enough. And they are desperately purging their drives. So you know we're gonna wanna see what was there. And you can briefly see it right before he shoots the panel. The display looks quite similar to the display on the tech that Dr. Pershing was using to examine the child in Chapter 3. And then they look over to see the madness.
What the?
I thought you said this was a forward operating base.
I thought it was.
No, this isn't a military operation. This is a lab.
Yes, it is. The official audio description of this episode calls these hairless, disfigured humanoids, and one of them very closely resembles Snoke. Same bulbous, scarred head, same cheekbones, same lowered ear. The opening scene of The Rise of Skywalker retcons Snoke as a genetically engineered potential host body for Palpatine's disembodied spirit, with clone Snokes visible in tanks on Exegol.
I made Snoke.
And the music playing here is the deep bass vocals composed by John Williams for Snoke in the sequel films. Interestingly, the concept art that rolled under the credits at the end of the episode, another one of those humanoids looks a bit like a Zabrak, so maybe a Maul clone was also being considered. We'll see. Now, Mithril pulls up a recording of Dr. Pershing, who clarifies how the child is connected to this secret plot.
There were promising effects for an entire fortnight, but then, sadly, the body rejected the blood. I highly doubt we'll find a donor with a higher M count, though. I recommend that we suspend all experimentation. I fear that the volunteer will meet the same regrettable fate if we proceed.
So the M count, yeah, refers to macaroon count. That shit is off the charts in Baby Yoda. But no, I'm kidding now. It's obviously midichlorian count, and I'm guessing they abbreviated it to M to avoid triggering fans with like knee-jerk associations with the idea of the Force being microbial bacteria. But this confirms many things. One, Moff Gideon wants the child for that kid's midichlorian-rich Force-sensitive blood, hoping to transfuse that blood into genetically engineered host bodies. Presumably, this is part of the process that eventually led to Palpatine resurrecting in a clone body, a process that the Resistance speculated about in that movie.
Dark science. Cloning. Secrets only the Sith knew.
So Snoke, it sounds like, was one step in that process, but Palpatine 2.0 was the final form. This cloning process by way of transplanting a consciousness has been attempted in various Star Wars Legends stories, but it almost always fails, just like Dr. Pershing's describing. It's actually similar to the process by which Sifo Dyas, the Jedi who set up the secret Camino cloning operation, had his genetic material, his blood, harvested and pumped into Grievous, though I don't think the Force sensitivity transfer worked. Grievous has been established as not Force sensitive, he's just a skilled lightsaber duelist. Whether or not Moff Gideon is aware of the Palpatine or Snoke connection, or if he's just a stubborn Imperial loyalist meant as a stepping stone to the First Order, remains to be seen, but I think it is clear that he himself is not Force sensitive, otherwise he would just use his own blood for this, and it is clear now that Baby Yoda himself was not a clone, but was probably born naturally and has just since fallen into cloners' hands. And then finally, that volunteer that Pershing mentioned. Pershing is halting the experiment because he doesn't want the volunteer to die. That would probably mean that volunteer is a VIP, rather than just like an expendable nobody who's trying to pay for his college tuition. I'm thinking that VIP is Palpatine's son, shown in the flashback in The Rise of Skywalker. That man himself was not a clone. He didn't look like a young Ian McDiarmid. He was a naturally born son. We actually went into that in one of our classic Big Question episodes.
Palpatine, he fucked.
But that guy never carried Palpatine's consciousness, and he hid his daughter, Rey, so that she would never be found for any kind of similar plan. Look, I wasn't really crazy about the Rey Palpatine plot in The Rise of Skywalker, but if anyone can give that cluster a richer context and a deeper meaning that fans appreciate, it is Dave Filoni, the guy who made Attack of the Clones worth rewatching, thanks to all of his great work in the Clone Wars. So let's see where this goes. Horatio Sands is pretty hilarious to watch during the escape. He jumps in with his gun pointed after the shooting is stopped, and then he kind of like whack-a-moles up 3 times pointlessly before taking a shot. The transport chase is also super fun to watch. I love how the scout troopers give chase on the speeder bikes, and 2 of them don't even survive that initial descent, and then the others have to skid their boot along the lava canyon floor just to make that turn. Just more great attention to detail that gives this chase a tangible feel. And Kara slams one against the canyon wall.
Welcome to the new generation of web creation, where your vision and technology works as one, so you can create the way you think. Wix.
Pretty dark for her to celebrate, but remember, this woman did lose everyone when these imps blew up Alderaan. And when the base explodes behind them from that geysering lava, you can see a shockwave blast out that rattles them on the transport, signaling to them that their mission is accomplished. But hey, not so fast. TIE fighters are now closing in, and I love how Kara notices them just by the sound of their signature scream.
I may have been premature.
Similarly, I love how much time we spend in the cockpits with the Imperial pilots. The set people are billowing in dust particles, showing how these pilots must have rushed into these cockpits while lava and ash was exploding around them. Just makes this dogfight feel so much more personal. The Razor Crest swoops in to save him. Cookie Snack and Baby Yoda throws his hands up as the Razor Crest climbs like on a roller coaster, and yeah, his stomach reacts afterward the same way. New Republic X-Wing pilot Captain Carson Teva returns from Chapter 10.
There's something going on out here. They don't believe it on the core worlds, but it's true. These aren't isolated incidents. They need to be stopped before it's too late.
Yeah, this is the possible clue pointing to the rise of the First Order, something that spawned in unknown regions and caught those core worlds completely by surprise. And then after learning how she lost everyone on Alderaan, but failing to recruit her for now, Tevon leaves her with this badge with the insignia of the rebellion. And then we see Moff Gideon's new massive ship. It wedges down into frame, matching the visual of the Imperial Star Destroyer in the opening shot of the first Star Wars film, echoing for us that awe of Imperial might at the height of the Empire's power. Now that Lebanese engineer confirms a tracking device has been planted on the Razor Crest, telling us that Moff Gideon will be able to follow Mando to Corvus, and hopefully that will mean a lightsaber duel between Gideon and the Darksaber and Ahsoka Tano with her white-bladed sabers that she got from the Inquisitors. And that communication officer responds,
"You'll be well rewarded in the new era."
Yeah, that new era could refer to the First Order, which could mean Moff Gideon is more hands-on in this transition, or still, this group could just be part of an offshoot Imperial group with like related Empire 2.0 plans that could get violently overtaken by the people who found the First Order. And the word passes along to Gideon.
And we will be ready.
So what are these troopers? The black armor first looked like to me like the Death Troopers seen in Rogue One. Some are suggesting Shadow Troopers from the games. They wield the lightsabers, but I don't think so. Notice the nearby scientist jumpsuit. It bears the crest of the Imperial Department of Military Research. It's from an older Star Wars RPG. This connects us to the Dark Troopers. So Dark Troopers, specifically these are Phase 3 Dark Troopers, super advanced battle droids from the Dark Forces game originally, and this was further confirmed by the official audio description of the the episode, which states, quote, "He turns toward a shadowy cubicle where light gleams off shiny black armor resembling his own. Rows of similar compartments sprawl through the bay with an engineer tending to immobilized dark troopers contained within." Now, I'm sure that audio description could be like generic lowercase dark troopers, but all the other clues point in this direction. So no, I don't think these troopers are like waiting for Baby Yoda blood to activate, but they are likely to be terrifying droids that is gonna trigger Mando's painful memories of losing his parents to the separatist super battle droids during the Clone Wars. And next episode, we're gonna be headed to Corvus to meet Ahsoka Tano, an episode that I expect to be one of the biggest of the series. Season 2 just keeps bringing it. I am so excited to keep making these kinds of in-depth cinematic analyses of Star Wars. It's really more than just a pile of Easter eggs and references for me. It's true art. It's worth analyzing the craft.
CFOs and finance leaders, be honest. You're not using AI because you don't trust it, and you're right not to. Finance is in a place where pretty good answers work. One wrong number and your credibility is gone. Or maybe you are using Claude, but those raw CSVs don't account for eliminations, FX conversions, or how your company actually works. That's why Data Rails built Finance OS. It's a governed operational layer between your financial systems and AI tools like Claude, consolidating your ERP, CRM, and payroll data with your specific allocations and mapping. Now when you ask Claude a question, you get real numbers that are fully audited.
Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and this is a breakdown of The Mandalorian Season 2, Episode 5, Chapter 13, The Jedi. Perhaps the most crucial episode of the series since its premiere, revealing, spoiler warning, a live-action Ahsoka Tano, her quest to find Grand Admiral Thrawn, and the name of the child we have been calling Baby Yoda, that name being Grogu.
Grogu and I can feel each other's thoughts.
Grogu? Grogu.
Grogu. Grogu. Grogu.
Grogu. Grogu.
Grogu. Grogu.
Which I assume by now that you know and already have an opinion about. Now, I made another video breaking down Grogu's timeline from the events of Order 66 to the moment Mando found him in the Mandalorian series premiere, and Tommy and I went into it further in WikiLeaks, but in this episode, I am gonna go through this episode frame by frame to scrutinize each shot of the episode, not just for the many Star Wars Easter eggs and tie-ins, but for the fascinating craft details that the people who make the show put into it. And yeah, before I begin, the shirt I am wearing is our This Is the Way shirt. It is available for a limited time only in our official merch store, newrockstarsmerch.com. Actually, Philip knocked out a brand new shirt to celebrate the reveal of the child's real name. This has got to be the first shirt out there that has little baby Grogu by his real name in his adorable little mugshot, because he's a little monster. All right, here we go into the episode. The episode opens on Corvus, the forest planet Bo-Katan told us about back in Chapter 11, though instead of the lush Rivendell I kind of expected, we instead get a charred Mordor landscape, which in our WikiLeaks after show I interpreted as a symbolic reflection of the dead Jedi dogma that Ahsoka and Grogu should really no longer cling to.
The sacred Jedi texts. Ooh.
The smoky fog illuminates with the twin white blades of Ahsoka Tano, played in flawless cosplay by Rosario Dawson, though maybe Snips and Snips could have been a bit longer because she's older, but well, she looks just like her otherwise. Bravo! Bit of background, Ahsoka Tano was introduced back in Clone Wars, Anakin's apprentice and friend who later gets falsely accused for a crime by the Jedi Order, and even after her name is cleared, she walks from that order, and in the final season of Clone Wars that came out earlier this year, she helped Bo-Katan liberate Mandalore from Maul, but right as Order 66 came out, she was forced to break with her beloved clone trooper unit. Ahsoka's cloak here actually is the same cloak she was wearing in that series finale. Ahsoka also appeared years later in the Star Wars timeline in Rebels, fighting Anakin as Vader with these two white lightsabers that she actually got from Inquisitors. Inquisitors were former Jedi dragged over to the dark side and tasked with hunting down runaway Jedi. Rebels ends with Ahsoka joining Sabine Wren to seek out Ezra Bridger, who had previously zipped away to some unknown destination via hyperspace Wales, along with Thrawn. More on that in a bit. But before we continue, thank you to Vessi Shoes for sponsoring this video. If you are looking for shoes that look great, keep your feet dry and temperature controlled, and are super comfortable, this is the way. Vessi makes knit sneakers that are 100% waterproof and weatherproof. They're way more comfortable than some stiff old winter boot. Dumb boots! Vessi's shoes are super stretchy. Look at that. They stretch and they fit you like a sock. They only weigh 175 grams. They are made with the space-age Dynamex material, so these are shoes that you can wear every day in all kinds of weather. One less thing to worry about. They're also super easy to clean. You really just rinse with water and toss in the washing machine. Vessis are sustainably made with no animal byproducts. See, Baby Yoda isn't the only one thinking green around here.
When am I gonna find someone who looks at me the way Mando looks at Baby Yoda? What the? I got my foot in the. Wait a minute.
These key rock stars to get clone beaming through the murk, similar to the visual that revealed Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan in the poison gas and Phantom Menace, a Jedi misdirect designed to instill fear and confusion in her enemies' hearts. And it's awesome to see how creative she gets with these sabers. She slices a trunk and then she cleaves out a whole piece that she can use to take a guy out, leaving the trunk to drop down on its lower stump. So it's not just saber against enemy, she uses her whole surroundings. The Caladan Magistrate is Morgan Elsbeth, played by Diana Lee Inosanto, daughter of legendary martial artist Dan Inosanto and goddaughter to the man Bruce Lee. So when she kept getting asked about her master, I was like, hell yeah, this warrior was trained by the best. You'll recognize her Lieutenant Lang, played by Michael Biehn, star of Terminator and Aliens, though I wish she had a bigger role in the show. Oh well. Now this episode is titled The Jedi for Ahsoka. I was hoping the title could have been like plural and or also referring to the child, but translations from other languages show how they use the feminine article for the in this case. As Mando and the child approach, the kid once again desires that spherical knob at the end of the control stick, the one that the kid wanted in chapter 3 and that Mando looked at and remembered that he still loves his kid and he made his true act of love to rescue him. I have a feeling Grogu's love of it might go deeper than just like a mere kid wanting a toy. Maybe it reminds him of some part of his past, like, I don't know, it could have been taken to the Death Star at some point. We will see. A Caladan watchman uses a scanner similar to the one used by a postcard on Yavin 4 in A New Hope, and when they land, these large creatures that kind of match the silhouette of an AT-AT at feed on the barks of the burnt trees in the background. Now Mando is asked if he is part of the Bounty Hunter Guild, to which he responds,
"Last I checked."
Which is interesting because he kind of broke with the guild rules back in that chapter 3 episode, though he hasn't technically checked if he's still part of it. And he's also starting to bend the rules of his own Mandalorian code, so he really has no problem reneging on this agreement with the magistrate, and we're just seeing how the only rule that remains sacred to this character is his love for the child. I love the production design on the Caladan town. It is clearly inspired by samurai films with feudal Japanese walls, these circular towers with their flat conical roofs, and within the city walls there's all these peasants living in squalor with a sharp contrast to the inner courtyard palace, serene, beautiful, a bubble of paradise, a classic wealth disparity that you see in those kind of stories, where the wealthy elite landlords are completely unaware of the problems of the people serving underneath them. And I love how later the duel plays out with a slow, deliberate kendo-style fight choreography, a throwback to the slower swordplay of Obi-Wan and Vader that George Lucas originally based the whole Jedi culture on. The imagery may also remind you of the final duel in the quiet garden between the bride and Oren Ishii in Kill Bill. Quentin Tarantino is also a lover of Akira Kurosawa and staged this battle the same way, a raging melee heightening to an ice-cold, intimate face-off. Meanwhile, the Western counterpart to samurai films, the Western film genre, inspires the duel outside the courtyard between Mando and Lang, with a gunslinger showdown lifted directly from the work of directors like Sergio Leone. Essentially, Westerns and samurai films are parallel genres just from different parts of the world, both inspiring the Star Wars world. It's so amazing to see both play such a big role in this episode. Elsbeth keeps prisoners on display in these public stocks with electric fields, zapping them to reveal their skeletons underneath, similar to the zapping Sith lightning that we've seen before, and I believe Hera in Rebels was tortured with one of these. Elsbeth feeds her fish in her koi pond, though I'm pretty sure those aren't koi in there. Notice Grogu gives them a curious look, kind of like the frog eggs. Grogu is very much into aquatic life, just keeping track of his amphibious origins as we try to narrow them down. Elsbeth reminds Mando that the Jedi are ancient enemies of Mandalore, offering him as a reward for killing Ahsoka a pure Beskar spear capable of resisting lightsaber strikes, telling us that Mando's armor is moments away from some Ahsoka hits, but also shedding some light on the ancient Jedi and Mandalorians and how they were so evenly matched. I love the ping the staff makes when he strikes it on its gauntlet.
I run a podcast solo. No producer, no editor, no tech skills, just Riverside. I get high quality podcast recordings right from my room. And I'm not even using expensive equipment. Watch this. Riverside turns my recording into social clips automatically. It even creates thumbnails and writes the description, so I can post it fast without getting overwhelmed. If you want to start a podcast, this is the only tool you need. Try it for free today.
Shopping is hard. Make it easy with Stitch Fix. Get outfits you love without any of the hassle. First, tell us your style, sizes, and budget. Then we get to know exactly what you like and don't. Next, your real human stylist sends pieces that are so you. You can try it on before you buy it for free. Then keep what you love and send back the rest. Experience our new app feature like Vision, an AI tool to see and shop new looks on you, and Stylist Connect, where you can directly chat with our real stylists. Plus, shipping and returns are on us. No subscriptions required. Your new personal style is just a few clicks away. Take the quiz now at StitchFix.com.
Beskar.
There's an almost magical strength that you can hear in there that justifies its ability to repel a lightsaber hit. As they venture out to find Ahsoka, amazing Easter egg here, the bird on the branch in the upper left. This owl is Morai, a hugely significant spirit animal that follows Ahsoka. It is the embodiment of the daughter, one of the three Mortis cosmic entities who represents the light side of the Force. The daughter gave her life to save Ahsoka, and now she is represented in this Morai bird. That bird also appears circling over Vader in the final moments of Clone Wars. Ahsoka and Mando briefly duel, and it is really fun to see these two one-up each other. Ahsoka even, you can tell, gets a little kick out of it when she looks down to realize her binds can be reverted in order to snare Mando. But then he mentions Bo-Katan sent him, and she sees the child, and then our lives get so much better. Next scene, framed in the light of the moon, Ahsoka and Grogu stare each other down, and from this nonverbal Force link, she reveals his name and origin.
Grogu and I can feel each other's thoughts.
Grogu?
He was raised at the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. At the end of the Clone Wars, when the Empire rose to power, he was hidden. Someone took him from the temple.
And I love how Grogu looks up at Mando each time he uses his name, but then, even more subtle, he gives a look of recognition when Ahsoka mentions the name of Master Yoda.
A wise Jedi Master named Yoda.
And yes, if you were listening closely there, that was a musical leitmotif to the John Williams Yoda theme playing underneath. Ahsoka says some mystery person took the child from the Jedi Temple during Order 66. In yesterday's video, I speculated that could have been Yaddle, whom most of us assume to be dead based off of a comic where Vader fights Yaddle's ghost. But there have been like other mentions and things like Jedi Fallen Order that suggest she might still be alive. We'll see. Now, it could have just been Obi-Wan Kenobi, who did survey that temple in the aftermath, and this could definitely tie in the upcoming Kenobi series. Others have suggested Jocasta Nu, the temple librarian, who did die shortly after the events of Revenge of the Sith, but did have enough time to save that kid if she could have. I'm also intrigued by the possibility of Mace Windu, who supposedly died, though no body was ever found, and there is speculation that he could get a future spin-off series. If the theories are true that Grogu and Anakin's matching birth years mean they might be part of a dyad, I could see a scenario where Grogu uses his Force healing powers to heal the wounds on Mace Windu that were caused by the counterpart, Anakin. Now, the stark burnt landscape gives way to lively green in the area where Ahsoka trains Baby Yoda, an interesting reflection of the life force that these two Jedi are about to tap into. Ahsoka levitates a rock to him, echoing the way Master Yoda used rocks to train Luke on Dagobah, but then she says this:
"Sense much fear in you."
A direct callback to Yoda's warning to Anakin in Phantom Menace.
"I sense much fear in you."
Ahsoka fears that training a child with vulnerable personal connections will result in the same calamity as her old friend Anakin, whom she calls, heartbreakingly, the best of us. Ahsoka explains how Elsbeth's family was massacred during the Clone Wars and that Elsbeth used that anger to plunder and destroy worlds to help build the Imperial Starfleet, but I don't think that's her MO now. The fact that she calls Thrawn her master suggests to me that she and Thrawn might be building a new Starfleet that's separate from the Empire, maybe an independent Order of Thrawn. Ahsoka and Mando team up and she scales the wall, slices that bell in half. Notice how she also slices the guard standing right in front of it. So cool. Guarding the town are HK-87 droids, an apparent upgrade from the HK-47 from Knights of the Old Republic. A Lothcat also appears. We saw one of these last season, and for many, this is another sign that Ezra Bridger could show up at some point. They do come from his home world. But when Ahsoka confronts Elsbeth in the courtyard, I love how we don't see Ahsoka arrive. She's just already standing there waiting for her. It's as if this showdown was inevitable, a promise delivered from that opening scene.
Surrender, or face the consequences.
When Ahsoka ignites her right blade, the wind catches her robe on the ground. It's a nice detail of VFX meeting practical to suggest the warmth of the blade could have affected the airflow there. After a thrilling duel, Ahsoka drops the big question.
Now tell me, where is your master? Where is Grand Admiral Thrawn?
So, Thrawn was one of the first big things to come out of the Star Wars Expanded Universe novels. He was so popular that Dave Filoni later brought him into Season 3 of Rebels. Originally, Thrawn was tasked with leading the Empire after its defeat in the Battle of Endor, but in Rebels, during the Galactic Civil War, he is pursuing the crew of the Ghost. Yes, he's last seen disappearing in hyperspace with Ezra. So, for Ahsoka, finding Thrawn means finding Ezra, unless she already found them in these past few years, and that perhaps Ezra and Sabine could be dead. Now Ahsoka just wants revenge against Thrawn. So Thrawn is a Chiss. He is a genius tactician, skilled hand-to-hand combatant, which might be why Elsbeth calls him, quote, master. I really do think, or at least I hope, that he is now building his own Starfleet independent from the old guard of the Empire or Palpatine, just because Thrawn would be such a cooler villain who embraces the spirit of legends, what people love about Star Wars, without getting bogged down in that same old Rebels versus Empire conflict that every generation of Star Wars is driven by. Ahsoka tells Mando to take Grogu to Tython and place him on a Seeing Stone so that he can connect with other Jedi. The new hope is that Jedi Luke Skywalker could sense that and connect with these characters, maybe with a de-aged Mark Hamill or just a hooded figure with Hamill's voice. But the fear is that darker Force-sensitive entities might intercept that call. Tython is another element from Star Wars Legends. It was originally the home to the Jedi Order, predecessor to the Jedi Order, but it was brought into official canon in a Force Awakens RPG and then a later novel. Tython is essentially one of the sacred Jedi sites, along with Ahch-To, Jedha, maybe the ruins where all of this started. In the final moments, notice how Ahsoka and Grogu exchange the subtlest nod of respect, very similar to the nod that Ahsoka exchanged with Elsbeth. To me, this suggests an even deeper understanding between the Jedi than we realize. Maybe deeper thoughts and secrets in Grogu's mind that Ahsoka chose not to disclose to Mando. Maybe Grogu wants to be taken to Tython instead of staying with Ahsoka on Corvus to try to keep himself and Mando away from Ahsoka's beef with Thrawn, which is probably gonna get real nasty, and closer to a path that will intersect them with good things like Luke Skywalker. So those are all the subtle details that I found this episode, but there is so much more to talk about from this one episode. We're gonna be making more videos about it. In the meantime, subscribe to New Rockstars, hit that notification bell, follow me on Instagram at EABoss, follow New Rockstars. Thank you for watching. I have spoken.
Did you know there's a new AI tool that allows you to create AI-generated YouTube thumbnails by just pasting a YouTube video URL? It will automatically scan the video and then create professional thumbnails in seconds using AI with no editing and no prompts. It's called thumbnailcreator.com, and I'm going to show you exactly how this works. So you're going to go to thumbnailcreator.com and then go ahead and click Start a Free Trial, which will give you multiple of these thumbnails for free. And we're going to use the video.
Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and this is a breakdown of The Mandalorian Season 2, Episode 6, Chapter 14, The Tragedy. An episode that, spoiler warning, tragically snatches away from us Grogu and the Razor Crest, but hey, reunites Boba Fett with his armor. That doesn't really fit him any better than it did Cobb Vanth, but you know who it would fit? Grogu. He clearly needs it. To be honest, I kind of went crazy with this one. I translated the shit out of Boba Fett's chain code, and it confirmed some big stuff about Jango Fett's history. I found Rogue One Easter eggs in that prisoner registry. That's 2 different alien languages I'm translating for you guys. I figured out stuff about that Seeing Stone. It's runes, even those butterflies. There is a lot. Let us break it down. Okay, here we go. Mando chuckles for the first time ever, I think, playing Force Catch with Grogu's favorite toy, the spherical knob, originally given to him back in Chapter 3, the moment Mando really chose to look after this kid. I have speculated the kid's obsession with it could be connected with something else spherical in the Star Wars universe, like the Death Star, but but that Seeing Stone that he later sits on has a dome shape that, in the closing credits concept art, was originally going to be a sphere that jutted up even more from the ground. So maybe those two spheres are connected. Some have also speculated that the knob could be where Moff Gideon's agent landed the tracker on the Razor Crest. There does appear to be a blue part of the knob that I don't remember seeing before, but considering Mando and Grogu had both handled it before the ship was tracked and they are now, I think Mando would have noticed the weight difference. And we visit Tython, which looks like Southern California. It shows up on Mando's display with the region listed as core, telling us this is a core world. Originally, Tython appeared in Legends, but has since been made canon in the Dr. Aphra novels. It is considered one of the possibilities of the whole origin of the Jedi, alongside other places like Ahch-To and Jedha. This Seeing Stone is located on the hilltop, arranged in a ring with 6 boulders propped up with brace stones. Now, the closing credit concept art rendered this even more Stonehenge-y, definitely an influence here, reflecting the elemental origins of the Jedi that we saw with the tree in the cave on Ahch-To. This Seeing Stone might even be linked with the stone that Luke sat atop in The Last Jedi, kind of opposite ends of a phone line. The Seeing Stone is marked with these runes. These are written in the language of Ur-Khatat, aka the Old Tongue. It is the ancient language of the Sith, but it has also been used by both sides of the Force. Like, it showed up in Rebels on the Lothal Jedi Temple, but also the Sith Temple of Malachor, a bunch of other places in animated series and comics and Knights of the Old Republic. Now, unfortunately, these runes are just too worn down and out of focus to decipher literally letter for letter, but I am wondering if it could translate to the Jedi Code. You remember that one? There is no emotion, there is peace, there is no ignorance, there is knowledge, there is no passion, there is serenity, there is no chaos, there is harmony, there is no death, there is the Force. Actually, the whispers that Rey heard guiding her to that tree was actually a softly recorded chant of those words. But before I continue, I want to thank Vessi Shoes for sponsoring this video. Vessi makes these knit sneakers that are 100% waterproof. They're breathable, so they don't let any liquid into the snowy and piggies are bone dry or season. They say also the visor with different properties that Darth Vader saw inside his eyes. These actually might be connected to the blue glowing butterflies that Darth Vader saw inside his mind as he meditated in the comic Darth Vader #8. It was a super creepy visual because you see the gnarly way that Vader envisions himself in his mind's eye. But these butterflies represented the goodness that was still in him, and that essence might be what swarms around the stone. It is also possible that these butterflies help activate the beam because notice they don't appear to be visible after it lights up. And I do love how Grogu touches his fingertips, making the classic meditation gesture. And then after Mando descends the hill to find Boba Fett, notice how behind him, up by that stone, you can see 2 figures. One presumably the child, but who's the other? Could this be a Force ghost of Master Yoda? Or maybe Luke projecting himself from Ahch-To? Or maybe it's Jean's guy, not clearing the set again. Your 15 minutes are up. Now let's talk about Boba Fett. Slave 1 soars in and lands. It's so freaking exciting to see this iconic ship after The Empire Strikes Back and Attack of the Clones. Boba Fett carries the rifle and gaffy stick carried by the Tusken Raiders, meaning he probably must have lived among them on Tatooine after he escaped the Sarlacc. Now, I'd explain how the Crate Dragon could have dissolved the Sarlacc, and that one of those 2 beasts' stomach acid could have given Boba those scars and discoloration. But hopefully this guy will tell us the story of how he clawed the hell out of that thing. Temuera Morrison plays Boba just as he played Boba's clone father, Jango Fett, in Attack of the Clones. He has also since been brought back to re-record Boba Fett's audio for the earlier films. I mean, folks, he really has been the voice of Boba Fett, so it's awesome to see him here. Boba tells Mando,
I'm a simple man making his way through the galaxy, like my father before me.
It's a direct callback to Jango in Attack of the Clones.
I'm just a simple man trying to make my way in the universe.
In the next 5 seconds, you'll see an idea go from sketch to clay to shape, and become a website. Acting on your curiosity feels like a way to bend reality. Wix Harmony works the same way. You just describe an idea to Aria, Wix's new website agent, like you're brainstorming out loud, and then it becomes real. From there, you can take on the reins to adjust it as you like, because all the ideas you have should have a place in the world. Whether it's clay or whatever you're dreaming up, it all starts the same way. From your mind to your online space, this is a new way to create a website.
Why is everyone using Ninja transfers?
Ninja transfers is definitely killing them. The quality, I mean, the design came out crisp.
Hit up my boys at Ninja Transfers, and yes, they do send you single packs, so no minimum. It's very cheap, very fast, and like I said, it makes the job a lot easier.
Like, I mean, you can't even tell this is a DTF. I'm gonna end up ordering order for myself. They're real smooth.
I see that there's no dye migration, so when they say crisp, bright whites, I love that peel. It's literally crisp, bright whites.
You're gonna check it out. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I think it turned out awesome. This shirt, it's just, like I said, it's just a normal Hanes polyester t-shirt. Ninja Transfers, there's no minimum order, so I bought 5 of each. And I'm not sponsored by Ninja Transfers. I literally saw them on Instagram. So...
But I love how this callback adds on another famous Star Wars like father, like son moment.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Joining Boba is sharpshooter bounty hunter Fennec Shand, confirming Boba was the mystery man who found Fennec at the end of Chapter 5 last season. Her gut wound has now been cybernetically healed with steampunky abs. Awesome. These two's partnership reminds me a lot of Jango Fett and Zam Wessel in Attack of the Clones. Then stormtroopers arrive in a dropship, but not any dropship. This is the transport we saw the First Order use in The Force Awakens. And along with that Snoke strandcast in the tub, another piece of evidence that Moff Gideon's unit might be connected to the origins of the First Order. It is wild to see Boba Fett take out all these stormtroopers with the gaffy stick, shattering their armor. These sticks have a club end and a pointed end. Now, the actor Morrison is part Maori. His combat style here evokes the swinging of a Polynesian war club. His expressions are very reminiscent of the traditional Maori warrior face. The stormtroopers drag back out the E-Web heavy blaster, as we saw in Chapter 8 last season. Originally, we saw one of these set up on Hoth and Empire. Fennec dislodges a boulder and crushes it with a George Lucas Raiders of the Lost Ark reference. Interesting how when Mando tries to remove Grogu from the Force beacon, it gives and bends a bit before repelling him. It echoes the way lightsabers are evenly matched with Beskar. Like these two forces aren't magnetic polar opposites that stiffly and immediately repel each other, but there's some kind of history, a relationship, a responsive give and take between these forces. I also appreciate the audio filter on Mando's voice when we hear it from inside the field.
Hey, step out of it, kid. We gotta get out of here.
It's not dubbed in the way that you hear a voice from underwater when it's coming from the surface, but it's distorted in this way as if it's coming through an electronic medium.
La la la, Luke, I am your father.
Now, Boba Fett spots his armor inside the Razor Crest and straps himself back in. And notice how he deploys his knee darts, something the Visual Dictionary told us he had, but I don't think we've ever seen them deployed on screen before. And then he uses his rocket to take out both transports, but we don't get too long to celebrate. R.I.P. Razor Crest. Clearly, this season has been foreshadowing its destruction. It's just been falling in rougher and rougher shape. The blast came from that Arquitens class light cruiser, the same kind of ship that we've seen in the animated series. This one is the Imperial one, commanded by Moff Gideon, which you saw at the end of episode 4, and he deploys the Dark Troopers that we saw at the end of that episode. Now, originally these were introduced in the Dark Forces game. These particular ones look like kind of a cross between the Phase 2 and Phase 3 Dark Troopers. I love how the cruiser looms into view from the clouds, and you can first see it in the form of that shadow on Boba's helmet. He realizes that the Empire is back.
This isn't a spice dream.
Of course, spice, the word for drugs in the Star Wars universe, one of the many details George Lucas lifted from Frank Herbert's Dune. Now, the knob and Beskar's spear are the only salvageable items from the Razor Crest wreckage, and then Boba confirms his backstory.
My chain code has been encoded in this armor for 25 years. See, this is me, Boba Fett. This is my father, Jango Fett.
Your father was a foundling.
Yes. He even fought in the Mandalorian civil wars.
Okay, lots to unpack here. This language is Mandoa. It is the written form of the Mandalorian language. It actually first appeared on Slave 1 in Attack of the Clones, and I have taken the time to translate it for you. Now, on the far right is Boba and Fett, his name added on to the end of this. But if you go over to the far left, it reads foundling, took into the year the Concord Dawn, mentor Jaster, father Fett. Now, the H's do look more like English lowercase h's than they do the Mandoa h's, but everything else lines up. I'm pretty sure this is what it says. And I love it. This is how Mando can confirm Boba's lineage and Jango's confirmed Mandalorian foundling past. This all comes from a Jango Fett origin comic, which wasn't until now considered to be canon because Clone Wars Season 2 cast Jango's origin in doubt with a line from Almec.
Jango Fett was a common bounty hunter. How he acquired that armor is beyond me.
And at the time, George Lucas and even Dave Filoni seemed pretty clear their intent was that Jango Fett would not be a true Mandalorian.
So the idea that Jango Fett is not a Mandalorian, that's something that comes directly from George.
But now it looks like Filoni is apparently backpedaling a bit. Either way, we can definitely interpret Almec's line as a snob prime planet Mandalorian thumbing his nose at Mandalorians from other planets and moons in the system. Because Concord Dawn was Jango's home world, it's also in the Mandalore system. Jaster refers to Jaster MRVL, another Mandalorian who was on the run, exiled from Concord Dawn actually. He was pursued by members of the Death Watch, who ended up killing Jango's parents for sheltering Jaster. Jaster ended up taking Jango under his wing, training him in a separate rival Mandalorian clan to the Watch, a group calling themselves the True Mandalorians. Meanwhile, the Watch was the group that eventually found Din Djarin and took him in as a foundling. So Boba Fett and Din Djarin end up hailing from rival Mandalorian clans. But as Mando learned from Bo-Katan earlier this season, the old divisions within Mandalorians don't really matter after the Purge. There really aren't enough Mandalorians left for them to turn against each other. Meanwhile, the Mandalorian Civil War that Boba referred to took place prior to the Phantom Menace. The Mandalorians at the time were divided over whether to be pacifists or militaristic like their ancestors. House Vizsla led the whole warrior side of that debate. They ended up losing the Civil War. They were banished to the moon of Concordia, where the Death Watch was founded. And by the way, during this time, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Qui-Gon Jinn were stationed on Mandalore to protect the true Mandalorian heir, Duchess Satine, which is when that younger Obi-Wan did fall in love with her. So they end up taking Slave One back to Navarro, where Mando learns Cara Dune's badge from that X-Wing captain makes her an official Marshal of the New Republic. Her prisoner registry is filled with Orabesh rap sheets, and you know, I have you covered. Let's break them down. First, we got Vorg Alsum, and then Skirdo Tobbs, then Torbil Danzin. I'm not sure yet, but I would not be surprised if a lot of these guys are just crew and or friends of the series. Then Nylox Cabin Roves, then Pretz Relato, who I might be crazy. To me, this guy looks a lot like Andrew Ray from Binging with Babish, who just did an episode with Jon Favreau to make those blue cookies. I love his channel. I want to meet to him. That sounded gross. Anyway, Gaprin Dozito is up next. This same droid race was the bandit from Chapter 9 and the dude who yelled at Rey in The Force Awakens, and he does have a gap grin. Then we got Biran Redbin. He tried to snatch Grogu on Tatooine. Then Avrak Kefuni. Then a Nikto named Imduelo D. He might be the Nikto on Tatooine, or maybe one of the Niktos who is guarding him on Arvala 7 in Chapter 1. Next, there is a Mon Calamari named Hosla Fular, then a Zabrak named Thene Cross, then a Quarren named Yath Ndidi. This little nightmare is named Sart Julas, then a Aqualish, the same race as Pandavaba and the others Cara Dune just took out, named Unga Toba, and then Cheekbones here is named Sethro Dagri, and then Borbin Tods. Now the last bunch are shown much closer so you can see their crimes and locations. There's Torbil Danzin, that's a Tusken Raider who is held at Sunspot Prison for attempted kidnapping of a senator. Interesting. Then Cardo Deeves is in Wobani Penitentiary. You should recognize that. That's the prison Jyn Erso started in Rogue One. Wobani, an anagram for Obi-Wan. That, by the way, was an Imperial prison, so I guess now it's a New Republic operation. Cardo is being held for assault of a New Republic officer. Next, there's a Gamorrean named Chargut Low held on Garen 4 for aggravated assault. And then lastly, the return of Bill Burr as Miggs Mayfeld from Chapter 6 last season, imprisoned on the Carthon Chop Fields, probably where we are headed next episode as Mando busts him free. He needs him to track down Moff Gideon, probably because Mayfeld used to be an Imperial. And the next screen shows that Miggs is charged with facilitating the escape of a prisoner and accessory to the death of a New Republic officer. We saw all of that go down in Chapter 6 last season, and it came back back up with those New Republic pilots in Chapter 9. Moff Gideon leaves the bridge of his cruiser as it blasts through hyperspace to the brig where Grogu is kept. He thrashes around those stormtroopers and force chokes one. Another example of a force choke. It's more commonly a dark side use of the force though. Remember, Luke did force choke those Gamorrean guards at Jabba's palace. Moff Gideon is thrilled to see this proof that Grogu is very force sensitive because it is a confirmation that he is a viable donor for Dr. Pershing and all their strand cast genetic experiments. And then he shows off the Darksaber. What a dick. Since Grogu was trained in the Jedi Temple, he would have used training sabers, but the crystals powering those are much weaker. The blades don't really cut through anything. And then poor Grogu gets stunned, that same blue polygon visual that was used to stun Leia in the first film, and his adorable little cuffs emit this blue glow, which might be connected to the Rey shield that inhibited Obi-Wan's use of the Force when Dooku captured him. Now the last detail I will leave you with is that little moment when the Darksaber retracts.
Liable to put an eye out for one of these.
Now notice how the Darksaber doesn't give off quite the same hum and zip that other sabers do. Its retraction is less of a zip than a it's like the saber is alive, which is ironic because it is ancient. It might be the oldest lightsaber in existence. And maybe it's just that it is now the holiday season, but it is not a good idea for Gideon to say you'll put an eye out with this thing. One of Jon Favreau's best friends is Peter Billingsley, aka Box of Scraps William Ginter Riva in the MCU, because Favreau let him cameo in Iron Man. This guy is grown-up Ralphie from A Christmas Story, folks. The kid who famously was warned, you'll shoot your eye out, with his favorite toy weapon that faithfully does just that. And the way Moff Gideon now toys with this thing like a freaking Red Ryder air rifle, I'm calling it now. He is gonna poke his eye out with that Darksaber, or Grogu will do it for him. We do know that Giancarlo Esposito loves his freaky violent ends. By the way, we still have tons of great Mandalorian apparel options available for purchase at our merch store, newrockstarsmerch.com. I think we got a few This Is the Way red or white options left, but we also have this awesome Grogu mugshot shirt, a ton of other lovely designs. They're all great holiday gift options, folks, but we have learned that the various shipping services cannot guarantee a Christmas delivery this year for, obvious reasons. So you really gotta jump on this now, before Monday the 7th at the latest. So hopefully everything can get to you and your loved ones in time. Subscribe to New Rockstars, hit that notification button, follow me on Instagram at EAVoss, follow New Rockstars. Thank you for watching. I have spoken. Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and this is a breakdown of The Mandalorian Season 2, Episode 7, Chapter 15, The Believer. An episode that makes a true believer out of Bill Burr as they murder freedom fighters just trying to keep the Empire from blowing up more people. As always, there were a ton of interesting details and Star Wars Easter eggs hidden in this imagery. I'm gonna break down everything you missed. Here we go. We open on the Carthon Chop Fields, a scrapyard in which AT-ATs AT-ATs are once again repurposed as cranes as they were on Trask, a detail I love, since the artists working on The Empire Strikes Back base the AT-AT AT-ATs on Oakland port cranes, so they're coming full circle. Now, most of the junk in these yards are TIE Fighter parts, which makes it a just punishment for Migs Mayfeld, Bill Burr, a former imp, now having to physically dismantle the hardware of the Empire. Now, a brig vessel floats overhead. This is the same kind that Mayfeld, Mando, and the others infiltrated back in Chapter 6 of last season. The guard droid now is similar to that New Republic security droid we saw in that episode. I love how it says,
You have 3 seconds to comply with your new directive.
To comply, just like RoboCop.
You have 20 seconds to comply.
Apparently, the New Republic is set up in a way so that a recently appointed Outer Rim local marshal is allowed to show up at any major prison with barely any explanation and remove a prisoner. Yeah, that Imperial officer was not joking when he said the New Republic is a mess. No wonder the First Order got the jump on them. One of the other inmates is the Hassisk race. We actually saw one of these little freaky goblins show up on the New Republic prisoner registry. Might be the same one, because I think if you look at a lot of those pictures, a lot of them seem to line line up with those bandits that almost got Mando and Grogu on Tatooine, as well as one of the Aqualish who Cara Dune just booked on Navarro. Boba Fett got himself a nice matte paint job. Notice how his armor bears the sigils of the Mythosaur as it did before it, but we can also more clearly now see this Jaster Morel sigil. That is the name I found in the Mandoa chain code last episode, the mentor to Boba's father, Jango. Jango and Jaster were part of the clan called the True Mandalorians. They were actually enemies to the Death Watch, though I guess those rivalries don't really matter anymore because they're all dead. But before we continue, I want to thank Vessi Shoes for sponsoring this breakdown. If you are looking for shoes that look and feel great, keep your feet dry and temperature controlled, and are super comfortable, this is the way. Vessi makes these knit sneakers that are 100% waterproof and weatherproof and way more comfortable than some stiff old winter boot. Not today, boots! Vessi shoes are super stretchy. They fit like a sock. They only weigh 175 grams. That's so light you could practically lift them using just the force, even if you aren't force sensitive. They are made with the space-age Dynamax material, so these shoes you can wear every day in all kinds of weather. Leave them by the door and have one less thing to worry about. They're easy to clean, just rinse with water, toss them in the washing machine. Vessis are also sustainably made with no animal byproducts. Whether I'm stomping through puddles or just diving deep on some Mandalorian Easter eggs, Vessis keep my feet dry and comfy. No, I don't want to lose these. Oh, brother, I got my shoe all wet. What was I thinking putting these in the pool and losing them? Hey, but you know what? My toes are totally dry right now. There's not a drop of wetness that I can feel on my toesy woesies, and that must be thanks to these knit sneakers from Vessi. Thanks, guys. And they have an incredible early holiday sale offer right now. Don't procrastinate and wait to the last minute to do your holiday shopping. This is the perfect gift for you and your loved ones, especially for the upcoming rainy season. Get them while they still have sizes and you can thank me later. Check them out in the link below. And if you missed the holiday sale, use my code NEWROCKSTARS to get $25 off your Vessi shoes. This episode's title is The Believer, which on one level definitely refers to Din Djarin and makes Mayfeld's chat in the transport cab. Mayfeld initially drawed a moral equivalence between the Empire and the New Republic. He prodded Mando for sticking to his dogmatic code.
Look, I'm just saying, we're all the same.
But both men changed their beliefs by the episode end. Mayfeld remembers the Imperial war crimes that he was ordered to commit and crimes that took the lives of many of his own fellow Imperial soldiers, memories that clearly scarred him to this day, and he decides the Empire is actually far worse than the New Republic, so blow him up. And then Mando takes a huge step. He lets go of his face-covering rule as a last resort because something is more important to him, of course, finding the child. But I actually think the believer of this episode title is that Imperial officer, Valen Hess. He is played by awesome character actor Richard Brake, who played Joe Chill in Batman Begins. He was also the Night King in Game of Thrones, just season 3 and 4, before they changed the actor in season 5, and then did all that great stuff with him in season 8. Hess ends as the last true believer of all these characters. He dies for his worldview that the order the Empire brings justifies all their cruel means. And the fact that he's so convinced is terrifying, because there is some truth to his depraved mindset. Yet, this episode tells us that change and growth is how we survive, how we walk away. Meanwhile, staying a stubborn believer leaves you in the dust with a hole in your chest. And then back inside the Slave One, notice how the hull rotates around them. I love this. It accounts for the vessel's segmented design and orientation, like it needs to do this in atmosphere to account for the gravity, though presumably when they enter space, whatever artificial gravity that exists on all Star Wars vessels should keep everything oriented. They head to Morak, where a secret Imperial mining hub collects Rhydonium, a highly volatile explosive. Now, Rhydonium was actually used to kill Fernox on Anaxis and Rebels. You'll remember those Fernox coming back in the recent Bad Batch arc on Clone Wars. Mayfeld says the base is run by XISB. That stands for Imperial Security Bureau. Moff Gideon was ISB. They are kind of the secret police of the Empire. They are the ones who side everyone, keep notes, they seek out the disloyalty of the ranks. That explains why Hess was eyeing Mando so closely. Fennec Shan says she's wanted by the ISB, and actually the recent Bad Batch trailer gives us a hint to why she was involved in a little rebellion on Kamino. For all of you asking, yes, I do plan on breaking down that Bad Batch trailer. Just give me some time. Then Mando asks Boba Fett if he wants to go in the base.
Let's just say they might recognize my face.
Haha, yep, that's because Boba Fett is technically a clone who would have the same face as every clone trooper who used to fight for the Empire, so a clone trooper face showing up would definitely raise some red flags. Mando and Mayfeld pull the classic, "I'll disguise ourselves as imps" trick, but finally brings a bit of realism to it.
Oh my god, this guy reeked. His Gloves are still wet.
Thank you. Yeah, putting on someone else's armor would probably smell pretty bad, especially if they are working on a steamy jungle planet. Looking at you, Jyn Erso on Scarab, no way that smelled like Old Spice in there. You should have spent that whole third act with a wrinkled nose. The local boy who looks up at him is probably the one who alerted the pirates, little snitch. And those pirates board with thermal detonators. Director Rick Famuyiwa uses this great shot following Mando out the side window and then back in the cab, and then without cutting at all through this, follows him up to the roof of the door. So all in one shot, we get this nice bit of scene geography. We know where everyone is so that when we cut back and forth, we don't get too bewildered. But then when the Rhydonium gets hot, it flashes the word warning. I translate the Orabesh because I love you. I also love how when Mando confronts the pirates, he takes their blows with his imp armor, forgetting he is not wearing Beskar and these blows will hurt. Though he does show off some solid spear throwing skills, telling us that when Mando uses that Beskar spear, Pedro Pascal will be well in control. And they are saved by TIE fighters and stormtroopers with the best aim of any stormtroopers I've ever seen. Since Mayfeld would be recognized by Hess, Mando makes the big move of removing his helmet to scan his Pedro Pascal shaped face. The terminal reads ID scan required, then access granted, and then the menu reads database, equipment, personnel, transport, armory, and S forces. And then Gideon's ship reads Lightspeed Cruiser, location SEC, maybe for secret or Southeastern Conference. Satan is harboring him. Actually, Star Wars Theory compared this with the actual Star Wars star map to determine that Moff Gideon's ship looks like it's near the crime world of Nar Shaddaa, which also appeared in Force Unleashed, but I wouldn't get too excited yet that Rom Koda could be the Jedi Grogu linked with, just because Force Unleashed I don't think is canon. Really, that ship could also be headed to Kamino, which would make sense with Dr. Pershing's and Gideon's cloning goals with a child. Hess asks for Mando's TK number. That's a designation for all stormtroopers, but Mayfeld covers for him, saying his hearing was damaged at Tanab, nod to the battle Lando mentions in Return of the Jedi.
Someone must have told him about my little maneuver at the Battle of Tanab.
And then he says,
"Come on, let's go fill out those TPS reports so we can go recharge the power cord."
Yeah, TPS reports. This had to be an ad-lib by Bill Burr. TPS reports is a nod to Office Space, the pointless reports that Peter keeps forgetting to fill out.
You apparently didn't put one of the new cover sheets on your TPS report.
But Hess wants a drink.
How about a toast to Operation Cinder?
Operation Cinder, that was the name of the Emperor's post-mortem plan to take down as many planets as possible in the event of his death, using orbital satellites to screw with planetary atmospheric conditions and devastate the surface. Originally, this was brought up in Shattered Empire, but then it was explored much further in the Battlefront 2 game campaign. Mayfeld mentions being ordered to carry out this mission on the planet Burnin Khan, a planet that has shown up in Lando stories, other Star Wars properties, but then Mayfeld shoots Hess, and he and Mando shoot their way out. I love these solid screams the stormtroopers make as they fall to their deaths. It's fun to point out the famous sound effect, the Wilhelm scream in Return of the Jedi. And now it seems like the crew of The Mandalorian is having fun making their own generation of Wilhelm screams. Then Mayfeld blows the Rhydonium, and I gotta say, I really thought that whole dam was gonna go, right? Flood the village, drown that little snitch, fully refuting Mayfeld's come to Jesus transition this episode. But no, it's Disney. Boba Fett eludes the tides by dropping a seismic charge, just like the ones his papa Jango dropped in the asteroid field when pursued by Kenobi in Attack of the Clones. I love how these things sound. And the episode ends with Mando sending Moff Gideon a message with the same exact threatening words that Gideon delivered to him in episode 7 of last season.
You have something I want. You may think you have some idea what you are in possession of, but you do not.
Soon,
in a few moments,
he will be back with me. He means more to me than you will ever know.
Mando must have a pretty good memory. Maybe he wrote these down. Maybe he just records everything. Just interesting how he knew it word for word. It's like he pulled the episode script. Anyway, it has been a busy weekend here at New Rockstars with all the Disney Investor Day news. Be sure to watch all of our breakdowns on this stuff. Check out our great merch options at newrockstarsmerch.com. Subscribe to New Rockstars. Hit that notification button. Follow me, Eddie Voss. Follow New Rockstars. Thank you for watching. I have spoken. Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and this is a breakdown of The Mandalorian, Season 2, Episode 8, Chapter 16, the season finale, titled The Rescue. A big spoiler warning before I continue, because we have just had our 2020s rescued by the return of Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master carving dark troopers like Christmas turkeys. But is it a true rescue? Because this dude's future school is gonna get massacred and torched by his nephew. Don't go, Grogu! Yes, much of this finale episode was pure fan service. But from its Alderaan referencing opening to its King Boba post-credit scene, there are a ton of missable details, Orabesh to translate, specifically chosen fight choreography, music, deeper layers of meaning that you might not have thought about. So I'm gonna break it all down, shot by shot. You're gonna love this one. Okay, the Slave One is in hot pursuit of Dr. Pershing's Lambda-class shuttle. This is reserved for VIPs of the Empire, but they disable it with an ion cannon. This is what they use to escape Hoth in The Empire Strikes Back, and then they board the ship.
Lower your shields. Disengage all transponders. Prepare for boarding.
Yeah, the tension here reminds me of the fear of the crew of the Tantive 4 when they were being disabled and boarded by Darth Vader. Think about it, this whole episode opens and closes with echoes of Vader just like this. And then the meaner of the two Imperial pilots, Joe Dabney Courtney from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., confirms Dr. Pershing's role for us.
Listen to me, this is a top-tier target of the New Republic. This is a clone engineer.
Yeah, we knew he was a clone engineer from those Camino patches, but I find it interesting that he's a major target of the New Republic, suggesting that they might know cloners are working for remnants of the Empire, or maybe that the New Republic has some genetic experiments of their own going on. The pilot points out the tear tattoo on Cara Dune's cheek, which marks her as an Alderaanian survivor. And he says that, I had friends on the Death Star, and that Alderaan's destruction was worth it. It has been very interesting to see Alderaan come up so much this season in terms of the psychological effect it's had on both sides of this conflict. We will go deeper into that question in our final episode of Wookiee Leaks coming out next week. These industrial smokestacks have the symbol of the pre-Empire Republic on them, which is interesting, suggesting they might have resisted Imperial influence. The Slave One lands beside this ship. This is Bo-Katan's ship, the Gauntlet. Saw that in Clone Wars final season. Looks so cool. Can also barely make out some astromech droid rolling on the landing yard. I always say that because whenever I see one of those, I'm like, is it R2? No, it's not R2, but then this episode, R2 did show up at the end. Now, in this diner are some familiar races. There's some Aqualishes, there's a Rodian, and what looks like a jar of spatchka on the bar there, with Bo-Katan and Casca Reeves at the far table, coming back from Chapter 11. Now, where was Axe Woves? I assume he was just in the toilet, and was very confused to come back and find everybody gone. I'm not paying for this! But before I continue, thanks to, say it with me, Vessi Shoes for sponsoring this video! You know I love these things. Vessi Shoes reflect water and snow like Beskar steel deflects stormtrooper shots, if any of them have good enough aim. Vessi makes these knit sneakers that are 100% waterproof and weatherproof and way more comfortable than some stiff old winter boots. Beat it, boots! Vessi shoes are super stretchy. They fit like a sock,